Section 20 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 20, Chapter 3, Part 7. The greatest difficulty which William had to encounter in his preparations arose from his own subjects in Normandy. The states of the duchy were assembled at Lillebonne, and supplies being demanded for the intended enterprise which promised so much glory and advantage to their country, there appeared a reluctance in many members both to grant sums so much beyond the common measure of taxes in that age, and to set a precedent of performing their military service at a distance from their own country. The Duke, finding it dangerous to solicit them in a body, conferred separately with the richest individuals in the province, and beginning with those on whose affections he most relied, he gradually engaged all of them to advance the sums demanded. The Count of Longueville seconded him in this negotiation, as did the Count of Mortain, Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, and especially William Fitz Osborne, Count of Breteuil, and Constable of the Duchy. Every person, when he himself was once engaged, endeavoured to bring over others, and at last the states themselves, after stipulating that this concession should be no precedent, voted that they would assist their prince to the utmost in his intended enterprise. William had now assembled a fleet of 3,000 vessels, great and small, and had selected an army of 60,000 men from among those numerous supplies which from every quarter solicited to be received into his service. The camp bore a splendid yet a martial appearance, from the discipline of the men, the beauty and vigour of the horses, the lustre of the arms, and the accoutrement of both, but above all from the high names of nobility who engaged under the banners of the Duke of Normandy. The most celebrated were Eustace, Count of Boulogne, Aymery de Thouars, Hugh de Staples, William de Vreux, Geoffrey de Rotrou, Roger de Beaumont, William de Warenne, Roger de Montgomery, Hugh de Grantmesnil, Charles Martel, and Geoffrey Giffard. To these bold chieftains William held up the spoils of England as the prize of their valour, and pointing to the opposite shore called to them that there was the field on which they must erect trophies to their name and fix their establishments. While he was making these mighty preparations, the Duke, that he might increase the number of Harold's enemies, excited the inveterate rancour of Tosti, and encouraged him, in concert with Harold Halfager, King of Norway, to infest the coasts of England. Tosti, having collected about 60 vessels in the ports of Flanders, put to sea, and after committing some depredations on the south and east coasts, he sailed to Northumberland, and was there joined by Halfager, who came over with a great armament of 300 sail. The combined fleets entered the Humber and disembarked the troops, who began to extend their depredations on all sides, when Morcar, Earl of Northumberland, and Edwin, Earl of Mercia, the king's brother-in-law, having hastily collected some forces, ventured to give them battle. The action ended in the defeat and flight of these two noblemen. Harold, informed of this defeat, hastened with an army to the protection of his people, and expressed the utmost ardour to show himself worthy of the crown which had been conferred upon him. This prince, though he was not sensible of the full extent of his danger from the great combination against him, had employed every art of popularity to acquire the affections of the public, and he gave so many proofs of an equitable and prudent administration, that the English found no reason to repent the choice which they had made of a sovereign. They flocked from all quarters to join his standard, and as soon as he reached the enemy at Stamford, he found himself in condition to give them battle. The action was bloody, but the victory was decisive on the side of Harold, and ended in the total rout of the Norwegians, together with the death of Tosti and Halfager. Even the Norwegian fleet fell into the hands of Harold, who had the generosity to give Prince Olav, the son of Halfager, his liberty, and allow him to depart with 20 vessels. But he had scarcely time to rejoice for this victory when he received intelligence that the Duke of Normandy was landed with a great army in the south of England. The Norman fleet and army had been assembled early in the summer at the mouth of the small river Dive, and all the troops had been instantly embarked. But the winds proved long contrary and detained them in that harbour. The authority, however, of the Duke, the good discipline maintained among the seamen and soldiers, and the great care in supplying them with provisions, had prevented any disorder, when at last the wind became favourable, and enabled them to sail along the coast till they reached St. Valery. There were, however, several vessels lost in this short passage, and as the wind again proved contrary, the army began to imagine that heaven had declared against them, and that, notwithstanding the Pope's benediction, they were destined to certain destruction. These bold warriors, who despised real dangers, were very subject to the dread of imaginary ones, and many of them began to mutiny, some of them even to desert their colours, when the Duke, in order to support their drooping hopes, ordered a procession to be made with the relics of St. Valery, and prayers were to be said for more favourable weather. The wind instantly changed, and as this incident happened on the eve of the feast of St. Michael, the tutelar saint of Normandy, the soldiers, fancying they saw the hand of heaven in all these concurring circumstances, set out with the greatest alacrity. They met with no opposition on their passage. A great fleet which Harold had assembled, and which had cruised all summer off the Isle of Wight, had been dismissed on his receiving false intelligence that William, discouraged by contrary winds and other accidents, had laid aside his preparations. The Norman armament, proceeding in great order, arrived without any material lost at Pevensey in Sussex, and the army quietly disembarked. The Duke himself, as he leapt on shore, happened to stumble and fall, but had the presence of mind, it is said, to turn the omen to his advantage, by calling aloud that he had taken possession of the country, and a soldier, running to a neighbouring cottage, plucked some thatch, which, as if giving him seisin of the kingdom, he presented to his general. The joy and alacrity of William and his whole army was so great that they were no wise discouraged. Even when they heard of Harold's great victory over the Norwegians, they seemed rather to await with impatience the arrival of the enemy. The victory of Harold, though great and honourable, had proved in the main prejudicial to his interests, and may be regarded as the immediate cause of his ruin. He lost many of his bravest officers and soldiers in the action, and he disgusted the rest by refusing to distribute the Norwegian spoils among them, a conduct which was little agreeable to his usual generosity of temper, but which his desire of sparing the people in the war that impended over him from the Duke of Normandy had probably occasioned. He hastened by quick marches to reach this new invader, but though he was reinforced at London and other places with fresh troops, he found himself also weakened by the desertion of his old soldiers, who from fatigue and discontent secretly withdrew from their colours. His brother Gurth, a man of bravery and conduct, began to entertain apprehensions of the event, and remonstrated with the king that it would be better policy to prolong the war, at least to spare his own person in the action. He urged to him that the desperate situation of the Duke of Normandy made it requisite for that prince to bring matters to a speedy decision, and put his whole fortune on the issue of a battle, but that the King of England, in his own country, beloved by his subjects, provided with every supply, had more certain and less dangerous means of ensuring to himself the victory; that the Norman troops, elated on the one hand with the highest hopes, and seeing on the other no resource in case of a discomfiture, would fight to the last extremity, and being the flower of all the warriors of the continent, must be regarded as formidable to the English, that if their first fire, which is always the most dangerous, were allowed to languish for want of action, if they were harassed with small skirmishes, straitened in provisions, and fatigued with the bad weather and deep roads during the winter season which was approaching, they must fall an easy and bloodless prey to their enemy; that if a general action were delayed, the English, sensible of the imminent danger to which their properties as well as liberties were exposed from those rapacious invaders, would hasten from all quarters to his assistance, and would render his army invincible; that, at least, if he thought it necessary to hazard a battle, he ought not to expose his own person out of reserve, in case of disastrous accidents, some resource to the liberty and independence of the kingdom; and that, having once been so unfortunate as to be constrained to swear, and that upon the holy relics, to support the pretensions of the Duke of Normandy, it were better that the command of the army should be entrusted to another, who, not being bound by those sacred ties, might give the soldiers more assured hopes of a prosperous issue to the combat. Harold was deaf to all these remonstrances. Elated with his past prosperity, as well as stimulated by his native courage, he resolved to give battle in person, and for that purpose he drew near to the Normans, who had removed their camp and fleet to Hastings, where they fixed their quarters. He was so confident of success that he sent a message to the Duke, promising him a sum of money if he would depart the kingdom without effusion of blood; but his offer was rejected with disdain, and William, not to be behind with his enemy in vaunting, sent him a message by some monks, requiring him to either resign the kingdom, or to hold it of him in fealty, or to submit their cause to the arbitration of the Pope, or to fight him in single combat. Harold replied that the God of battles would soon be the arbiter of all their differences. The English and Normans now prepared themselves for this important decision, but the aspect of things on the night before the battle was very different in the two camps. The English spent the time in riot and jollity and disorder, the Normans in silence and in prayer, and in the other functions of their religion. On the morning, the Duke called together the most considerable of his commanders, and made them a speech suitable to the occasion. He represented to them that the event which they and he had long wished for was approaching. The whole fortune of the war now depended on their swords, and would be decided in a single action; that never army had greater motives for exerting a vigorous courage, whether they considered the prize which would attend their victory, or the inevitable destruction which must ensue upon their discomfiture; that if their martial and veteran bands could once break those raw soldiers who had rashly dared to approach them, they conquered a kingdom at one blow, and were justly entitled to all its possessions as the reward of their prosperous valour; that, on the contrary, if they remitted in the least their wonted prowess, An enraged enemy hung upon their rear, the sea met them in their retreat, and an ignominious death was the certain punishment of their imprudent cowardice. That by collecting so numerous and brave a host, he had ensured every human means of conquest, and the commander of the enemy, by his criminal conduct, had given him just cause to hope for the favour of the Almighty, in whose hands alone lay the event of wars and battles, and that a perjured usurper, anathematized by the sovereign pontiff, and conscious of his own breach of faith, would be struck with terror on their appearance, and would prognosticate to himself that fate which his multiplied crimes had so justly merited. The Duke next divided his army into 3 lines. The first, led by Montgomery, consisted of archers and light-armed infantry. The second, commanded by Martel, was composed of his bravest battalions, heavy-armed and ranged in close order. His cavalry, at whose head he placed himself, formed the 3rd line, and were so disposed that they stretched beyond the infantry and flanked each wing of the army. He ordered the signal of battle to be given, and the whole army, moving at once and singing the hymn or song of Roland, the famous peer of Charlemagne, advanced in order and with alacrity towards the enemy. Harold had seized the advantage of a rising ground, and having likewise drawn some trenches to secure his flanks, he resolved to stand upon the defensive, and to avoid all action with the cavalry, in which he was inferior. The Kentish men were placed in the van, a post which they had always claimed as their due. The Londoners guarded the standard, and the king himself, accompanied by his 2 valiant brothers, Gurth and Leofwin, dismounting, placed himself at the head of his infantry, and expressed his resolution to conquer or to perish in the action. The first attack of the Normans was desperate, but was received with equal valour by the English, and after a furious combat, which remained long undecided, the former, overcome by the difficulty of the ground and hard pressed by the enemy, began first to relax their vigour, then to retreat, and confusion was spreading among the ranks, when William, who found himself on the brink of destruction, hastened with a select band to the relief of his dismayed forces. His presence restored the action. The English were obliged to retire with loss, and the Duke, ordering his 2nd line to advance, renewed the attack with fresh forces and with redoubled courage. Finding that the enemy, aided by the advantage of ground and animated by the example of their prince, still made a vigorous resistance, he tried a stratagem which was very delicate in its management, but which seemed advisable in his desperate situation, where, if he gained not a decisive victory, he was totally undone. He commanded his troops to make a hasty retreat, and to allure the enemy from their ground by the appearance of flight. The artifice succeeded against those unexperienced soldiers, who, heated by the action and sanguine in their hopes, precipitately followed the Normans into the plain. William gave orders that at once the infantry should face about upon their pursuers, and the cavalry make an assault upon their wings, and both of them pursue the advantage which the surprise and terror of the enemy must give them in that critical and decisive moment. The English were repulsed with great slaughter and driven back to the hill, where, being rallied by the bravery of Harold, they were able, notwithstanding their loss, to maintain the post and continue the combat. The Duke tried the same stratagem a second time with the same success, but even after this double advantage he still found a great body of the English, who, maintaining themselves in firm array, seemed determined to dispute the victory to the last extremity. He ordered his heavy armed infantry to make an assault upon them, while his archers placed behind should gall the enemy, who were exposed by the situation of the ground, and who were intent in defending themselves against the swords and spears of the assailants. By this disposition he at last prevailed. Harold was slain by an arrow while he was combating with great bravery at the head of his men. His two brothers shared the same fate, and the English, discouraged by the fall of those princes, gave ground on all sides, and were pursued with great slaughter by the victorious Normans. A few troops, however, of the vanquished had still the courage to turn upon their pursuers, and attacking them in deep and miry ground, obtain some revenge for the slaughter and dishonour of the day. But the appearance of the Duke obliged them to seek their safety by flight, and darkness saved them from any further pursuit by the enemy. Thus was gained by William, Duke of Normandy, the great and decisive victory of Hastings, after a battle which was fought from morning till sunset, and which seemed worthy, by the heroic valour displayed by both armies and by both commanders, to decide the fate of a mighty kingdom. William had 3 horses killed under him, and there fell nearly 15,000 men on the side of the Normans. The loss was still more considerable on that of the vanquished, besides the death of the king and his 2 brothers. The dead body of Harold was brought to William, and was generously restored without ransom to his mother. The Norman army left not the field of battle without giving thanks to heaven in the most solemn manner for their victory, and the prince, having refreshed his troops, prepared to push to the utmost his advantage against the divided, dismayed, and discomfited English. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 21. Appendix I, Part 1. The Anglo-Saxon Government and Manners. The government of the Germans, and that of all the northern nations who established themselves on the ruins of Rome, was always extremely free, and those fierce people, accustomed to independence and inured to arms, were more guided by persuasion than authority in the submission which they paid to their princes. The military despotism which had taken place in the Roman Empire, and which, previously to the irruption of those conquerors, had sunk the genius of men and destroyed every noble principle of science and virtue, was unable to resist the vigorous efforts of a free people, and Europe, as from a new epoch, rekindled her ancient spirit and shook off the base servitude to arbitrary will and authority under which she had so long labored. The free constitutions then established, however impaired by the encroachments of succeeding princes, still preserve an air of independence and legal administration which distinguished the European nations, and if that part of the globe maintained sentiments of liberty, honor, equity, and valor superior to the rest of mankind, it owes these advantages chiefly to the seeds implanted by those generous barbarians. The Saxons who subdued Britain, as they enjoyed great liberty in their own country, obstinately retained that invaluable possession in their new settlement, and they imported into this land the same principles of independence which they had inherited from their ancestors. The chieftains, for such they were more properly than kings or princes, who commanded them in those military expeditions, still possessed a very limited authority, and as the Saxons exterminated rather than subdued the ancient inhabitants, they were indeed transplanted into a new territory, but preserved unaltered all their civil and military institutions. The language was pure Saxon. Even the names of places, which often remain while the tongue entirely changes, were almost all affixed by the conquerors. The manners and customs were wholly German, and the same picture of a fierce and bold liberty, which is drawn by the masterly pen of Tacitus, will suit those founders of the English government. The king, so far from being invested with arbitrary power, was only considered as the first among the citizens. His authority depended more on his personal qualities than on his station. He was even so far on a level with the people that a stated price was fixed for his head, and a legal fine was levied upon his murderer, which, though proportionate to his station and superior to that paid for the life of a subject, was a sensible mark of his subordination to the community. It is easy to imagine that an independent people, so little restrained by law and cultivated by science, would not be very strict in maintaining a regular succession of their princes. Though they paid great regard to the royal family and ascribed to it an undisputed superiority, they either had no rule, or none that was steadily observed, in filling the vacant throne, and present convenience in that emergency was more attended to than general principles. We are not, however, to suppose that the crown was considered as altogether elective, and that a regular plan was traced by the constitution for supplying, by suffrages of the people, every vacancy made by the demise of the first magistrate. If any king left a son of an age and capacity fit for government, the young prince naturally stepped into the throne. If he was a minor, his uncle or the next prince of the blood was promoted to the government, and left the scepter to his posterity. Any sovereign, by taking previous measures with the leading men, had it greatly in his power to appoint his successor. All these changes, and indeed the orderly administration of government, required the express concurrence, or at least the tacit acquiescence, of the people. But possession, however obtained, was extremely apt to secure their obedience, and the idea of any right which was once excluded was but feeble and imperfect. This is so much the case in all barbarous monarchies, and occurs so often in the history of the Anglo-Saxons, that we cannot consistently entertain any other notion of their government. The idea of a hereditary succession in authority is so natural to men, and is so much fortified by the usual rule in transmitting private possessions, that it must retain a great influence on every society which does not exclude it by the refinements of a republican constitution. But as there is a material difference between government and private possessions, and every man is not as much qualified for exercising the one as for enjoying the other, a people who are not sensible to the general advantages attending a fixed rule are apt to make great leaps in the succession, and frequently to pass over persons who, had he possessed the requisite years and abilities, would have been thought entitled to the sovereignty. Thus, these monarchies are not, strictly speaking, either elective or hereditary, and though the destination of a prince may often be followed in appointing his successor, they can as little be regarded as wholly testamentary. The states by their suffrage may sometimes establish a sovereign, but they more frequently recognize the person whom they find established. A few great men take the lead, the people, overawed and influenced, acquiesced in the government, and the reigning prince, provided he be of the royal family, passes undisputably for the legal sovereign. It is confessed that our knowledge of the Anglo-Saxon history and antiquities is too imperfect to afford us means of determining with certainty all the prerogatives of the crown and the privileges of the people, or of giving an exact delineation of that government. It is probable also that the constitution might be somewhat different in the different kingdoms of the Heptarchy, and that it changed considerably during the course of 6 centuries, which elapsed from the first invasion of the Saxons to the Norman conquest. But most of these differences and changes, with their cause and effects, are unknown to us. It only appears that, at all times and in all kingdoms, there was a national council, called a Wittenagemot, or assembly of the wise men, for that is the import of the term, whose consent was requisite for enacting laws and for ratifying the chief acts of public administration. The preambles of all the laws of Ethelbert, Ina, Alfred, Edward the Elder, Athelstan, Edmund, Edgar, Ethelred, and Edward the Confessor, even those to the laws of Canute, though a kind of conqueror, put this matter beyond controversy, and carried proofs everywhere of a limited and legal government. But who were the constituent members of this Wittengemot has not been determined with certainty by antiquaries. It is agreed that the bishops and abbots were an essential part, and it is also evident from the tenor of those ancient laws that the Wittengemot enacted statutes which regulated the ecclesiastical as well as civil government, and that those dangerous principles by which the church is totally severed from the state were hitherto unknown to the Anglo-Saxons. It also appears that the aldermen or governors of counties, who, after the Danish times, were often called earls, were admitted into this council and gave their consent to the public statutes. But besides the prelates and aldermen, there is also mention of the wights or wise men as a component part of the Wittengemot, but who these were is not so clearly ascertained by the laws or the history of that period. The matter would probably be of difficult discussion even were it examined impartially, but as our modern parties have chosen to divide on this point, the question has been disputed with greater obstinacy, and the arguments on both sides have become on that account the more captious and deceitful. Our monarchical faction maintains that these wights or sapients were the judges or men learned in the law. The popular faction asserts them to be representatives of the boroughs, or what we now call the commons. The expressions employed by all ancient historians in mentioning the Wittengemot seem to contradict the latter supposition. The members are almost always called the principes, satraps, optimates, magnates, proceres, terms which seem to suppose an aristocracy and to exclude the commons. The boroughs also, from the low state of commerce, were so small and so poor, and the inhabitants lived in such dependence on the great men, that it seems nowise probable that they would be admitted as part of the national councils. The commons are well known to have had no share in the government established by the Franks, Burgundians, and other northern nations, and we may conclude that the Saxons, who remained longer barbarous and uncivilized than those tribes, would never think of conferring such an extraordinary privilege on trade and industry. The military profession alone was honorable among all those conquerors. The warriors subsisted by their possessions in land. They became considerable by their influence over their vassals, retainers, tenants, and slaves, and it requires strong proof to convince us that they would admit any of a rank so much inferior as the burgesses to share with them in legislative authority. Tacitus indeed affirms that among the ancient Germans the consent of all members of the community was required in every important deliberation. But he speaks not of representatives, and this ancient practice, mentioned by the Roman historian, could only have place in small tribes, where every citizen might without inconvenience be assembled upon any extraordinary emergency. After principalities became extensive, after the difference of property had formed distinctions more important than those which rose from personal strength and valor, we may conclude that the national assemblies must have been more limited in their number and composed only of the more considerable citizens. But though we must exclude the burgesses or commons from the Saxon Wittengemot, there is some necessity for supposing that this assembly consisted of other members than the prelates, abbots, aldermen, and the judges or privy council. For as all these, excepting some of the ecclesiastics, were anciently appointed by the king, had there been no other legislative authority, the royal power had been, in a great measure, absolute, contrary to the tenor of all the historians and to the practice of all the northern nations. We may therefore conclude that the more considerable proprietors of land were, without any election, constituent members of the National Assembly. There is reason to think that 40 hides, or between 4,000 and 5,000 acres, was the estate requisite for entitling the possessors to this honorable privilege. We find a passage in an ancient author, by which it appears that a person of very noble birth, even one allied to the crown, was not esteemed a princeps, the term usually employed by ancient historians when the Wittenagemot is mentioned, till he had acquired a fortune of that amount. Nor need we imagine that the public council would become disorderly or confused by admitting so great a multitude. The landed property of England was probably in few hands during the Saxon times, at least during the latter part of that period, and as men had hardly any ambition to attend those public councils, there was no danger of the assemblies being too numerous for the dispatch of the little business which was brought before them. It is certain that, whatever we may determine concerning the constituent members of the Wittenagemot, in whom with the king the legislature resided, the Anglo-Saxon government, in the period preceding the Norman conquest, was becoming extremely aristocratical. The royal authority was very limited. The people, even if admitted to that assembly, were of little or no weight and consideration. We have hints given us in historians of the great power and riches of particular noblemen, and it could not but happen, after the abolition of the heptarchy, when the king lived at a distance from the provinces, that those great proprietors who resided on their estates would much augment their authority over their vassals and retainers, and over all the inhabitants of the neighborhood. Hence the immeasurable power assumed by Harold, Godwin, Leofric, Siward, Morcar, Edwin, Edric, and Alfric, who controlled the authority of the kings and rendered themselves quite necessary in the government. The two latter, though detested by the people on account of their joining a foreign enemy, still preserved their power and influence, and we may therefore conclude that their authority was founded not on popularity, but on family rights and possessions. There is one Athelstan, mentioned in the reign of the king of that name, who is called Alderman of all England, and is said to be half king, though the monarch himself was a prince of valor and abilities. We find that in later Saxon times, and in these alone, the great offices went from father to son, and became in a manner hereditary in the families. The circumstances attending the invasions of the Danes would also serve much to increase the power of the principal nobility. Those freebooters made unexpected inroads on all quarters, and there was a necessity that each county should resist them by its own force and under the conduct of its own nobility and its own magistrates, for the same reason that a general war, managed by the united efforts of the whole state, commonly augments the power of the crown. Those private wars and inroads turn to the advantage of the aldermen and nobles. Among that military and turbulent people, so averse to commerce and the arts, and so little inured to industry, justice was commonly very ill administered, and great oppression and violence seem to have prevailed. These disorders would be increased by the exorbitant power of the aristocracy, and would in their turn contribute to increase it. Men, not daring to rely on the guardianship of the laws, were obliged to devote themselves to the service of some chieftain, whose orders they followed even to the disturbance of the government, or the injury of their fellow citizens, and who afforded them, in return, protection from any insult or injustice by strangers. Hence we find, by the extracts which Dr. Brady has given us from Domesday, that almost all the inhabitants, even of towns, had placed themselves under the clientship of some particular nobleman, whose patronage they purchased by annual payments, and whom they were obliged to consider as their sovereign more than the king himself or even the legislature. A client, though a freeman, was supposed so much to belong to his patron that his murderer was obliged by law to pay a fine to the latter as a compensation for his loss, in like manner as he paid a fine to the master for the murder of his slave. Men who were of a more considerable rank, but not powerful enough each to support himself by his own independent authority, entered into formal confederacies with each other, and composed a kind of separate community, which rendered itself formidable to all aggressors. Dr. Hicks has preserved a curious Saxon bond of this kind, which he calls a sodalitum, and which contains many particulars characteristical of the manners and customs of the times. All the associates are there said to be gentlemen of Cambridgeshire, and they swear before the holy relics to observe their confederacy and to be faithful to each other. They promise to bury any of the associates who dies in whatever place he has appointed, to contribute to his funeral charges, and to attend to his interment, and whoever is wanting in this last duty binds himself to pay a measure of honey. When any of the associates is in danger and calls for the assistance of his fellows, they promise, besides flying to his succor, to give information to the sheriff, and if he be negligent in protecting the person exposed to danger, they engage to levy a fine of £1 upon him. If the president of the society himself be wanting in this particular, he binds himself to pay £1, unless he has the reasonable excuse of sickness or of duty to his superior. When any of the associates is murdered, they are to exact £8 from the murderer, and if he refuse to pay it, they are to prosecute him for the sum at their joint expense. If any of the associates, who happen to be poor, kill a man, the society are to contribute by a certain proportion to pay his fine, a mark apiece, if the fine be 700 shillings, less if the person killed be a clown or a Cyril. The half of that sum again if he be a Welshman. But where any of the associates kill a man wilfully and without provocation, he must himself pay the fine. If any of the associates kill any of his fellows in a like criminal manner, besides paying the usual fine to the relations of the deceased, he must pay £8 to the society, or renounce the benefit of it, in which case they bind themselves under the penalty of £1 never to eat or drink with him, except in the presence of the king, bishop, or alderman. There are other regulations to protect themselves and their servants from all injuries, to revenge such as are committed, and to prevent their giving abusive language to each other, and the fine which they engage to pay for this last offense is a measure of honey. It is not to be doubted but a confederacy of this kind must have been a great source of friendship and attachment, when men lived in perpetual danger from enemies, robbers, and oppressors, and received protection chiefly from their personal valor and from the assistance of their friends and patrons. As animosities were then more violent, connections were also more intimate. Whether voluntary or derived from blood, the most remote degree of propinquity was regarded, an indelible memory of benefits was preserved, severe vengeance was taken for injuries, both from a point of honor and as the best means of future security, and the civil union being weak, many private engagements were contracted in order to supply its place, and to procure men that safety which the laws and their own innocence were not alone able to ensure them. End of section 21. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington. Section 22 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 22. Appendix I, Part 2. On the whole, notwithstanding the seeming liberty, or rather licentiousness, of the Anglo-Saxons, the great body, even of the free citizens in those ages, really enjoyed much less true liberty than where the execution of the law is the most severe, and where subjects are reduced to the strictest subordination and dependence on the civil magistrate. The reason is derived from the excess itself of that liberty. Men must guard themselves at any price against insults and injuries, and where they receive not protection from the laws and magistrates, they will seek it by submission to superiors, and by herding in some private confederacy which acts under the direction of a powerful leader. And thus all anarchy is the immediate cause of tyranny, if not over the state, at least over many of the individuals. Security was provided by the Saxon laws to all members of the Wittengemut, both in going and returning, except they were notorious thieves or robbers. The German Saxons, as the other nations of that continent, were divided into three ranks of men: the noble, the free, and the slaves. This distinction they brought over with them into Britain. The nobles were called thanes, and were of two kinds: the king's thanes and lesser thanes. The latter seems to have been dependent on the former, and to have received lands for which they paid rent, services, or attendance in peace and war. We know of no title which raised any one to the rank of thane except noble birth and the possession of land. The former was always much regarded by all the German nations, even in their most barbarous state, as the Saxon nobility, having little credit, could scarcely burden their estates with much debt, and as the commons had little trade or industry by which they could accumulate riches, these two ranks of men, even though they were not separated by positive laws, might remain long distinct, and the noble families continue many ages in opulence and splendor. There were no middle ranks of men that could gradually mix with their superiors, and insensibly procure to themselves honor and distinction. If by any extraordinary accident a mean person acquired riches, a circumstance so singular made him be known and remarked, and he became the object of envy as well as of indignation to all the nobles, and he would have great difficulty to defend what he had acquired, and he would find it impossible to protect himself from oppression except by courting the patronage of some great chieftain and paying a large price for his safety. There are two statutes among the Saxon laws which seem calculated to confound those different ranks of men: that of Athelstan, by which a merchant who had made 3 long sea voyages on his own account was entitled to the quality of thane, and that of the same prince, by which a churl or husbandman, who had been able to purchase 5 hides of land, and had a chapel, a kitchen, a hall, and a bell, was raised to the same distinction. But the opportunities were so few, by which a merchant or churl could thus exalt himself above his rank, that the law could never overcome the reigning prejudices. The distinction between noble and base blood would still be indelible, and the well-born thanes would entertain the highest contempt for those legal and factitious ones. Though we are not informed of any of these circumstances by ancient historians, they are so much founded on the nature of things that we may admit them as a necessary and infallible consequence of the situation of the kingdom during those ages. The cities appear in the Domesday Book to have been, at the Conquest, little better than villages. York itself, though it was always the second, at least the third, city in England, and was the capital of a great province, which never was thoroughly united with the rest, contained then but 1,418 families. Malmesbury tells us that the great distinction between the Anglo-Saxon nobility and the French Norman was that the latter built magnificent and stately castles, whereas the former consumed their immense fortunes in riot and hospitality and in mean houses. We may thence infer that the arts in general were much less advanced in England than in France. A greater number of idle servants and retainers lived about the great families, and as these, even in France, were powerful enough to disturb the execution of the laws, we may judge of the authority acquired by the aristocracy in England. When Earl Godwin besieged the Confessor in London, he summoned from all parts of his housecarls or house churls and retainers, and thereby constrained his sovereign to accept of the conditions which he was pleased to impose upon him. The lower rank of freemen were denominated churls among the Anglo-Saxons, and where they were industrious, they were chiefly employed in husbandry, whence a churl and a husbandman became in a manner synonymous terms. They cultivated the farms of the nobility, or thanes, for which they paid rent, and they seem to have been removable at pleasure, for there is little mention of leases among the Anglo-Saxons. The pride of the nobility, together with a general ignorance of writing, must have rendered those contracts very rare, and must have kept the husbandman in a dependent condition. The rents of farms were then chiefly paid in kind. But the most numerous rank, by far, in the community to have been the slaves or villains, who were the property of their lords, and were consequently incapable themselves of possessing any property. Dr. Brady assures us, from a survey of Domesday Book that in all the counties of England the far greater part of the land was occupied by them, and that the husbandmen, and still more the sawmen, who were tenants that could not be removed at pleasure, were very few in comparison. This was not the case with the German nations, as far as we can collect from the account given us by Tacitus. The perpetual wars in the Heptarchy and the depredations of the Danes seem to have been the cause of this great alteration with the Anglo-Saxons. Prisoners taken in battle, or carried off in the frequent inroads, were then reduced to slavery, and became, by right of war, entirely at the disposal of their lords. Great property in the nobles, especially if joined to an irregular administration of justice, naturally favors the power of the aristocracy, but still more so if the practice of slavery be admitted, and has become very common. The nobility not only possess the influence which always attends riches, but also the power which the laws give them over their slaves and villains. It then becomes difficult and almost impossible for a private man to remain altogether free and independent. There were two kinds of slaves among the Anglo-Saxons: household slaves, after the manner of the ancients, and praedial or rustic, after the manner of the Germans. These latter resembled the serfs, which are at present to be met with in Poland, Denmark, and some parts of Germany. The power of a master over his slaves was not unlimited among the Anglo-Saxons, as it was among their ancestors. If a man beat out his slave's eye or teeth, the slave recovered his liberty. If he killed him, he paid a fine to the king, provided the slave died within a day after the wound or blow. Otherwise it passed unpunished. The selling of themselves or children to slavery was always the practice among the German nations, and was continued by the Anglo-Saxons. The great lords and abbots among the Anglo-Saxons possessed a criminal jurisdiction within their territories, and could punish without appeal any thieves or robbers whom they caught there. This institution must have had a very contrary effect to that which was intended, and must have procured robbers a sure protection on the lands of such noblemen as did not sincerely mean to discourage crimes and violence. But though the general strain of the Anglo-Saxon government seems to have become aristocratical, there were still considerable remains of the ancient democracy, which were not indeed sufficient to protect the lowest of the people without the patronage of some great lord, but might give security and even some degree of dignity to the gentry or inferior nobility. The administration of justice, in particular by the courts of the decennary, the hundred, and the county, were well calculated to defend general liberty and to restrain the power of the nobles. In the county courts or shiremotes, all the freeholders were assembled twice a year, and received appeals from the inferior courts. They there decided all causes, ecclesiastical as well as civil, and the bishop, together with the alderman or earl, presided over them. The affair was determined in a summary manner, without much pleading formality or delay, by a majority of voices, and the bishop and alderman had no further authority than to keep order among the freeholders and to interpose with their opinion. Where justice was denied during 3 sessions by the hundred, and then by the county court, there lay an appeal to the king's court. But this was not practiced on slight occasions. The alderman received 1/3 of the fines levied in those courts, and as most of the punishments were then pecuniary, this perquisite formed a considerable part of the profits belonging to his office. The 2/3 also, which went to the king, made no contemptible part of the public revenue. Any freeholder was fined who absented himself thrice from these courts. As the extreme ignorance of the age made deeds and writings very rare, the county or hundred court was the place where the most remarkable civil transactions were finished, in order to preserve the memory of them and prevent all future disputes. Here testaments were promulgated, slaves manumitted, bargains of sale concluded, and sometimes, for greater security, the most considerable of these deeds were inserted in the blank leaves of the parish Bible, which thus became a kind of register, too sacred to be falsified. It was not unusual to add to the deed an imprecation on all such as should be guilty of that crime. Among a people who lived in so simple a manner as the Anglo-Saxons, the judicial power is always of greater importance than the legislative. There were few or no taxes imposed by the states. There were few statutes enacted, and the nation was less governed by laws than by customs, which admitted a great latitude of interpretation. Though it should, therefore, be allowed that the Wittenagemot was altogether composed of the principal nobility, the county courts, where all the freeholders were admitted, which regulated all the daily occurrences of life, formed a wide basis for the government, and were no contemptible checks on the aristocracy. But there is another power still more important than either the judicial or legislative, to wit, the power of injuring or serving by immediate force and violence, for which it is difficult to obtain redress in courts of justice. In all extensive governments, where the execution of the laws is feeble, this power naturally falls into the hands of the principal nobility, and the degree of which it prevails cannot be determined so much by the public statutes as by the small incidents in history, by particular customs, and sometimes by the reason and nature of things. The Highlands of Scotland have long been entitled by law to every privilege of British subjects, but it was not till very lately that the common people could in fact enjoy these privileges. The powers of all members of the Anglo-Saxon government are disputed among historians and antiquaries. The extreme obscurity of the subject, even though faction had never entered into the question, would naturally have begotten those controversies. But the great influence of the lords over their slaves and tenants, the clientship of burghers, the total want of middling rank of men, the extent of the monarchy, the loose execution of the laws, the continued disorders and convulsions of the state, all these circumstances evince that the Anglo-Saxon government became at last extremely aristocratical, and the events during the period immediately preceding the conquest confirm this inference and conjecture. Both the punishments inflicted by the Anglo-Saxon courts of judicature and the methods of proof employed in all causes appear somewhat singular and are very different from those which prevail at present among all civilized nations. We must concede that the ancient Germans were little removed from the original state of nature. The social confederacy among them was more martial than civil. They had chiefly in view the means of attack or defense against public enemies, not those of protection against their fellow citizens. Their possessions were so slender and so equal that they were not exposed to great danger, and the natural bravery of the people made every man trust to himself and to his particular friends for his defense or vengeance. This defect in the political union drew much closer the knot of particular confederacies. An insult upon any man was regarded by all his relations and associates as a common injury. They were bound by honor, as well as by a sense of common interest, to revenge his death or any violence which he had suffered. They retaliated on the aggressor by like acts of violence, and if he were protected, as was natural and usual, by his own clan, the quarrel was spread still wider and bred endless disorders in the nation. The Frisians, a tribe of Germans, had never advanced beyond this wild and imperfect state of society, and the right of private revenge still remained among them unlimited and uncontrolled. But the other German nations, in the age of Tacitus, had made one step farther toward completing the political or civil union. Though it still continued to be an indispensable point of honor for every clan to revenge the death or injury of a member, the magistrate had acquired a right of interposing in the quarrel, and of accommodating the difference. He obliged the person maimed or injured, and the relations of one killed, to accept of a present from the aggressor and his relations, as a compensation for the injury, and to drop all farther prosecution of revenge. That the accommodation of one quarrel might not be the source of more, this present was fixed and certain, according to the rank of the person killed or injured, and was commonly paid in cattle, the chief property of those rude and uncultivated nations. A present of this kind gratified the revenge of the injured family by the loss which the aggressor suffered. It satisfied then pride by the submission which it expressed. It diminished their regret for the loss of injury of a kinsman by their acquisition of new property, and thus general peace was for a moment restored to the society. But when the German nations had been settled some time in the provinces of the Roman Empire, they made still another step toward a more cultivated life, and their criminal justice gradually improved and refined itself. The magistrate whose office it was to guard public peace and to suppress private animosities conceived himself to be injured by every injury done to any of his people, and besides the compensation to the person who suffered or to his family, he thought himself entitled to exact a fine, called a fridwit, as an atonement for the breach of peace, and as a reward for the pains which he had taken in accommodating the quarrel. When this idea, which is so natural, was once suggested, it was willingly received both by sovereign and people. The numerous fines which were levied augmented the revenue of the king, and the people were sensible that he would be more vigilant in interposing with his good offices when he reaped such immediate advantage from them, and that injuries would be less frequent when, besides compensation to the person injured, that they were exposed to this additional penalty. This short abstract contains the history of the criminal jurisprudence of the northern nations for several centuries. The state of England in this particular, during the period of the Anglo-Saxons, may be judged of by the collection of ancient laws published by Lambarde and Wilkins. The chief purport of these laws is not to prevent or entirely suppress private quarrels, which the legislators knew to be impossible, but only to regulate and moderate them. The laws of Alfred enjoin that if anyone know that his enemy or aggressor, after doing him an injury, resolves to keep within his own house and his own lands, he shall not fight him till he require compensation for the injury. If he be strong enough to besiege him in his house, he may do it for 7 days without attacking him, and if the aggressor be willing during that time to surrender himself and his arms, his adversary may detain him for 30 days, but is afterwards obliged to restore him safe to his kindred, and be content with the compensation. If the criminal fly to the temple, that sanctuary must not be violated. Where the assailant has not force sufficient to besiege the criminal in his house, he must apply to the alderman for assistance, and if the alderman refuse aid, the assailant must have recourse to the king, and he is not allowed to assault the house till after this supreme magistrate has refused assistance. If any one meet with his enemy, and be ignorant that he was resolved to keep within his own lands, he must, before he attack him, require him to surrender himself prisoner, and deliver up his arms, in which case he may detain him 30 days, but if he refuse to deliver up his arms, it is then lawful to fight him. A slave may fight in his master's quarrel. A father may fight in his sons with any one except with his master. It was enacted by King Ina that no man should take revenge for an injury till he had first demanded compensation and had been refused it. End of section 22, recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington. Section 23 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 23. Appendix I, Part 3. King Edmund, in the preamble to his laws, mentions the general misery occasioned by the multiplicity of private feuds and battles, and he establishes several expedients for remedying this grievance. He ordains that if any one commit murder, he may, with the assistance of his kindred, pay within a 12-month the fine of his crime, and if they abandon him, he shall alone sustain the deadly feud or quarrel with the kindred of the murdered person. His own kindred are free from the feud, but on condition that they neither converse with him nor supply him with meat or other necessities. If any of them, after renouncing him, receive him into their house, or give him assistance, they are fineable to the king, and are involved in the feud. If the kindred of the murdered person take revenge on any but the criminal himself, after he is abandoned by his kindred, all their property is forfeited, and they are declared to be enemies to the king and all his friends. It is also ordained that the fine for murder shall never be remitted by the king, and that no criminal shall be killed who flies to the church or any of the king's towns. And the king himself declares that his house shall give no protection to murderers till they have satisfied the church by their penance, and the kindred of the deceased by making compensation. The method appointed for transacting this compensation is found in the same law. These attempts of Edmund to contract and diminish the feuds were contrary to the ancient spirit of the northern barbarians, and were a step towards a more regular administration of justice. By the Salic law, any man might by a public declaration exempt himself from his family quarrels, but then he was considered by the law as no longer belonging to the family, and he was deprived of all right of succession as the punishment of his cowardice. The price of the king's head, or his weregilt, as it was called, was by law 30,000 thrumses, near 1,300 pounds of present money. The price of the prince's head was 15,000 thrusmes, that of a bishop or alderman 8,000, a sheriff 4,000, a thane or clergyman's 2,000, a churl's 266. These prices were fixed by the law of the Angles. By the Mercian law, the price of a churl's head was 200 shillings, that of a thane's 6 times as much, that of a king's 6 times more. By the laws of Kent, the price of the archbishop's head was higher than that of the king's. Such respect was then paid to the ecclesiastics. It must be understood that where a person was unable or unwilling to pay the fine, he was put out of the protection of the law, and the kindred of the deceased had liberty to punish him as they thought proper. Some antiquaries have thought that these compensations were only given for manslaughter, not for wilful murder, but no such distinction appears in the laws, and it is contradicted by the practice of all other barbarous nations, by that of the ancient Germans, and by that curious monument above mentioned of Saxon antiquity preserved by Hicks. There is indeed a law of Alfred's which makes wilful murder capital, but this seems only to have been an attempt of the great legislator towards establishing a better police in the kingdom, and it probably remained without execution. By the laws of the same prince, a conspiracy against the life of the king might be redeemed by a fine. The price of all kinds of wounds was likewise fixed by the Saxon laws. A wound of an inch long under the hair was paid with 1 shilling, one of a like size in the face 2 shillings, 30 shillings for the loss of an ear, and so forth. There seems not to have been any difference made according to the dignity of the person. By the laws of Ethelbert, anyone who committed adultery with his neighbor's wife was obliged to pay him a fine and buy him another wife. These institutions are not peculiar to the ancient Germans. They seem to be the necessary progress of criminal jurisprudence among every free people, where the will of the sovereign is not implicitly obeyed. We find them among the ancient Greeks during the time of the Trojan War. Compositions for murder are mentioned in Nestor's speech to Achilles in the 9th Iliad, and are called Appenai. The Irish, who never had connections with the German nations, adopted the same practice till very lately, and the price of a man's head was called among them his eric, as we learn from Sir John Davis. The same custom seems also to have prevailed among the Jews. Theft and robbery were frequent among the Anglo-Saxons. In order to impose some check upon these crimes, it was ordained that no man should sell or buy anything above 20 pence value, except in open market, and every bargain of sale must be executed before witnesses. Gangs of robbers much disturbed the peace of the country, and the law determined that a tribe of banditti, consisting of between 7 and 35 persons, was to be called a turma, or troop. Any greater company was denominated an army. The punishments for this crime were various, but none of them capital. If any man could track his stolen cattle into another's ground, the latter was obliged to show the tracks out of it or pay their value. Rebellion to what excess it was carried was not capital, but might be redeemed by a sum of money. The legislators, knowing it impossible to prevent all disorders, only imposed a higher fine on breaches of the peace committed in the king's court, or before an alderman or bishop. An alehouse, too, seems to have been considered as a privileged place, for any quarrels that arose there were more severely punished than elsewhere. If the manner of punishing crimes among the Anglo-Saxons appear singular, the proofs were not less so, and were also the natural result of the situation of those people. Whatever we may imagine concerning the usual truth and sincerity of men who live in a rude and barbarous state, there is much more falsehood and even perjury among them than among civilized nations. Virtue, which is nothing but a more enlarged and more cultivated reason, never flourishes to any degree, nor is found on steady principle of honor, except where a good education becomes general, and where men are taught the pernicious consequences of vice, treachery, and immorality. Even superstition, though more prevalent among ignorant nations, is but a poor supply for the defects in knowledge and education. Our European ancestors, who employed every moment the expedient of swearing on extraordinary crosses and relics, were less honorable in all engagements than their posterity, who from experience have admitted these ineffectual securities. This general proneness to assumed perjury was much increased by the usual want of discernment in judges, who could not discuss an intricate evidence, and were obliged to number, not weigh, the testimony of witnesses. Hence the ridiculous practice of obliging men to bring compurgators, who, as they did not pretend to know anything of the fact, expressed upon oath that they believed the person spoke true, and these compurgators were in some cases multiplied to the number of 300. The practice also of single combat was employed by most nations on the continent as a remedy against false evidence, and though it was frequently dropped from the opposition of the clergy, it was continually revived from experience of the falsehood attending the testimony of witnesses. It became at last a species of jurisprudence. The cases were determined by law, in which the party might challenge his adversary or the witnesses or the judge himself, and though these customs were absurd, they were rather an improvement on the methods of trial which had formerly been practiced among those barbarous nations, and which still prevailed among the Anglo-Saxons. When any controversy about a fact became too intricate for those ignorant judges to unravel, they had recourse to what they called the judgment of God, that is, to fortune. Their methods of consulting this oracle were various. One of them was the decision by the cross. It was practiced in this manner. When a person was accused of any crime, he first cleared himself by an oath, and he was attended by 11 compurgators. He next took 2 pieces of wood, one of which was marked with the sign of the cross, and wrapping both up in wool, he placed them on the altar, or on some celebrated relic. After solemn prayers for the success of the experiment, a priest, or in his stead some inexperienced youth, took up one of the pieces of wood, and if he happened upon that which was marked with the figure of the cross, the person was pronounced innocent, if otherwise guilty. This practice, as it arose from superstition, was abolished by it in France. The ordeal was another established method of trial among the Saxons. It was practiced either by boiling water or red-hot iron. The former was appropriated to the common people, and the latter to the nobility. The water or iron was consecrated by many prayers, masses, fastings, and exorcisms, after which the person accused either took up a stone sunk in the water to a certain depth, or carried the iron to a certain distance, and his hand being wrapped up, and the covering sealed for 3 days, if there appeared on examining it no marks of burning, he was pronounced innocent, if otherwise guilty. The trial by cold water was different. The person was thrown into consecrated water. If he swam, he was guilty. If he sunk, innocent. It is difficult for us to conceive how any innocent person could ever escape by the one trial, or any criminal be convicted by the other. But there was another usage admirably calculated for allowing every criminal to escape who had confidence enough to try it. A consecrated cake, called a corsnade, was produced, which if the person could swallow and digest, he was pronounced innocent. The feudal law, if it had place at all among the Anglo-Saxons, which is doubtful, was not certainly extended over all the landed property, and was not attended with those consequences of homage, reliefs, wardship, marriage, and other burdens which were inseparable from it in the kingdoms of the continent. As the Saxons expelled or almost entirely destroyed the ancient Britons, they planted themselves in this island on the same footing with their ancestors in Germany, and found no occasion for the feudal institutions, which were calculated to maintain a kind of standing army, always in readiness to suppress any insurrection among the conquered people. The trouble and expense of defending the state in England lay equally upon all the land, and it was usual for every 5 hides to equip a man for the service. The trinota necessitas, as it was called, or the burden of military expeditions, of repairing highways, and of building and supporting bridges, was inseparable from landed property, even though it belonged to the church or monasteries, unless exempted by a particular charter. The churls or husbandmen were provided with arms and were obliged to take their turn in military duty. There were computed to be 243,600 hides in England. Consequently, the ordinary military force of the kingdom consisted of 48,720 men, though no doubt on extraordinary occasions a greater number might be assembled. The king and nobility had some military tenants who were called sithcom men, and there were some lands annexed to the office of aldermen and to other offices, but these probably were not of great extent, and were possessed only during pleasure, as in the commencement of the feudal law in other countries of Europe. The revenue of the king seems to have consisted chiefly in his domains, which were large, and in the tolls and imposts which he probably levied at his discretion on the boroughs and seaports that lay within his domains. He could not alienate any part of the crown lands, even to religious uses, without the consent of the states. Danegeld was a land tax of a shilling a hide, imposed by the states, either for payment of the sums exacted by the Danes, or for putting the kingdom into a posture of defense against those invaders. The Saxon pound, as likewise that which was coined for some centuries after the conquest, was near 3 times the weight of our present money. There were 48 shillings in the pound, and 5 pence in a shilling. Consequently, a Saxon shilling was near a 1/5 heavier than ours, and a Saxon penny near 3 times as heavy. As to the value of money in those times, compared to commodities, there are some, though not very certain, means of computation. A sheep of the laws of Athelstan was estimated at a shilling, that is, 15 pence of our money. The fleece was 2/5 of the value of the whole sheep, much above its present estimation, and the reason probably was that the Saxons, like the ancients, were little acquainted with any clothing but was made of wool. Silk and cotton were quite unknown. Linen was not much used. An ox was computed at 6 times the value of a sheep, a cow at 4. If we suppose that the cattle in that age, from the defects in husbandry, were not so large as they are at present in England, we may compute that money was then near 10 times of greater value. A horse was valued at about 36 shillings of our money, or 36 Saxon shillings, a mare a third less, a man at 3 pounds. The board wages of a child the first year was 8 shillings, together with a cow's pasture in summer and an ox's in winter. William of Malmesbury mentions it as a remarkably high price, that William Rufus gave 15 marks for a horse, or about 30 pounds of our present money. Between the years 900 and 1000, Ednoth bought a hide of land for about 118 shillings of present money. This was little more than a shilling an acre, which indeed appears to have been the usual price, as we may learn from other accounts. A palfrey was sold for 12 shillings about the year 966. The value of an ox of King Ethelred's time was between 7 and 8 shillings, a cow about 6 shillings. Jervis of Tilbury says that in Henry I's time, bread which would suffice 100 men for a day was rated at 3 shillings, or a shilling of that age. For it is thought that soon after the conquest, a pound sterling was divided into 20 shillings. A sheep was rated at a shilling, and so other things in proportion. In Athelstan's time, a ram was valued at a shilling, or 4 pence Saxon. The tenants of Shireburn were obliged, at their choice, to pay either 6 pence or 4 hens. About 1232, the abbot of St. Albans, going on a journey, hired 7 handsome, stout horses, and agreed, if any of them died on the road, to pay the owner 30 shillings apiece of our present money. It is to be remarked that in all ancient times the raising of corn, especially wheat, being a species of manufactory, that commodity always bore a higher price compared to cattle than it does in our times. The Saxon Chronicle tells us that in the reign of Edward the Confessor there was the most terrible famine ever known, insomuch that a quarter of wheat rose to 60 pennies, or 15 shillings of our present money. Consequently, it was as dear as if now cost 7 pounds 10 shillings. This much exceeds the great famine in the end of Queen Elizabeth, when a quarter of wheat was sold for 4 pounds. Money in this last period was nearly the same value as in our time. These severe famines are a certain proof of bad husbandry. On the whole, there are 3 things to be considered whenever a sum of money is mentioned in ancient times. First, the change of denomination, by which a pound has been reduced to the 1/3 part of its ancient weight in silver. Secondly, the change in value by the greater plenty of money, which has reduced the same weight of silver to 10 times less value, compared to commodities, and consequently a pound sterling to the 30th part of the ancient value. Thirdly, the fewer people and less industry which were then to be found in every European kingdom. This circumstance made even the 30th part of the sum more difficult to levy, and caused any sum to have more than 30 times greater weight and influence, both abroad and at home, than in our times, in the same manner that a sum, 100,000 pounds, for instance, is at present more difficult to levy in a small state such as Bavaria, and can produce greater effects on such a small community than on England. This last difference is not easy to be calculated, but allowing that England has now 6 times more industry and 3 times more people than it had at the Conquest, and for some reigns after that period, we are upon that supposition to conceive, taking all circumstances together, every sum of money mentioned by historians, as if it were multiplied more than 100-fold above a sum of the same denomination at present. In the Saxon times, land was divided equally among all the male children of the deceased, according to the custom of gavelkind. The practice of entails is to be found in those times. Land was chiefly of 2 kinds: bockland, or land held by a book or charter, which was regarded as full property, and descended to the heirs of the possessor; and folkland, or land held by the churls and common people, who were removable at pleasure, and were, indeed, only tenants during the will of their lords. The first attempt which we find in England to separate the ecclesiastical from the civil jurisdiction was that law of Edgar, by which all disputes among the clergy were ordered to be carried before the bishop. The penances were then very severe, but as a man could buy them off with money, or might substitute others to perform them, they lay easy upon the rich. With regard to the manners of the Anglo-Saxons, we can say little, but that they were in general a rude, uncultivated people, ignorant of letters, unskilled in the mechanical arts, untamed to submission under law and government, addicted to intemperance, riot, and disorder. Their best quality was their military courage, which yet was not supported by discipline or conduct. Their want of fidelity to the prince, or to any trust reposed in them, appears strongly in their history of their later period, and their want of humanity in all their history. Even the Norman historians, notwithstanding the low state of the arts in their own country, speak of them as barbarians, when they mention the invasion made upon them by the Duke of Normandy. The conquest put the people in a situation of receiving slowly, from abroad, the rudiments of science and cultivation, and of correcting their rough and licentious manners. End of section 23. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington.
Section 24 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by stmacduff. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 24. Chapter 4, Part 1. William the Conqueror. Contemporary monarchs. Emperor of Germany, Henry IV and Alfonso VI. King of Scotland, Malcolm III, 1093. King of France, Philip I. King of Spain, Sancho II, 1072. Popes, Alexander II, 1073, Gregory VII, 1085, and Victor III, 1087. 1066. Nothing could exceed the consternation which seized the English when they received intelligence of the unfortunate battle of Hastings, the death of their king, the slaughter of their principal nobility and of their bravest warriors, and the rout and dispersions of the remainder. But though the loss which they had sustained in that fatal action was considerable, it might have been repaired by a great nation, where the people were generally armed, and where there resided so many powerful noblemen in every province, who could have assembled their retainers, and have obliged the Duke of Normandy to divide his army, and probably to waste it in a variety of actions and recounters. It was thus that the kingdom had formerly resisted for many years its invaders, and had been gradually subdued by the continued efforts of the Romans, Saxons, and Danes, and equal difficulties might have been apprehended by William in this bold and hazardous enterprise. But there were several vices in the Anglo-Saxon constitution which rendered it difficult for the English to defend their liberties in so critical an emergency. The people had in great measure lost all national pride and spirit by their recent and long subjection to the Danes, and as Canute had, in the course of his administration, much abated the rigours of conquest, and had governed them equitably by their own laws, they regarded with the less terror the ignominy of a foreign yoke, and deemed the inconveniences of submission less formidable than those of bloodshed, war, and resistance. Their attachment also to the ancient royal family had been much weakened by their habits of submission to the Danish princes, and by their late election of Harold, or their acquiescence in his usurpation. And as they had long been accustomed to regard Edgar Atheling, the only heir of the Saxon line, as unfit to govern them, even in times of order and tranquillity, they could entertain small hopes of his being able to repair such great losses as they had sustained, or to withstand the victorious arms of the Duke of Normandy. That they might not, however, be altogether wanting to themselves in this extreme necessity, the English took some steps toward adjusting their disjointed government, and uniting themselves against the common enemy. The two potent earls, Edwin and Morcar, who had fled to London with the remains of the broken army, took the lead on this occasion. In concert with Stigand, Archbishop of Canterbury, a man possessed of great authority and of ample revenues, they proclaimed Edgar, and endeavoured to put the people in a posture of defence, and encourage them to resist the Normans. But the terror of the late defeat in the near neighbourhood of the invaders increased the confusion inseparable from great revolutions, and every resolution proposed was hasty, fluctuating, tumultuary, disconcerted by fear or faction, ill-planned, and worse executed. William, that his enemies might have no leisure to recover from their consternation or unite their counsels, immediately put himself in motion after his victory, and resolved to prosecute an enterprise which nothing but celerity and vigour could render finally successful. His first attempt was against Romney, whose inhabitants he severely punished, on account of their cruel treatment of some Norman seamen and soldiers who had been carried thither by stress of weather or by a mistake in their course. And foreseeing that his conquest of England might still be attended with many difficulties, and with much opposition, he deemed it necessary, before he should advance farther into the country, to make himself master of Dover, which would both secure him a retreat in case of adverse fortune, and afford him a safe landing place for such supplies as might be requisite for pushing his advantages. The terror diffused by his victory at Hastings was so great that the garrison of Dover, though numerous and well provided, immediately capitulated, and as the Normans, rushing in to take possession of the town, hastily set fire to some of the houses, William, desirous to conciliate the minds of the English by an appearance of lenity and justice, made compensation to the inhabitants for their losses. The Norman army, being much distressed with the dysentery, was obliged to remain here 8 days. But the Duke, on their recovery, advanced with quick marches towards London, and by his approach increased the confusions which were already so prevalent in the English councils. The ecclesiastics in particular, whose influence was great over the people, began to declare in his favour; and as most of the bishops and dignified clergymen were even then Frenchmen or Normans, the Pope's bull, by which his enterprise was avowed and hallowed, was now openly insisted on as a reason for general submission. The superior learning of these prelates, which during the Confessor's reign had raised them above the ignorant Saxons, made their opinions be received with implicit faith; and as a young prince like Edgar, whose capacity was deemed so mean, was but ill qualified to resist the impression which they made on the minds of the people. A repulse which a body of Londoners received from 500 Norman horse renewed in the city the terror of the great defeat at Hastings. The easy submission of the inhabitants of Kent was an additional discouragement to them. The burning of Southwark before their eyes made them dread a like fate to their own city, and no man any longer entertained thoughts but of immediate safety and of self-preservation. Even the Earls Edwin and Morcar, in despair of making effectual resistance, retired with their troops to their own provinces, and the people thenceforth disposed themselves unanimously to yield to the victor. As soon as he passed the Thames at Wallingford and reached Berkhamsted, Stigand the primate made submissions to him before he came within sight of the city. All the chief nobility and Edgar Atheling himself, the new elected king, came into his camp and declared their intention of yielding to his authority. They requested him to mount their throne, which they now considered as vacant, and declared to him that, as they had always been ruled by regal power, they desired to follow in this particular the example of their ancestors, and knew of no one more worthy than himself to hold the reins of government. Though this was the great object to which the Duke's enterprise tended, he feigned to deliberate on the offer, and being desirous at first of preserving the appearances of a legal administration, he wished to obtain a more explicit and formal consent of the English nation. But Almar of Aquitaine, a man equally respected for valour in the field and for prudence in council, remonstrating with him on the danger of delay in so critical a conjuncture, he laid aside all further scruples, and accepted of the crown which was tendered him. Orders were immediately issued to prepare everything for the ceremony of his coronation; but as he was yet afraid to place entire confidence in the Londoners, who were numerous and warlike, he meanwhile commanded fortresses to be erected, in order to curb the inhabitants and to secure his person and government. Stigand was not much in the Duke's favour, both because he had intruded into the see on the expulsion of Robert the Norman, and because he possessed such influence and authority over the English as might be dangerous to a new established monarch. William, therefore, pretending that the primate had obtained his pall in an irregular manner from Pope Benedict IX., who was himself a usurper, refused to be consecrated by him, and conferred this honour on Aldred, Archbishop of York. Westminster Abbey was the place appointed for that magnificent ceremony. The most considerable of the nobility, both English and Norman, attended the Duke on the occasion. Aldred, in a short speech, asked the former whether they agreed to accept of William as their king. The Bishop of Coutances put the same question to the latter, and both being answered with acclamations, Aldred administered to the Duke the usual coronation oath, by which he bound himself to protect the Church, to administer justice, and to repress violence. He then anointed him, and put the crown upon his head. There appeared nothing but joy in the countenance of the spectators. But in that very moment there burst forth the strongest symptoms of the jealousy and animosity which prevailed between the nations, and which continually increased during the reign of this prince. The Norman soldiers, who were placed without in order to guard the church, hearing the shouts within, fancied that the English were offering violence to their duke, and they immediately assaulted the populace and set fire to the neighbouring houses. The alarm was conveyed to the nobility, who surrounded the prince, both English and Normans, full of apprehensions, rushed out to secure themselves from the present danger, and it was with difficulty that William himself was able to appease the tumult. The king, thus possessed of the throne by a pretended designation of King Edward, and by an irregular election of the people, but still more by force of arms, retired from London to Birking in Essex, and there received the submissions of all the nobility who had not attended his coronation. Edric, surnamed the Forester, grandnephew to that Edric so noted for his repeated acts of perfidy during the reigns of Ethelred and Edmund, Earl Coxo, a man famous for bravery, even Edwin and Morcar, Earls of Mercia and Northumberland, with the other principal noblemen of England, came and swore fealty to him, were received into favour, and were confirmed in the possession of their estates and dignities. Everything bore the appearance of peace and tranquillity, and William had no other occupation than to give contentment to the foreigners who had assisted him to mount the throne, and to his new subjects, who had so readily submitted to him. He had got possession of the treasure of Harold, which was considerable, and being also supplied with rich presents from the opulent men in all parts of England, who were solicitous to gain the favour of their new sovereign, he distributed great sums among his troops, and by this liberality gave them hopes of obtaining at length those more durable establishments which they had expected from his enterprise. The ecclesiastics, both at home and abroad, had much forwarded his success, and he failed not in return to express his gratitude and devotion in the manner which was the most acceptable to them. He sent Harold's standard to the Pope, accompanied with many valuable presents. All the considerable monasteries and churches in France, where prayers had been put up for his success, now tasted his bounty. The English monks found him well disposed to favour their order, and he built a new convent near Hastings, which he called Battle Abbey, and which, on pretence of supporting monks to pray for his own soul and for that of Harold, served as a lasting memorial of his victory. He introduced into England that strict execution of justice for which his administration had been much celebrated in Normandy, and even during this violent revolution, every disorder or oppression met with rigorous punishment. His army in particular was governed with severe discipline, and notwithstanding the insolence of victory, care was taken to give as little offence as possible to the jealousy of the vanquished. The king appeared solicitous to unite in an amicable manner the Normans and the English, by intermarriages and alliances, and all his new subjects who approached his person were received with affability and regard. No signs of suspicion appeared, not even towards Edgar Atheling, the heir of the ancient royal family, whom William confirmed in the honours of Earl of Oxford, conferred on him by Harold, and whom he affected to treat with the highest kindness, as nephew to the Confessor, his great friend and benefactor. Though he confiscated the estates of Harold and of those who had fought in the battle of Hastings on the side of that prince, whom he represented as a usurper, he seemed willing to admit of every plausible excuse for past opposition to his pretensions, and he received many into favour who had carried arms against him. He confirmed the liberties and immunities of London and the other cities of England, and appeared desirous of replacing everything on ancient establishments. In his whole administration he bore the semblance of the lawful prince, not of the conqueror, and the English began to flatter themselves that they had changed not the form of their government, but the succession only of their sovereigns, a matter which gave them small concern. The better to reconcile his new subjects to his authority, William made a progress through some parts of England, and besides a splendid court and majestic presence which overawed the people, already struck with his military fame, the appearance of his clemency and justice gained the approbation of the wise, attentive to the first steps of their new sovereign. But amidst this confidence and friendship which he expressed for the English, the king took care to place all real power in the hands of his Normans, and still to keep possessions of the sword of which he was sensible he had owed to the advancement to a sovereign authority. He disarmed the city of London and other places which appeared most warlike and populous, and building citadels in that capital as well as in Winchester, Hereford, and the cities best situated for commanding the kingdom, he quartered Norman soldiers in all of them, and left nowhere any power able to resist or oppose him. He bestowed the forfeited estates on the most eminent of his captains, and established funds for the payment of his soldiers. And thus, while his civil administration carried the face of a legal magistrate, his military institutions were those of a master and tyrant, at least of one who reserved to himself, whenever he pleased, the power of assuming that character. By this mixture, however, of vigour and lenity, he had so soothed the minds of the English that he thought he might safely visit his native country, and enjoy the triumph and congratulation of his ancient subjects. He left the administration in the hands of his uterine brother, Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, and of William Fitzalbern. That their authority might be exposed to less danger, he carried over with him all the most considerable nobility of England, who, while they served to grace his court by their presence and magnificent retinues, were in reality hostages for the fidelity of the nation. Among these were Edward Atheling, Stigand the Primate, the Earls Edwin and Morcar, Waltheof, the son of the brave Earl Siward, with others eminent for the greatness of their fortunes and families, or for their ecclesiastical and civil dignities. He was visited at the Abbey of Fécamp, where he resided during some time, by Rodolphe, uncle to the King of France, and by many powerful princes and nobles who, having contributed to his enterprise, were desirous of participating in the joy and advantages of his success. His English courtiers, willing to ingratiate themselves with their new sovereign, outvied each other in equipages and entertainments, and made a display of riches which struck the foreigners with astonishment. William of Poitiers, a Norman historian who was present, speaks with admiration of the beauty of their persons, the size and workmanship of their silver plate, the costliness of their embroideries, an art in which the English then excelled, and he expresses himself in such terms as tend much to exalt our idea of the opulence and cultivation of the people. But though everything bore the face of joy and festivity, and William himself treated his new courtiers with great appearance of kindness, it was impossible altogether to prevent the insolence of the Normans, and the English nobles derived little satisfaction from those entertainments, where they considered themselves as led in triumph by their ostentatious conqueror. In England affairs took still a worse turn during the absence of the sovereign. Discontents and complaints multiplied everywhere. Secret conspiracies were entered into against the government. Hostilities were already begun in many places, and everything seemed to menace a revolution as rapid as that which had placed William on the throne. The historian above mentioned, who is a panegyrist of his master, throws the blame entirely on the fickle and mutinous disposition of the English, and highly celebrates the justice and lenity of Odo's and Fitz-Osborne's administration. But other historians, with more probability, impute the cause chiefly to the Normans, who, despising a people that had so easily submitted to the yoke, envying their riches and grudging the restraints imposed upon their own rapine, were desirous of provoking them to a rebellion by which they expected to acquire new confiscations and forfeitures, and to gratify those unbounded hopes which they had formed in entering on this enterprise. It is evident that the chief reason of this alteration in the sentiments of the English must be ascribed to the departure of William, who was alone able to curb the violence of his captains and to overawe the mutinies of the people. Nothing, indeed, appears more strange than that this prince, in less than 3 months after the conquest of a great warlike and turbulent nation, should absent himself in order to revisit his own country, which remained in profound tranquillity, and was not menaced by any of its neighbours, and should so long leave his jealous subjects at the mercy of an insolent and licentious army. Were we not assured of the solidity of his genius and the good sense displayed in all other circumstances of his conduct, we might ascribe this measure to a vain ostentation, which rendered him impatient to display his pomp and magnificence among his ancient subjects. It is therefore more natural to believe that, in so extraordinary a step, he was guided by a concealed policy, and that though he had thought proper at first to allure the people to submission by the semblance of a legal administration, he found that he could neither satisfy his rapacious captains, nor secure his unstable government, without farther exerting the rights of conquest, and seizing the possessions of the English. In order to have a pretext for this violence, he endeavoured, without discovering his intentions, to provoke and allure them into insurrections, which he thought could never prove dangerous, while he detained all the principal nobility in Normandy, while a great and victorious army was quartered in England, and while he himself was so near to suppress any tumult or rebellion. But as no ancient writer has ascribed this tyrannical purpose to William, it scarcely seems allowable, from conjecture alone, to throw such an imputation upon him. End of section 24. Recording by stmacduff. Section 25 of Volume 1A of History of England, from the invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by stmacduff. History of England, from the invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 25. Chapter 4, Part 2. But whether we are to account for that measure from the king's vanity or from his policy, it was the immediate cause of all the calamities which the English endured during this and the subsequent reigns, and gave rise to those mutual jealousies and animosities between them and the Normans, which were never appeased till a long tract of time had gradually united the two nations and made them one people. The inhabitants of Kent, who had first submitted to the Conqueror, were the first that attempted to throw off the yoke, and in confederacy with Eustace, Count of Boulogne, who had also been disgusted by the Normans, they made an attempt, though without success, on the garrison of Dover. Edric the Forester, whose possessions lay on the banks of the Severn, being provoked at the depredations of some Norman captains in his neighbourhood, formed an alliance with Blethyn and Rowallan, two Welsh princes, and endeavoured with their assistance to repel force by force. But though these open hostilities were not very considerable, the disaffection was general among the English, who had become sensible, though too late, of their defenceless condition, and began already to experience those insults and injuries which a nation must always expect that allows itself to be reduced to that abject situation. A secret conspiracy was entered into to perpetrate in one day a general massacre of the Normans, like that which had formerly been executed upon the Danes, and the quarrel was become so general and national that the vassals of Earl Coxo, having desired him to head them in an insurrection, and finding him resolute in maintaining his fidelity to William, put him to death as a traitor to his country. The king, informed of these dangerous discontents, hastened over to England, and by his presence and the vigorous measures which he pursued, disconcerted all the schemes of the conspirators. Such of them as had been more violent in their mutiny betrayed their guilt by flying or concealing themselves, and the confiscation of their estates, while it increased the number of malcontents, both enabled William to gratify farther the rapacity of his Norman captains, and gave them the prospect of new forfeitures and attainders. The king began to regard all his English subjects as inveterate and irreclaimable enemies, and thenceforth either embraced or was more fully confirmed in the resolution of seizing their possessions, and of reducing them to the most abject slavery. Though the natural violence and severity of his temper made him incapable of feeling any remorse in the execution of this tyrannical purpose, he had art enough to conceal his intention, and to preserve still some appearance of justice in his oppressions. He ordered all the English who had been arbitrarily expelled by the Normans during his absence to be restored to their states. But at the same time he imposed a general tax on the people, that of Danegeld, which had been abolished by the Confessor, and which had always been extremely odious to the nation. As the vigilance of William overawed the malcontents, their insurrections were more the result of an impatient humour in the people than of any regular conspiracy which could give them a rational hope of success against the established power of the Normans. The inhabitants of Exeter, instigated by Githa, mother to King Harold, refused to admit a Norman garrison, and betaking themselves to arms, were strengthened by the accession of the neighbouring inhabitants of Devonshire and Cornwall. The king hastened with his forces to chastise the revolt, and on his approach the wiser and more considerable citizens, sensible of the unequal contest, persuaded the people to submit, and to deliver hostages for their obedience. A sudden mutiny of the populace broke this agreement, and William, appearing before the walls, ordered the eyes of one of the hostages to be put out, as an earnest of that severity which the rebels must expect if they persevered in their revolt. The inhabitants were anew seized with terror, and surrendering at discretion, threw themselves at the king's feet, and supplicated his clemency and forgiveness. William was not destitute of generosity when his temper was not hardened either by policy or passion. He was prevailed on to pardon the rebels, and set guards on all the gates in order to prevent the rapacity and insolence of his soldiery. Githa escaped with her treasures to Flanders. The malcontents of Cornwall imitated the example of Exeter, and met with like treatment. And the king, having built a citadel in that city, which he put under the command of Baldwin, son of Earl Gilbert, returned to Winchester and dispersed his army into their quarters. He was there joined by his wife, Matilda, who had not before visited England, and whom he now ordered to be crowned by Archbishop Aldred. Soon after she brought him an accession to his family by the birth of a fourth son, whom he named Henry. His elder three sons, Robert, Richard, and William, still resided in Normandy. But though the king appeared thus fortunate both in public and domestic life, the discontents of his English subjects augmented daily, and the injuries committed and suffered on both sides rendered the quarrel between them and the Normans absolutely incurable. The insolence of victorious masters dispersed throughout the kingdom seemed intolerable to the natives, and wherever they found the Normans separate or assembled in small bodies, they secretly set upon them and gratified their vengeance by the slaughter of their enemies. But an insurrection in the north drew thither the general attention, and seemed to threaten more important consequences. Edwin and Morcar appeared at the head of this rebellion, and these potent noblemen, before they took arms, stipulated for foreign succours from their nephew Blethyn, Prince of North Wales, from Malcolm, King of Scotland, and from Sweyn, King of Denmark. Besides the general discontent which had seized the English, the two earls were incited to this revolt by private injuries. William, in order to ensure them to his interests, had on his accession promised his daughter in marriage to Edwin. But either he had never seriously intended to perform this engagement, or having changed his plan of administration in England from clemency to rigor, he thought it was to little purpose if he gained one family while he enraged the whole nation. When Edwin therefore renewed his applications, he gave him an absolute denial, and this disappointment, added to so many other reasons of disgust, induced that nobleman and his brother to concur with their incensed countrymen, and to make one general effort for the recovery of their ancient liberties. William knew the importance of celerity in quelling an insurrection supported by such powerful leaders, and so agreeable to the wishes of the people; and having his troops always in readiness, he advanced by great journeys to the north. On his march he gave orders to fortify the castle of Warwick, of which he left Henry de Beaumont governor, and that of Nottingham, which he committed to the custody of William Peveril, another Norman captain. He reached York before the rebels were in any condition for resistance, or were joined by any of the foreign succours which they expected, except a small reinforcement from Wales; and the two earls found no means of safety but having recourse to the clemency of the victor. Archil, a potent nobleman in those parts, imitated their example, and delivered his son as a hostage for his fidelity; nor were the people, thus deserted by their leaders, able to make any farther resistance. But the treatment which William gave the chiefs was very different from that which fell to the share of their followers. He observed religiously the terms which he had granted to the former, and allowed them for the present to keep possession of their estates; but he extended the rigours of his confiscations over the latter, and gave away their lands to his foreign adventurers. These, planted throughout the whole country, and in possession of the military power, left Edwin and Morcar, whom he pretended to spare, destitute of all support, and ready to fall whenever he should think proper to command their ruin. A peace which he made with Malcolm, who did him homage for Cumberland, seemed at the same time to deprive them of all prospect of foreign assistance. The English were now sensible that their final destruction was intended, and that instead of a sovereign whom they had hoped to gain by their submission, they had tamely surrendered themselves, without resistance, to a tyrant and a conqueror. Though the early confiscation of Harold's followers might seem iniquitous, being inflicted on men who had never sworn fealty to the Duke of Normandy, who were ignorant of his pretensions, and who only fought in the defence of the government which they themselves had established in their own country, yet were these rigours, however contrary to ancient Saxon laws, excused on account of the urgent necessities of the prince; and those who were not involved in the present ruin hoped that they should thenceforth enjoy, without molestation, their possessions and their dignities. But the successive destruction of so many other families convinced them that the king intended to rely entirely on the support and affections of foreigners; and they foresaw new forfeitures, attainders, and acts of violence as the necessary result of this destructive plan of administration. They observed that no Englishman possessed his confidence, or was entrusted with any command or authority, and that the strangers, whom a rigorous discipline could have but ill restrained, were encouraged in their insolence and tyranny against them. The easy submission of the kingdom on its first invasion had exposed the natives to contempt. The subsequent proofs of their animosity and resentment had made them the object of hatred, and they were now deprived of every expedient by which they could hope to make themselves either regarded or beloved by their sovereign. Impressed with the sense of this dismal situation, many Englishmen fled into foreign countries, with an intention of passing their lives abroad, free from oppression, or of returning on a favourable opportunity to assist their friends in the recovery of their native liberties. Edgar Atheling himself, dreading the insidious caresses of William, was persuaded by Cospatrick, a powerful Northumbrian, to escape with him into Scotland, and he carried thither his two sisters, Margaret and Christina. They were well received by Malcolm, who soon after espoused Margaret, the elder sister, and partly with a view of strengthening his kingdom by the accession of so many strangers, partly in hopes of employing them against the growing power of William, he gave great countenance to all the English exiles. Many of them settled there, and laid the foundation of families which afterwards made a figure in that country. While the English suffered under these oppressions, and even the foreigners were not much at their ease, but finding themselves surrounded on all hands by engaged enemies who took every advantage against them, and menaced them with still more bloody effects of the public resentment, they began to wish again for the tranquillity and security of their native country. Hugh de Grandmesnil and Humphrey de Telliot, though entrusted with great commands, desired to be dismissed the service, and some others imitated their example, a desertion which was highly resented by the king, and which he punished by the confiscation of all their possessions in England. But William's bounty to his followers could not fail of alluring many new adventurers into his service, and the rage of the vanquished English served only to excite the attention of the king and those warlike chiefs, and keep them in readiness to suppress every commencement of domestic rebellion or foreign invasion. It was not long before they found occupation for their prowess and military conduct. Godwin, Edmund, and Magnus, three sons of Harold, had, immediately after the defeat at Hastings, sought a retreat in Ireland, where, having met with a kind reception from Dermot and other princes of that country, they projected an invasion on England, and they hoped that all the exiles from Denmark, Scotland, and Wales, assisted by forces from these several countries, would at once commence hostilities and rouse the indignation of the English against their haughty conquerors. They landed in Devonshire, but found Brian, son of the Count of Brittany, at the head of some foreign troops, ready to oppose them; and being defeated in several actions, they were obliged to retreat to their ships, and to return with great loss to Ireland. The efforts of the Normans were now directed to the north, where affairs had fallen into the utmost confusion. The more impatient of the Northumbrians had attacked Robert de Comyn, who was appointed governor at Durham, and gaining the advantage over him from his negligence, they put him to death in that city with 700 of his followers. This success animated the inhabitants of York, who, rising in arms, slew Robert Fitzrichard, their governor, and besieged in the castle William Mallet, on whom the command now devolved. A little after, the Danish troops landed from 300 vessels. Osberne, brother to King Sweyn, was entrusted with the command of these forces, and he was accompanied by Harold and Canute, two sons of that monarch. Edgar Atheling appeared from Scotland, and brought along with him Cospatrick, Waltheof, Seward, Byrne, Merle Swain, Adelin, and other leaders, who, partly from the hopes which they gave of Scottish succours, partly from their authority in those parts, easily persuaded the warlike and discontented Northumbrians to join the insurrection. Mallet, that he might better provide for the defence of the citadel of York, set fire to some houses which lay contiguous. But this expedient proved the immediate cause of his destruction. The flames, spreading into the neighbouring streets, reduced the whole city to ashes. The enraged inhabitants, aided by the Danes, took advantage of the confusion to attack the castle, which they carried by assault, and the garrison, to the number of 3,000 men, was put to the sword without mercy. This success proved a signal to many other parts of England, and gave the people an opportunity of showing their malevolence to the Normans. Hereward, a nobleman in East Anglia, celebrated for valour, assembled his followers, and taking shelter in the Isle of Ely, made inroads on all the neighbouring country. The English in the countries of Somerset and Dorset rose in arms, and assaulted Montacute, the Norman governor, while the inhabitants of Cornwall and Devon invested Exeter, which from the memory of William's clemency still remained faithful to him. Edric the Forester, calling in the assistance of the Welsh, laid siege to Shrewsbury, and made head against Earl Bryant and Fitz Osberne, who commanded in those quarters. The English everywhere, repenting their former easy submission, seemed determined to make concert one great effort for the recovery of their liberties, and for the expulsion of their oppressors. William, undismayed amidst this scene of confusion, assembled his forces, and animating them with the prospect of new confiscations and forfeitures, he marched against the rebels in the north, whom he regarded as the most formidable, and whose defeat he knew would strike a terror into all the other malcontents. Joining policy to force, he tried, before his approach, to weaken the enemy by detaching the Danes from them, and he engaged Osborne by large presents, and by offering him the liberty of plundering the sea-coast, to retire without committing farther hostilities into Denmark. Cospatric also, in despair of success, made his peace with the king, and paying a sum of money as an atonement for his insurrection, was received into favour, and even invested with the earldom of Northumberland. Waltheof, who long defended York with great courage, was allured with this appearance of clemency; and as William knew how to esteem valour even in an enemy, that nobleman had no reason to repent of this confidence. Even Edric, compelled by necessity, submitted to the conqueror, and received forgiveness, which was soon after followed by some degree of trust and favour. Malcolm, coming too late to support his confederates, was constrained to retire, and all the English rebels in other parts, except Hereward, who still kept his fastnesses, dispersed themselves, and left the Normans undisputed masters of the kingdom. Edgar Atheling with his followers sought again a retreat in Scotland from the pursuit of his enemies. But the seeming clemency of William toward the English leaders proceeded only from artifice, or from his esteem of individuals. His heart was hardened against all compassion towards the people, and he scrupled no measure, however violent or severe, which seemed requisite to support his plan of tyrannical administration. Sensible of the restless disposition of the Northumbrians, he determined to incapacitate them even after from giving him disturbance, and he issued orders for laying entirely waste that fertile country, which, for the extent of 60 miles, lies between the Humber and the Tees. The houses were reduced to ashes by the merciless Normans, the cattle seized and driven away, the instruments of husbandry destroyed, and the inhabitants compelled either to seek for a subsistence in the southern parts of Scotland, or, if they lingered in England, from a reluctance to abandon their ancient habitations, they perished miserably in the woods from cold and hunger. The lives of 100,000 persons are computed to have been sacrificed to the stroke of barbarous policy, which, by seeking a remedy for a temporary evil, thus inflicted a lasting wound on the power and populaces of the nation. But William, finding himself entirely master of a people who had given him such sensible proofs of their impotent rage and animosity, now resolved to proceed to extremities against all the natives of England, and to reduce them to a condition in which they should no longer be formidable to his government. The insurrections and conspiracies in so many parts of the kingdom had involved the bulk of the landed proprietors, more or less, in the guilt of treason, and the king took advantage of executing against them, with the utmost rigour, the laws of forfeiture and attainder. Their lives were indeed commonly spared, but their estates were confiscated, and either annexed to the royal domain, or conferred with the most profuse bounty on the Normans and other foreigners. While the king's declared intention was to depress, or rather extremely extirpate, the English gentry, it is easy to believe that scarcely the form of justice would be observed in those violent proceedings, and that any suspicion served as the most undoubted proofs of guilt against a people thus devoted to destruction. End of section 25. Recording by stmacduff. Section 26 of Volume 1A of the History of England, from the invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by stmacduff. History of England, from the invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 26. Chapter 4, Part 3. It was crime sufficient in an Englishman to be opulent or noble or powerful, and the policy of the king, concurring with the rapacity of foreign adventurers, produced almost a total revolution in the landed property of the kingdom. Ancient and honourable families were reduced to beggary. The nobles themselves were everywhere treated with ignominy and contempt, and they had the mortification of seeing their castles and manors possessed by Normans of the meanest birth and lowest stations, and they found themselves carefully excluded from every road which led either to riches or preferment. As power naturally follows property, this revolution alone gave great security to the foreigners. But William, by the new institutions which he established, took also care to retain forever the military authority in those hands which had enabled him to subdue the kingdom. He introduced into England the feudal law, which he found established in France and Normandy, and which, during that age, was the foundation both of the stability and of the disorders in most of the monarchical governments of Europe. He divided all the lands of England, with very few exceptions besides the royal domain, into baronies, and he conferred these, with the reservation of stated services and payments, on the most considerable of his adventurers. These great barons, who held immediately of the crown, shared out a great part of their lands to other foreigners who were denominated knights or vassals, and who paid their lord the same duty and submission in peace and war which he himself owed to his sovereign. The whole kingdom contained about 700 chief tenants and 60,215 knights' fees, and as none of the native English were admitted into the first rank, the few who retained their landed property were glad to be received into the second, and under the protection of some powerful Norman, to load themselves and their posterity with this grievous burden, for estates which they had received free from their ancestors. The small mixture of English which entered into this civil or military fabric, for it partook of both species, was so restrained by subordination under the foreigners, that the Norman dominion seemed now to be fixed on the most durable basis, and to defy all the efforts of its enemies. The better to unite the parts of the government, and to bind them into one system, which might serve both for defence against foreigners and for the support of domestic tranquillity, William reduced the ecclesiastical revenues under the same feudal law, and though he had courted the church on his invasion and accession, he now subjected it to services which the clergy regarded as a grievous slavery, and as totally unbefitting their profession. The bishops and abbots were obliged, when required, to furnish to the king during war a number of knights or military tenants proportioned to the extent of property possessed by each see or abbey, and they were liable, in case of failure, to the same penalties which were exacted from the laity. The pope and the ecclesiastics exclaimed against this tyranny, as they called it, but the king's authority was so well established over the army, who held everything from his bounty, that superstition itself, even in that age when it was most prevalent, was constrained to bend under his superior influence. But as the great body of the clergy were still natives, the king had much reason to dread the effects of their resentment. He therefore used the precaution of expelling the English from all the considerable dignities, and of advancing foreigners in their place. The partiality of the confessor towards the Normans had been so great, that, aided by their superior learning, it had promoted them to many of the sees in England, and even before the period of the Conquest, scarcely more than 6 or 7 of the prelates were natives of the country. But among these was Stigand, Archbishop of Canterbury, a man who, by his address and vigour, by the greatness of his family and alliances, by the extent of his possessions, as well as by the dignity of his office and his authority among the English, gave jealousy to the king. Though William had, on his accession, affronted this prelate by employing the Archbishop of York to officiate at his consecration, he was careful on other occasions to load him with honours and caresses, and to avoid giving him farther offence till the opportunity should offer of effecting his final destruction. The suppression of the late rebellions and the total subjection of the English made him hope that an attempt against Stigand, however violent, would be covered by his great successes, and be overlooked amidst the other important revolutions which affected so deeply the property and liberty of the kingdom. Yet, notwithstanding those great advantages, he did not think it safe to violate the reverence usually paid to the primate, but, under the cover of a new superstition which he was the great instrument of introducing into England, the doctrine which exalted the papacy above all human power had gradually diffused itself from the city and court of Rome, and was during that age much more prevalent in the southern than in the northern kingdoms of Europe. Pope Alexander, who had assisted William in his conquests, naturally expected that the French and Normans would import into England the same reverence for his sacred character with which they were impressed in their own country, and would break the spiritual as well as civil independency of the Saxons, who had hitherto conducted their ecclesiastical government with an acknowledgment indeed of primacy in the see of Rome, but without much idea of its title to dominion or authority. As soon, therefore, as the Norman prince seemed fully established on the throne, the Pope dispatched Ermenfloy, Bishop of Sion, as his legate into England, and this prelate was the first that had ever appeared with that character in any part of the British Islands. The king, though he was probably led by principle to pay this submission to Rome, determined, as is usual, to employ the incident as a means of serving his political purposes, and of degrading those English prelates who were become obnoxious to him. The legate submitted to become the instrument of his tyranny, and thought that the more violent the exertion of power, the more certainly did it confirm the authority of that court from which he derived his commission. He summoned, therefore, a council of the prelates and abbots at Winchester, and being assisted by 2 cardinals, Peter and John, he cited before him Stigand, Archbishop of Canterbury, to answer for his conduct. The primate was accused of 3 crimes: the holding of the see of Winchester together with that of Canterbury, the officiating in the pall of Robert, his predecessor, and the having received his own pall from Benedict IX, who was afterwards deposed for simony and for intrusion into the papacy. These crimes of Stigand were mere pretences, since the first had been a practice not unusual in England, and was never anywhere subjected to a higher penalty than a resignation of one of the sees. The second was a pure ceremonial, and as Benedict was the only pope who then had officiated, and his acts were never repealed, all the prelates of the church, especially those who lay at a distance, were excusable for making their applications to him. Stigand's ruin, however, was resolved on, and was prosecuted with great severity. The legate degraded him from his dignity, the king confiscated his estate, and cast him into prison, where he continued in poverty and want during the remainder of his life. Like rigor was exercised against the other English prelates. Alderic, Bishop of Selsey, and Agelmer of Elmham were disposed by the legate and imprisoned by the king. Many considerable abbots shared the same fate. Egelwin, Bishop of Durham, fled the kingdom. Wulstan of Worcester, a man of an inoffensive character, was the only English prelate that escaped this general proscription, and remained in possession of his dignity. Aldred, Bishop of York, who had set the crown on William's head, had died a little before of grief and vexation, and had left his malediction to that prince, on account of the breach of his coronation oath, and of the extreme tyranny with which he saw he was determined to treat his English subjects. It was a fixed maxim in this reign, as well as in some of the subsequent, that no native of the island should ever be advanced to any dignity, ecclesiastical, civil, or military. The king, therefore, upon Stigand's deposition, promoted Lanfranc, a Milanese monk celebrated for his learning and piety, to the vacant see. This prelate was rigid in defending the prerogatives of his station, and after a long process before the pope, he obliged Thomas, a Norman monk who had been appointed to the see of York, to acknowledge the primacy of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Where ambition can be so happy as to cover its enterprises even to the person himself, under the appearance of principle, it is the most incurable and inflexible of all human passions. Hence Lanfranc's zeal in promoting the interests of the papacy, by which he himself augmented his own authority, was indefatigable, and met with proportionable success. The devoted attachment to Rome continually increased in England, and being favoured by the sentiments of the conquerors, as well as by the monastic establishments formerly introduced by Edred and by Edgar, it soon reached the same height at which it had during some time stood in France and Italy. It afterwards went much farther, being favoured by that very remote situation which had at first obstructed its progress, and being less checked by knowledge and a liberal education, which was still somewhat more common in the southern countries. The prevalence of this superstitious spirit became dangerous to some of William's successors, and incommodious to most of them. But the arbitrary sway of this king over the English, and his extensive authority over the foreigners, kept him from feeling any immediate inconveniences from it. He retained the church in great subjection, as well as his lay subjects, and would allow none of whatever character to dispute his sovereign will and pleasure. He prohibited his subjects from acknowledging any one for pope whom he himself had not previously received. He required that all the ecclesiastic canons voted in any synod should first be laid before him, and be ratified by his authority. Even bulls or letters from Rome could not legally be produced till they received the same sanction. And none of his ministers or barons, whatever offences they were guilty of, could be subjected to spiritual censures till he himself had given his consent to their excommunication. These regulations were worthy of a sovereign, and kept united the civil and ecclesiastical powers, which the principles introduced by this prince himself had an immediate tendency to separate. But the English had the cruel mortification to find that their king's authority, however required or however extended, was all employed in their oppression, and that the scene of their subjection, attended with every circumstance of insult and indignity, was deliberately formed by the prince, and wantonly prosecuted by his followers. William had even entertained the difficult project of totally abolishing the English language, and for that purpose he ordered that in all schools throughout the kingdom the youth should be instructed in the French tongue, a practice which was continued from custom till after the reign of Edward III, and was never indeed totally discontinued in England. The pleadings in the supreme courts of judicature were in French. The deeds were often drawn in the same language. The laws were composed in that idiom. No other tongue was used at court. It became the language of all fashionable company, and the English themselves, ashamed of their own country, affected to excel in that foreign dialect. From this attention of William, and from the extensive foreign dominions, long annexed to the crown of England, proceeded that mixture of French which is at present to be found in the English tongue, and which composes the greatest and best part of our language. But amidst these endeavours to depress the English language, the king, moved by the remonstrances of some of his prelates, and by the earnest desires of the people, restored a few of the laws of King Edward, which, though seemingly of no great importance towards the protection of general liberty, gave them extreme satisfaction, as a memorial of their ancient government, and an unusual mark of complaisance in their imperious conquerors. The situation of the two great earls, Morcar and Edwin, became now very disagreeable. Though they had retained their allegiance during this general insurrection of their countrymen, they had not gained the king's confidence, and they found themselves exposed to the malignity of the courtiers, who envied them on account of their opulence and greatness, and at the same time involved them in that general contempt which they entertained for the English. Sensible that they had entirely lost their dignity, and could not even hope to remain long in safety, they determined, though too late, to share the same fate with their countrymen. When Edwin retired to his estate in the north, with a view of commencing an insurrection, Morcar took shelter in the Isle of Ely with the brave Hereward, who, secured by the inaccessible situation of the place, still defended himself against the Normans. But this attempt served only to accelerate the ruin of the few English who had hitherto been able to preserve their rank or fortune during the past convulsions. William employed all his endeavours to subdue the Isle of Ely, and having surrounded it with flat-bottomed boats, and made a causeway through the morasses to the extent of 2 miles, he obliged the rebels to surrender at discretion. Hereward alone forced his way, sword in hand, through the enemy, and still continued his hostilities by sea against the Normans, till at last William, charmed with his bravery, received him into favour, and restored him to his estate. Morcar and Egelwin, Bishop of Durham, who had joined the malcontents, were thrown into prison, and the latter soon after died in confinement. Edwin, attempting to make his escape into Scotland, was betrayed by some of his followers, and was killed by a party of Normans, to the great affliction of the English, and even to that of William, who paid a tribute of generous tears to the memory of this gallant and beautiful youth. The King of Scotland, in hopes of profiting by these convulsions, had fallen upon the northern countries. But on the approach of William he retired, and when the king entered into his country, he was glad to make peace, and to pay the usual homage to the English crown. To complete the king's prosperity, Edgar Atheling himself, despairing of success and weary of a fugitive life, submitted to his enemy, and receiving a decent pension for his subsistence, was permitted to live in England unmolested. But these acts of generosity toward the leaders were disgraced, as usual, by William's rigour against the inferior malcontents. He ordered the hands to be lopped off and the eyes to be put out of many of the prisoners whom he had taken in the Isle of Ely, and he dispersed them in that miserable condition throughout the country as monuments of his severity. The province of Maine in France had, by the will of Herbert, the last count, fallen under the dominion of William some years before his conquest of England. But the inhabitants, dissatisfied with the Norman government, and instigated by Fulk, Count of Anjou, who had some pretensions to the succession, now rose in rebellion, and expelled the magistrates whom the king had placed over them. The full settlement of England afforded him leisure to punish this insult on his authority, but being unwilling to remove his Norman forces from this island, he carried over a considerable army, composed almost entirely of English, and joining them to some troops levied in Normandy, he entered the revolted province. The English appeared ambitious of distinguishing themselves on this occasion, and of retrieving that character of valor which had long been national among them, but which their late easy subjection under the Normans had somewhat degraded and obscured. Perhaps, too, they hoped that by their zeal and activity they might recover the confidence of their sovereign, as their ancestors had formerly, by like means, gained the affections of Canute, and might conquer his inveterate prejudices in favour of his own countrymen. The king's military conduct, seconded by these brave troops, soon overcame all opposition in Maine. The inhabitants were obliged to submit, and the Count of Anjou relinquished his pretensions. But during these transactions the government of England was greatly disturbed, and that too by those very foreigners who owed everything to the king's bounty, and who were the sole object of his friendship and regard. The Norman barons who had engaged with their duke in the conquest of England were men of the most independent spirit, and though they obeyed their leader in the field, they would have regarded with disdain the richest acquisitions, had they been required in turn to submit in their civil government to the arbitrary will of one man. But the imperious character of William, encouraged by his absolute dominion over the English, and often impelled by the necessity of his affairs, had prompted him to stretch his authority over the Normans themselves beyond what the free genius of that victorious people could easily bear. The discontents were become general among those haughty nobles, and even Roger, Earl of Hereford, son and heir of Fitz-Osbern, the king's chief favourite, was strongly infected with them. This nobleman, intending to marry his sister to Ralph de Guader, Earl of Norfolk, had thought it his duty to inform the king of his purpose, and to desire the royal consent. But meeting with a refusal, he proceeded nevertheless to complete the nuptials, and assembled all his friends and those of Guader to attend the solemnity. The two earls, disgusted by the denial of their request, and dreading William's resentment for their disobedience, here prepared measures for a revolt, and during the gaiety of the festival, while the company was heated with wine, they opened the design to their guests. They inveighed against the arbitrary conduct of the king, his tyranny over the English, whom they affected on this occasion to commiserate, his imperious behaviour to his barons of the noblest birth, and his apparent intention of reducing the victors and the vanquished to a like ignominious servitude. Amidst their complaints, the indignity of submitting to a bastard was not forgotten. The certain prospect of success in a revolt, by the assistance of the Danes and the discontented English, was insisted on, and the whole company, inflamed with the same sentiments, and warmed by the jollity of the entertainment, entered by a solemn engagement into the design of shaking off the royal authority. Even Earl Waltheof, who was present, inconsiderably expressed his approbation of the conspiracy, and promised his concurrence toward its success. End of section 26. Recording by stmacduff.
Section 27 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill McGovern. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 27. Part 4, Chapter 4. This nobleman, the last of the English, who for some generations possessed any power or authority, had, after his capitulation at York, been received into favour by the Conqueror, had even married Judith, niece to that prince, and had been promoted to the earldoms of Huntingdon and Northampton. Cospatrick, Earl of Northumberland, having, on some new disgust from William, retired into Scotland, where he received the earldom of Dunbar from the bounty of Malcolm. Waltheof was appointed his successor in that important command, and seemed still to possess the confidence and friendship of his sovereign. But as he was a man of generous principles and loved his country, it is probable that the tyranny exercised over the English lay heavy upon his mind, and destroyed all the satisfaction which he could reap from his own grandeur and advancement. When a prospect, therefore, was opened of retrieving their liberty, he hastily embraced it, while the fumes of the liquor and the ardour of the company prevented him from reflecting on the consequences of that rash attempt. But even after his cool judgment returned, he foresaw that the conspiracy of those discontented barons was not likely to prove successful against the established power of William, or, if it did, that the slavery of the English, instead of being alleviated by that event, would become more grievous under a multitude of foreign leaders, factions, and ambitions, whose union and whose discord would be equally oppressive to the people. Tormented with these reflections, he opened his mind to his wife Judith, of whose fidelity he entertained no suspicion, but who, having secretly fixed her affections on another, took this opportunity of ruining her easy and credulous husband. She conveyed intelligence of the conspiracy to the king, and aggravated every circumstance which she believed would tend to incense him against Waltheof, and render him absolutely implacable. Meanwhile the earl, still dubious with regard to the part which he should act, discovered the secret in confession to Lanfranc, on whose probity and judgment he had a great reliance. He was persuaded by the prelate that he owed no fidelity to those rebellious barons who had by surprise gained his consent to a crime, that his first duty was to his sovereign and benefactor, his next to himself and his family, and that if he seized not the opportunity of making atonement for his guilt by revealing it, the temerity of the conspirators was so great that they would give some other person the means of acquiring the merit of the discovery. Waltheof, convinced by these arguments, went over to Normandy. But though he was well received by the king and thanked for his fidelity, the account previously transmitted by Judith had sunk deep into William's mind, and had destroyed all the merit of her husband's repentance. The conspirators, hearing of Waltheof's departure, immediately concluded their design to be betrayed, and they flew to arms before their schemes were ripe for execution, and before the arrival of the Danes, in whose aid they placed their chief confidence. The Earl of Hereford was checked by Walter de Lacy, a great baron in those parts, who, supported by the Bishop of Worcester and the Abbot of Evesham, raised some forces, and prevented the Earl from passing the Severn or advancing into the heart of the kingdom. The Earl of Norfolk was defeated at Fagaden, near Cambridge, by Odo the Regent, assisted by Richard de Bienfait and William de Warenne, the two justiciaries. The prisoners taken in this action had their right foot cut off as a punishment of their treason. The Earl himself escaped to Norwich, thence to Denmark, where the Danish fleet, which had made an unsuccessful attempt upon the coast of England, soon after arrived, and brought him intelligence that all his confederates were suppressed, and were either killed, banished, or taken prisoner. Ralph retired in despair to Brittany, where he possessed a large estate and extensive jurisdictions. The king, who hastened over to England in order to suppress the insurrection, found that nothing remained but the punishment of the criminals, which he executed with great severity. Many of the rebels were hanged, some had their eyes put out, others their hands cut off. But William, agreeable to his usual maxims, showed more lenity to their leader, the Earl of Hereford, who was only condemned to a forfeiture of his estate, and to imprisonment during pleasure. The king seemed even disposed to remit this last part of the punishment, had not Roger, by a fresh insolence, provoked him to render his confinement perpetual. But Waltheof, being an Englishman, was not treated with so much humanity, though his guilt, always much inferior to that of the other conspirators, was atoned for by an early repentance and return to his duty. William, instigated by his niece, as well as by his rapacious courtiers, who longed for so rich a forfeiture, ordered him to be tried, condemned, and executed. The English, who considered this nobleman as the last resource of their nation, grievously lamented his fate, and fancied that miracles were wrought by his relics, as a testimony of his innocence and sanctity. The infamous Judith, falling soon after under the king's displeasure, was abandoned by all the world, and passed the rest of her life in contempt, remorse, and misery. Nothing remained to complete William's satisfaction but the punishment of Ralph de Guader, and he hastened over to Normandy in order to gratify his vengeance on that criminal. But though the contest seemed very unequal between a private nobleman and the King of England, Ralph was so well supported, both by the Earl of Brittany and the King of France, that William, after besieging him for some time in Dole, was obliged to abandon the enterprise and to make with those powerful princes a peace, in which Ralph himself was included. England, during his absence, remained in tranquillity, and nothing remarkable occurred, except 2 ecclesiastical synods, which were summoned, one at London and another at Winchester. In the former, the precedency among the episcopal sees was settled, and the seat of some of them was removed from small villages to the most considerable town within the diocese. In the second was transacted a business of more importance. The industry and perseverance are surprising with which the popes had been treasuring up powers and pretensions during so many ages of ignorance, while each pontiff employed every fraud for advancing purposes of imaginary piety, and cherished all claims which might turn to the advantage of his successors, though he himself could not expect ever to reap any benefit from them. All this immense storm of spiritual and civil authority was now devolved on Gregory VII, of the name of Hildebrand, the most enterprising pontiff that had ever filled that chair, and the least restrained by fear, decency, or moderation. Not content with shaking off the yoke of the emperors, who had hitherto exercised the power of appointing the pope on every vacancy, at least of ratifying his election, he undertook the arduous task of entirely disjoining the ecclesiastical from the civil power, and of excluding profane laymen from the right which they had assumed of filling the vacancies of bishoprics, abbeys, and other spiritual dignities. The sovereigns, who had long exercised this power, and who had acquired it not by encroachments on the church, but on the people to whom it originally belonged, made great opposition to this claim of the court of Rome, and Henry IV, the reigning emperor, defended this prerogative of his crown with a vigor and resolution suitable to its importance. The few offices, either civil or military, which the feudal institutions left the sovereign the power of bestowing, made the prerogative of conferring the pastoral ring and staff the most valuable jewel of the royal diadem, especially as the general ignorance of the age bestowed a consequence upon the ecclesiastical offices, even beyond the great extent of power and property which belonged to them. Superstition, the child of ignorance, invested the clergy with an authority almost sacred, and as they engrossed the little learning of the age, their interposition became requisite in all civil business, and a real usefulness in common life was thus superadded to the spiritual sanctity of their character. When the usurpations, therefore, of the Church had come to such maturity as to embolden her to attempt extorting the right of investitures from the temporal power, Europe, especially Italy and Germany, was thrown into the most violent convulsions, and the Pope and the Emperor waged implacable war on each other. Gregory dared to fulminate the sentence of excommunication against Henry and his adherents, and to renounce him rightfully deposed, to free his subjects from their oath of allegiance, and, instead of shocking mankind by this gross encroachment on the civil authority, he found the stupid people ready to second his most exorbitant pretensions. Every minister, servant, or vassal of the emperor who received any disgust covered his rebellion under the pretence of principle, and even the mother of this monarch, forgetting all the ties of nature, was seduced to countenance the insolence of his enemies. Princes themselves, not attentive to the pernicious consequences of those papal claims, employed them for their present purposes, and the controversy spreading into every city of Italy engendered the parties of Guelph and Ghibelline, the most durable and most inveterate factions that ever arose from the mixture of ambition and religious zeal. Besides numberless assassinations, tumults, and convulsions to which they gave rise, it is computed that the quarrel occasioned no less than 60 battles in the reign of Henry IV., and 18 in that of his successor Henry V., when the claims of the sovereign pontiff finally prevailed. But the bold spirit of Gregory, not dismayed with the vigorous opposition which he met with from the emperor, extended his usurpations all over Europe, and well knowing the nature of mankind, whose blind astonishment ever inclines them to yield to the most impudent pretensions, he seemed determined to set no bounds to the spiritual, or rather temporal, monarchy which he had undertaken to erect. He pronounced the sentence of excommunication against Nicephorus, Emperor of the East. Robert Guiscard, the adventurous Norman who had acquired the dominion of Naples, was attacked by the same dangerous weapon. He degraded Boleslas, King of Poland, from the rank of king, and even deprived Poland of the title of a kingdom. He attempted to treat Philip, King of France, with the same rigor which he had employed against the emperor. He pretended to the entire property and dominion of Spain, and he parcelled it out amongst adventurers, who undertook to conquer it from the Saracens, and to hold it in vassalage under the see of Rome. Even the Christian bishops, on whose aid he relied for subduing the temporal princes, saw that he was determined to reduce them to servitude, and, by assuming the whole legislative and judicial power of the Church, to centre all authority in the sovereign pontiff. William the Conqueror, the most potent, the most haughty, and the most vigorous prince in Europe, was not, amidst all his splendid successes, secure from the attacks of this enterprising pontiff. Gregory wrote him a letter requiring him to fulfil his promise in doing homage for the kingdom of England to the see of Rome, and to send him over that tribute which all his predecessors had been accustomed to pay to the Vicar of Christ. By the tribute he meant Peter's pence, which, though at first a charitable donation of the Saxon princes, was interpreted, according to the usual practice of the Romish court, to be a badge of subjection, acknowledged by the kingdom. William replied that the money should be remitted as usual, but that neither had he promised to do homage to Rome, nor was it in the least his purpose to impose that servitude on his state. And the better to show Gregory his independence, he ventured, notwithstanding the frequent complaints of the Pope, to refuse to the English bishops the liberty of attending a general council, to which that pontiff summoned against his enemies. But though the king displayed this vigor in supporting the royal dignity, he was infected with the general superstition of the age, and he did not perceive the ambitious scope of those institutions which, under colour of strictness in religion, were introduced or promoted by the court of Rome. Gregory, while he was throwing all Europe into combustion by his violence and impostures, affected an anxious care for the purity of manners, and even the chaste pleasures of the marriage bed were inconsistent, in his opinion, with the sanctity of the sacerdotal character. He had issued a decree prohibiting the marriage of priests, excommunicating all clergymen who retained their wives, declaring such unlawful commerce to be fornication, and rendering it criminal in the laity to attend divine worship when such profane priests officiated at the altar. This point was a great object in the politics of the Roman pontiffs, and it cost them infinitely more pains to establish it than the propagation of any speculative absurdity which they had ever attempted to introduce. Many synods were summoned in different parts of Europe before it was finally settled, and it was there constantly remarked that the younger clergymen complied cheerfully with the Pope's decrees in this particular, and that the chief reluctance appeared in those who were more advanced in years, an event so little consonant to man's natural expectations that it could not fail to be glossed on even in that blind and superstitious age. William allowed the Pope's legate to assemble, in his absence, a synod at Winchester, in order to establish the celibacy of the clergy. But the Church of England could not yet be carried the whole length expected. The synod was content with decreeing that the bishops should not thenceforth ordain any priests or deacons without exacting from them a promise of celibacy, but they enacted that none, except those who belonged to collegiate or cathedral churches, should be obliged to separate from their wives. The king passed some years in Normandy, but his long residence there was not entirely owing to his declared preference of that duchy. His presence was also necessary for composing those disturbances which had arisen in that favourite territory, and which had even originally proceeded from his own family. Robert, his eldest son, surnamed Gambaron, or Courthose, from his short legs, was a prince who inherited all the bravery of his family and nation, but without that policy and dissimulation by which his father was so much distinguished, and which, no less than his military valour, had contributed to his great successes. Greedy of fame, impatient of contradiction, without reserve in his friendships, declared in his enmities, this prince could endure no control even from his imperious father, and openly inspired to that independence to which his temper, as well as some circumstances in his situation, strongly invited him. When William first received the submissions of the province of Maine, he had promised the inhabitants that Robert should be their prince before he undertook the expedition against England. He had, on the application of the French court, declared him his successor in Normandy, and had obliged the barons of that duchy to do him homage as their future sovereign. By this artifice he had endeavoured to appease the jealousy of his neighbours, as affording them a prospect of separating England from his dominions on the continent. But when Robert demanded of him the execution of those engagements, he gave him an absolute refusal, and told him, according to the homely saying, that he had never intended to throw off his clothes till he went to bed. Robert openly declared his discontent, and was suspected of secretly instigating the King of France and the Earl of Brittany to the opposition which they made to William, and which had formerly frustrated his attempts upon the town of Dole. As the quarrel still augmented, Robert proceeded to entertain a strong jealousy of his two surviving brothers, William and Henry, for Richard was killed in hunting by a stag, who, by greater submission and complaisance, had acquired the affections of their father. In this disposition on both sides the greatest trifle sufficed to produce a rupture between them. The three princes, residing with their father in the castle of L'Aigle in Normandy, were one day engaged in sport together, and after some mirth and jollity, the two younger took a fancy of throwing over some water on Robert as he passed through the court on leaving their apartment, a frolic which he would naturally have regarded as innocent, had it not been for the suggestions of Alberic de Grantmesnil, son of that Hugh of Grantmesnil, whom William had formerly deprived of his fortunes when that baron deserted him during the greatest difficulties in England. The young man, mindful of the injury, persuaded the prince that this action was meant as a public affront, which it behoved him in honour to resent, and the choleric Robert, drawing his sword, ran upstairs with an intention of taking revenge on his brothers. The whole castle was filled with tumult, which the king himself, who hastened from his apartment, found some difficulty to appease. But he could by no means appease the resentment of his eldest son, who, complaining of his partiality, and fancying that no proper atonement had been made for the insult, left the court that very evening, and hastened to Rouen with an intention of seizing the citadel of that place. But being disappointed in this view by the precaution and vigilance of Roger de Ivry, the governor, he fled to Hugh of Neufchâtel, a powerful Norman baron, who gave him protection in his castles, and he openly levied war against his father. The popular character of the prince, and a similarity of manners, engaged all the young nobility of Normandy and Maine, as well as of Anjou and Brittany, to take part with him; and it was suspected that Matilda, his mother, whose favourite he was, supported him in his rebellion by secret remittances of money, and by the encouragement which she gave his partisans. End of section 27. Recording by Bill McGovern.
Section 28 of Volume 1A of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roeg 11. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 28. Chapter 4, Part 5. All the hereditary provinces of William, as well as his family, were during several years thrown into convulsions by this war, and he was at last obliged to have recourse to England, where that species of military government which he had established gave him greater authority than the ancient feudal institutions permitted him to exercise in Normandy. He called over an army of English under his ancient captains, who soon expelled Robert and his adherents from their retreats, and restored the authority of the sovereign in all his dominions. The young prince was obliged to take shelter in the castle of Gerbois, in the Beauvoisis, which the king of France, who secretly fermented all these dissensions, had provided for him. In this fortress he was closely besieged by his father, against whom, having a strong garrison, he made an obstinate defence. There passed under the walls of this place many rencounters which resembled more the single combats of chivalry than the military actions of armies. But one of them was remarkable for its circumstance and its event. Robert happened to engage the king, who was concealed by his helmet, and both of them being valiant, a fierce combat ensued, till at last the young prince wounded his father in the arm and unhorsed him. On his calling out for assistance, his voice discovered him to his son, who, struck with remorse for his past guilt, and astonished with the apprehensions of one much greater, which he had so nearly incurred, instantly threw himself at his father's feet, craved pardon for his offences, and offered to purchase forgiveness by any atonement. The resentment harbored by William was so implacable that he did not immediately correspond to this dutiful submission of his son with like tenderness, but, giving him his malediction, departed for his own camp on Robert's horse, which that prince had assisted him to mount. He soon after raised the siege and marched with his army to Normandy, where the interposition of the queen and other common friends brought about a reconcilement, which was probably not a little forwarded by the generosity of the son's behavior in this action, and by the returning sense of his past misconduct. The king seemed so fully appeased that he even took Robert with him into England, where he entrusted him with the command of an army, in order to repel an inroad of Malcolm, King of Scotland, and to retaliate by a like inroad into that country. The Welsh, unable to resist William's power, were, about the same time, necessitated to pay a compensation for their incursions, and everything was reduced to full tranquillity in this island. This state of affairs gave William leisure to begin and finish an undertaking which proves his extensive genius and does honor to his memory, It was a general survey of all the lands of the kingdom, their extent in each district, their proprietors, tenures, value, the quality of meadow, pasture, wood, and arable land which they contained, and in some counties the number of tenants, cottagers, and slaves of all denominations who lived upon them. He appointed commissioners for this purpose, who entered every particular in their register by the verdict of juries, and after a labor of 6 years, for the work was so long in finishing, brought him an exact account of all the landed property of his kingdom. This monument, called Doomsday Book, the most valuable piece of antiquity possessed by any nation, is still preserved in the Exchequer, and though only some extracts of it have been hitherto published, it serves to illustrate to us in many particulars the ancient state of England. The great Alfred had finished a like survey of the kingdom in his time, which was long kept at Winchester, and which probably served as a model to William in this undertaking. The king was naturally a great economist, and though no prince had ever been more bountiful to his officers and servants, it was merely because he had rendered himself universal proprietor of England, and had a whole kingdom to bestow. He reserved an ample revenue for the crown, and in general distribution of land among his followers he kept possession of no less than 1,422 manors in different parts of England, which paid him rent either in money or in corn, cattle, and the usual produce of the soil. An ancient historian computes that his annual fixed income, besides escheats, fines, reliefs, and other casual profits to a great value, amounted to near 400,000 pounds a year, a sum which, if all circumstances be attended to, will appear wholly incredible. A pound in that age, as we have already observed, contained 3 times the weight of silver that it does at present, and the same weight of silver, by most probable computation, would purchase near 10 times more of the necessaries of life, though not in the same proportion of the finer manufacturers. This revenue, therefore, of William would be equal to at least 9 or 10 millions at present, and as that prince had neither fleet nor army to support, the former being only an occasional expense, and the latter being maintained without any charge to him by his military vassals, we must thence conclude that no emperor or prince in any age or nation can be compared to the conqueror for opulence and riches. This leads us to suspect a great mistake in the computation of the historian, though, if we consider that avarice is always imputed to William as one of his vices, and that, having by the sword rendered himself master of all the lands in the kingdom, he would certainly, in the partition, retain a great proportion for his own share, we can scarcely be guilty of any error in asserting that perhaps no king of England was ever more opulent, was more able to support by his revenue the splendor and magnificence of a court, or could bestow more on his pleasures, or in liberalities to his servants and favorites. There was one pleasure to which William, as well as all of the Normans and ancient Saxons, was extremely addicted, and that was hunting. But this pleasure he indulged more at the expense of his unhappy subjects, whose interest he always disregarded, than to the loss or diminution of his own revenue. Not content with those large forests which former kings possessed in all parts of England, he resolved to make a new forest near Winchester, the usual place of his residence, and for that purpose he laid waste the country in Hampshire for an extent of 30 miles, expelled the inhabitants from their houses, seized their property, even demolished churches and convents, and made the sufferers no compensation for the injury. At the same time, he enacted new laws by which he prohibited all his subjects from hunting in any of his forests, and rendered the penalties more severe than ever had been inflicted for such offences. The killing of a deer or boar, or even a hare, was punished with the loss of the delinquent's eyes, and that at a time when killing of a man could be atoned for by paying a moderate fine or composition. The transactions recorded during the remainder of this reign may be considered more as domestic occurrences, which concern the prince, than as national events, which regard England. Odo, the Bishop of Bayeux, the king's uterine brother, whom he had created Earl of Kent and entrusted with a great share of power during his whole reign, had amassed immense riches, and agreeably to the usual progress of human wishes, he began to regard his present acquisitions but as a step to further grandeur. He had formed the chimerical project of buying the papacy, and though Gregory, the reigning pope, was not of advanced years, the prelate had confided so much in the predictions of an astrologer that he had reckoned upon the pontiff's death, and upon attaining by his own intrigues and money that envied state of greatness. Resolving, therefore, to remit all his riches to Italy, he had persuaded many considerable barons, and among the rest Hugh, Earl of Chester, to take the same course, in hopes that, when he should mount the papal throne, he would bestow on them more considerable establishments in that country. The king, from whom all these projects had been carefully concealed, at last got intelligence of the design, and ordered Odo to be arrested. His officers, from respect to the immunities which the ecclesiastics now assumed, scrupled to execute the command, till the king himself was obliged in person to seize him. And when Odo insisted that he was a prelate, and exempt from all temporal jurisdiction, William replied that he arrested him not as the Bishop of Bayeux, but as Earl of Kent. He was sent prisoner to Normandy, and notwithstanding the remonstrances and menaces of Gregory, was detained in custody during the remainder of this reign. Another domestic event gave the king much more concern. It was the death of Matilda, his consort, whom he tenderly loved, and for whom he had ever preserved the most sincere friendship. 3 years afterwards he passed into Normandy, and carried with him Edgar Altheling, to whom he willingly granted permission to make a pilgrimage to the Holy Land. He was detained on the continent by a misunderstanding which broke out between him and the King of France, and which was occasioned by inroads made into Normandy by some French barons on the frontiers. It was little in the power of princes at that time to restrain their licentious nobility, but William suspected that these barons durst not have provoked his indignation had they not been assured of the countenance and protection of Philip. His displeasure was increased by the account he received of some railleries which that monarch had thrown out against him. William, who was become corpulent, had been detained in bed some time by sickness, upon which Philip expressed his surprise that his brother of England should be so long in being delivered of his big belly. The king sent him word that, as soon as he was up, he would present so many lights at Notre Dame as would perhaps give little pleasure to the King of France, alluding to the usual practice at that time of women after childbirth. Immediately upon his recovery, he led an army into Ile-de-France and laid everything waste with fire and sword. He took the town of Mantes, which he reduced to ashes. But the progress of these hostilities was stopped by an accident which soon after put an end to William's life. His horse starting aside of a sudden, he bruised his belly on the pommel of the saddle, and being in bad habit of body, as well as somewhat advanced in years, he began to apprehend the consequences, and ordered himself to be carried in a litter to the monastery of Saint Gervais. Finding his illness increase, and being sensible of the approach of death, he discovered at last the vanity of all human grandeur, and was struck with remorse for those horrible cruelties and acts of violence which, in the attainment and defence of it, he had committed during the course of his reign over England. He endeavoured to make atonement by presents to churches and monasteries, and he issued orders that Earl Montcor, Seward, Byrne, and other English prisoners should be set at liberty. He was even prevailed on, though not without reluctance, to consent, with his dying breath, to release his brother Odo, against whom he was extremely incensed. He left Normandy and Maine to his eldest son, Robert. He wrote to Lanfranc, desiring him to crown William King of England. He bequeathed to Henry nothing but the possessions of his mother, Matilda, but foretold that he would one day surpass both his brothers in power and opulence. He expired in the 63rd year of his age, in the 21st year of his reign over England, and in the 54th of that over Normandy. Few princes have been more fortunate than this great monarch, or were better entitled to grandeur and prosperity, from the abilities and the vigor of mind which he displayed in all his conduct. His spirit was bold and enterprising, yet guided by prudence. His ambition, which was exorbitant, and lay little under the restraints of justice, still less under those of humanity, ever submitted to the dictates of sound policy. Born in an age when the minds of men were intractable and unacquainted with submission, he was yet able to direct them to his purposes, and partly from the ascendant of his vehement character, partly from art and dissimulation, to establish an unlimited authority. Though not insensible to generosity, he was hardened against compassion, and he seemed equally ostentatious and equally ambitious of show and parade in his clemency and in his severity. The maxims of his administration were austere, but might have been useful had they been solely employed to preserve order in an established government. They were ill calculated for softening the rigors which, under the most gentle management, are inseparable from conquest. His attempt against England was the last great enterprise of the kind, which, during the course of 700 years, has fully succeeded in Europe, and the force of his genius broke through those limits which first the feudal institutions, then the refined policy of princes, have fixed to the several states of Christendom. Though he rendered himself infinitely odious to his English subjects, he transmitted his power to his posterity, and the throne is still filled by his descendants. A proof that the foundations which he laid were firm and solid, and that, amidst all his violence, while he seemed only to gratify the present passion, he still had an eye towards futurity. Some writers have been desirous of refusing to this prince the title of conqueror, in the sense which that term commonly bears, and on pretense that the word is sometimes in old books applied to such as make an acquisition of territory by any means, they are willing to reject William's title, by right of war, to the crown of England. It is needless to enter into a controversy which, by the terms of it, must necessarily degenerate into a dispute of words. It suffices to say that the Duke of Normandy's first invasion of the island was hostile, that his subsequent administration was entirely supported by arms, that in the very fame of his laws he made a distinction between the Normans and English. To the advantage of the former, that he acted in everything as absolute master over the natives, whose interests and affections he totally disregarded, and that if there was an interval when he assumed the appearance of a legal sovereign, the period was very short, and was nothing but a temporary sacrifice, which he, as has been the case with most conquerors, was obliged to make of his inclination to his present policy. Scarce any of those revolutions which, both in history and in common language, have always been denominated conquests, appear equally violent, or were attended with so sudden an alteration both of power and property. The Roman state, which spread its dominion over Europe, left the rights of individuals in a great measure untouched, and those civilized conquerors, while they made their own country the seat of empire, found that they could draw most advantage from the subjected provinces by securing to the natives the free enjoyment of their own laws and of their private possessions. The barbarians who subdued the Roman Empire, though they settled in the conquered countries, yet being accustomed to a rude, uncultivated life, found a part only of the land sufficient to supply all their wants, and they were not tempted to seize extensive possessions, which they neither knew how to cultivate nor enjoy. But the Normans and other foreigners who followed the standard of William, while they made the vanquished kingdom the seat of government, were yet so far advanced in arts as to be acquainted with the advantages of a large property, and having totally subdued the natives, they pushed the rights of conquest, very extensive in the eyes of avarice and ambition, however narrow in those of reason, to the utmost extremity against them. Except the former conquest of England by the Saxons themselves, who were induced by peculiar circumstances to proceed even to the extermination of the natives, it would be difficult to find in all history a revolution more destructive or attended with a more complete subjugation of the ancient inhabitants. Contumely seems even to have been wantonly added to oppression, and the natives were universally reduced to such a state of meanness and poverty that the English name became a term of reproach, and several generations elapsed before one family of Saxon pedigree was raised to any considerable honors, or could so much as attain the rank of baron of the realm. These facts are so apparent from the whole tenor of the English history that none would have been tempted to deny or elude them, were they no heated by the controversies of faction, while one party was absurdly afraid of those absurd consequences which they saw the other party inclined to draw from this event. But it is evident that the present rights and privileges of the people, who are a mixture of English and Normans, can never be affected by a transaction which passed 700 years ago, and as all ancient authors who lived nearest the time and best knew the state of the country unanimously speak of the Norman dominion as a conquest by war and arms, no reasonable man, from the fear of imaginary consequences, will ever be tempted to reject their concurring and undoubted testimony. King William had issue, besides his 3 sons who survived him, 5 daughters, to wit, first Cicely, a nun in the monastery of Freshkamp, afterwards abbess in the Holy Trinity at Caen, where she died in 1127. Second, Constantia, married to Alan Fergant, Earl of Brittany. She died without issue. Third, Alice, contracted to Harold. Fourth, Adela, married to Stephen, Earl of Blois, by whom she had 4 sons, William, Theobald, Henry, and Stephen, of whom the elder was neglected on account of the imbecility of his understanding. Fifth, Agatha, who died a virgin, but was betrothed to the king of Galicia. She died on her journey thither before she joined her bridegroom. End of section 28. Recording by Roeg 11. Section 29 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Roeg 11. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 29. Chapter 5, Part 1, William Rufus. Contemporary monarchs: Emperor of Germany, Henry IV. King of Scotland, Malcolm III, 1093, Donald Bain, departed 1091, Duncan, 1094, Donald Bain, 1097, Edgar. King of France, Philip I. King of Spain, Alfonso VI. Popes: Urban II, 1099, Paschal II. 1087. William, surnamed Rufus, or the Red, from the color of his hair, had no sooner procured his father's recommendatory letter to Lanfranc, the primate, than he hastened to take measures for securing himself the government of England. Sensible that a deed so unformal and so little prepared, which violated Robert's right of primogeniture, might meet with great opposition, he trusted entirely for his success to his own celerity, and having left St. Gervais while William was breathing his last, he arrived in England before intelligence of his father's death had reached that kingdom. Pretending orders from the king, he secured the fortresses of Dover, Pevensey, and Hastings, whose situation rendered them of the greatest importance, and he got possession of the royal treasure at Winchester, amounting to the sum of 60,000 pounds, by which he hoped to encourage and increase his partisans. The primate, whose rank and reputation in the kingdom gave him great authority, had been entrusted with the care of his education, and had conferred on him the honor of knighthood. And being connected with him by these ties, and probably deeming his pretensions just, declared that he would pay a willing obedience to the last will of the conqueror, his friend and benefactor. Having assembled some bishops and some of the principal nobility, he instantly proceeded to the ceremony of crowning the new king, and by this dispatch endeavored to prevent all faction and resistance. At the same time, Robert, who had already been acknowledged successor to Normandy, took peaceable possession of that duchy. But though this partition appeared to have been made without any violence or opposition, there remained in England many causes of discontent, which seemed to menace that kingdom with a sudden revolution. The barons, who generally possessed large estates both in England and Normandy, were uneasy at the separation of these territories, and foresaw that, as it would be impossible for them to preserve long their allegiance to two masters, they must necessarily resign either their ancient patrimony or their new acquisitions. Robert's title to the duchy they deemed incontestable, his claim to the kingdom plausible, and they desired that this prince, who alone had any pretensions to unite these states, should be put in possession of both. A comparison also of the personal qualities of the two brothers led them to give the preference to the elder. The Duke was brave, open, sincere, generous. Even his predominant faults, his extreme indolence and facility, were not disagreeable to those haughty barons, who affected independence and submitted with reluctance to a vigorous administration in their sovereign. The king, though equally brave, was violent, haughty, tyrannical, and seemed disposed to govern more by the fear than by the love of his subjects. Odo, the Bishop of Bayeux, and Robert, Earl of Montaigne, maternal brothers of the conqueror, envying the great credit of Lanfranc, which was increased by his late services, enforced all these motives with their partisans, and engaged them in a formal conspiracy to dethrone the king. They communicated their design to Eustace, Count of Boulogne, Roger, Earl of Shrewsbury and Arundel, Robert de Belesme, his eldest son, William, Bishop of Durham, Robert de Mowbray, Roger Begood, Hugh de Grentmesnil, and they easily procured the assent of these potent noblemen. The conspirators, retiring to their castles, hastened to put themselves in a military posture, and expecting to be soon supported by a powerful army from Normandy, they had already begun hostilities in many places. The king, sensible of his perilous situation, endeavored to engage the affections of the native English, as that people were now so thoroughly subdued that they no longer aspired to the recovery of their ancient liberties, and were content with the prospect of some mitigation in the tyranny of the Norman princes. They zealously embraced William's cause, upon receiving general promises of good treatment and of enjoying the license of hunting in the royal forests. The king was soon in a situation to take the field, and as he knew the danger of delay, he suddenly marched into Kent, where his uncles had already seized the fortresses of Pevensey and Rochester. These places he successively reduced by famine, and though he was prevailed on by the Earl of Chester, William de Warenne, and Robert Fitzharmon, who had embraced his cause, to spare the lives of the rebels, he confiscated all their estates and banished them the kingdom. This success gave authority to his negotiations with Roger, Earl of Shrewsbury, whom he detached from the Confederates, and as his powerful fleet, joined to the indolent conduct of Robert, prevented the arrival of the Norman succors, all the other rebels found no resource but in flight or submission. Some of them received a pardon, but the greater part were attainted, and the king bestowed their estates on the Norman barons who had remained faithful to him. William, freed from the danger of these insurrections, took little care of fulfilling his promises to the English, who still found themselves exposed to the same oppressions which they had undergone during the reign of the Conqueror, and which were rather augmented by the violent, impetuous temper of the present monarch. The death of Lanfranc, who retained great influence over him, gave soon after a full career to his tyranny, and all orders of men found reason to complain of an arbitrary and illegal administration. Even the privileges of the church, held sacred in those days, were a feeble rampart against his usurpations. He seized the temporalities of all the vacant bishoprics and abbeys. He delayed the appointing of successors to those dignitaries, that he might the longer enjoy the profits of their revenue. He bestowed some of the church lands in property on his captains and favorites, and he openly set to sale such sees and abbeys as he thought proper to dispose of. Though the murmurs of the ecclesiastics, which were quickly propagated to the nation, rose high against this grievance, the terror of William's authority, confirmed by the suppression of the late insurrections, retained everyone in subjection and preserved the general tranquillity in England. The king even thought himself enabled to disturb his brother in the possession of Normandy. The loose and negligent administration of that prince had emboldened the Norman barons to effect a greater independency, and their mutual quarrels and devastations had rendered that whole territory a scene of violence and outrage. Two of them, Walter and Odo, were bribed by William to deliver the fortresses of Saint Valery and Albemarle into his hands. Others soon after imitated the example of revolt, while Philip, King of France, who ought to have protected his vassal in the possession of his fief, was, after making some efforts in his favor, engaged by large presents to remain neuter. The Duke had also reason to apprehend danger from the intrigues of his brother Henry. This young prince, who had inherited nothing of his father's great possessions but some of his money, has furnished Robert, while he was making his preparations against England, with the sum of 3,000 marks, and in return for so slender a supply had been put in possession of the Cotentin, which comprehended near a third of the Duchy of Normandy. Robert afterwards, upon some suspicion, threw him in prison, but finding himself exposed to invasion from the King of England, and dreading the conjunction of the two brothers against him, he now gave Henry his liberty, and even made use of his assistance in suppressing the insurrections of his rebellious subjects. Conan, a rich burgess of Rouen, had entered into a conspiracy to deliver that city to William, but Henry, upon the detection of his guilt, carried the traitor up to a high tower, and with his own hands flung him from the battlements. The king appeared in Normandy at the head of an army, and affairs seemed to have come to extremity between the brothers, when the nobility on both sides, strongly connected by interest and alliances, interposed and mediated an accommodation. The chief advantage of this treaty accrued to William, who obtained possession of the territory of Eu, the towns of Amul, Fescamp, and other places, but in return he promised that he would assist his brother in subduing Maine, which had rebelled, and that the Norman barons, attainted in Robert's cause, should be restored to their estates in England. The two brothers also stipulated that, on the demise of either without issue, the survivor should inherit all his dominions, and 12 of the most powerful barons on each side swore that they would employ their power to ensure the effectual execution of the whole treaty, a strong proof of the great independence and authority of the nobles in those ages. Prince Henry, disgusted that so little care had been taken of his interests in this accommodation, retired to St. Michael's Mount, a strong fortress on the coast of Normandy, and infested the neighborhood with his incursions. Robert and William, with their joint forces, besieged him in this place, and had nearly reduced him by the scarcity of water, when the elder, hearing of his distress, granted him permission to supply himself, and also sent him some pipes of wine for his own table. Being reproved by William for this ill-timed generosity, he replied, "What, shall I suffer my brother to die of thirst? Where shall we find another when he is gone?" The king also during this siege performed an act of generosity which was less suitable to his character. Riding out one day alone to take a survey of the fortress, he was attacked by 2 soldiers and dismounted. One of them drew his sword in order to dispatch him, when the king exclaimed, "Hold, knave! I am the King of England!" The soldier suspended his blow, and raising the king from the ground with expressions of respect, received a handsome reward, and was taken into his service. Prince Henry was soon after obliged to capitulate, and being despoiled of all his patrimony, wandered about for some time with very few attendants, and often in great poverty. The continued intestine discord among the barons was alone in that age destructive. The public wars were commonly short and feeble, produced little bloodshed, and were attended with no memorable event. To this Norman war, which was so soon concluded, there succeeded hostilities with Scotland, which were not of longer duration. Robert here commanded his brother's army, and obliged Malcolm to accept of peace, and do homage to the crown of England. This peace was not more durable. Malcolm, 2 years after, levying an army, invaded England, and after ravaging Northumberland, he laid siege to Alnwick, where, a party of Earl Moubray's troops falling upon him by surprise, a sharp action ensued in which Malcolm was slain. This incident interrupted for some years the regular succession to the Scottish crown. Though Malcolm left legitimate sons, his brother Donald, on account of the youth of these princes, was advanced to the throne, but kept not long possession of it. Duncan, natural son of Malcolm, formed a conspiracy against him, and being assisted by William with a small force, made himself master of the kingdom. New broils ensued with Normandy. The frank, open, remiss temper of Robert was ill fitted to withstand the interested, rapacious character of William, who, supported by greater power, was still encroaching on his brother's possessions, and instigating his turbulent barons to rebellion against him. The king, having gone over to Normandy to support his partisans, ordered an army of 20,000 men to be levied in England, and to be conducted to the sea-coast, as if they were instantly to be embarked. Here Ralph Flambard, the king's minister, and chief instrument of his extortions, exacted 10 shillings apiece from them in lieu of their service, and then dismissed them into their several counties. The money was so skilfully employed by William that it rendered him better service than he could have expected from the army. He engaged the French king by new presents to depart from the protection of Robert, and he daily bribed the Norman barons to desert his service, but was prevented from pushing his advantages by an incursion of the Welsh, which obliged him to return to England. He found no difficulty in repelling the enemy, but was not able to make any considerable impression on a country guarded by its mountainous situation. A conspiracy of his own barons, which was detected at this time, appeared a more serious concern, and engrossed all his attention. Robert Moubray, Earl of Northumberland, was at the head of this combination, and he engaged in it the Count D'Eu, Richard Turnbridge, Robert de Lacy, and many others. The purpose of the conspirators was to dethrone the king, and to advance in his stead Stephen, Count of Aumale, nephew to the conqueror. William's dispatch prevented the design from taking effect, and disconcerted the conspirators. Moubray made some resistance, but, being taken prisoner, was attainted and thrown into confinement, where he died about 30 years after. Count D'Eu denied his concurrence in the plot, and to justify himself fought, in the presence of the court at Windsor, a duel with Geoffrey Bernard, who accused him. But being worsted in the combat, he was condemned to be castrated, and to have his eyes put out. William de la Dere, another conspirator, was supposed to be treated with more rigor when he was sentenced to be hanged. But the noise of these petty wars and commotions was quite sunk in the tumult of the Crusades, which now engrossed the attention of Europe, and have ever since engaged the curiosity of mankind, as the most signal and most durable monument of human folly that has yet appeared in any age or nation. After Mahomet had, by means of his pretended revelations, united the dispersed Arabs under one head, they issued forth from their deserts in great multitudes, and being animated with zeal for their new religion, and supported by the vigor of their new government, they made deep impression on the Eastern Empire, which was far in the decline with regard both to military discipline and to civil policy. Jerusalem, by its situation, became one of their most early conquests, and the Christians had the mortification to see the Holy Sepulchre and the other places consecrated by the presence of their religious founder fallen into the possession of infidels. But the Arabians or Saracens were so employed in military enterprises, by which they spread their empire in a few years from the banks of the Ganges to the Straits of Gibraltar, that they had no leisure for theological controversy. And though the Alcoran, the original monument of their faith, seems to contain some violent precepts, they were much less infected with the spirit of bigotry and persecution than the indolent and speculative Greeks, who were continually refining on the several articles of their religious system. They gave little disturbance to those zealous pilgrims who daily flocked to Jerusalem, and they allowed every man, after paying a moderate tribute, to visit the Holy Sepulchre, to perform his religious duties, and so return in peace. But the Turkomans, or Turks, a tribe of Tartars, who had embraced Mohammedanism, having wrested Syria from the Saracens, and having in the year 1065 made themselves masters of Jerusalem, rendered the pilgrimage much more difficult and dangerous to the Christians. The barbarity of their manners and the confusions attending their unsettled government exposed the pilgrims to many insults, robberies, and extortions. And these zealots, returning from their meritorious fatigues and sufferings, filled all Christendom with indignation against the infidels, who profaned the holy city by their presence, and derided the sacred mysteries in the very place of their completion. Gregory VII, among the other vast ideas which he entertained, had formed the design of uniting all the Western Christians against the Mahometans, but the egregious and violent invasions of that pontiff on the civil power of princes had created him so many enemies, and had rendered his scheme so suspicious, that he was not able to make great progress in this undertaking. The work was reserved for a meaner instrument, whose low condition in life exposed aim to no jealousy, and whose folly was well calculated to coincide with the prevailing principles of the times. Peter, commonly called the Hermit, a native of Amiens in Picardy, had made the pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Being deeply affected with the dangers to which that act of piety now exposed the pilgrims, as well as with the instances of oppression under which the Eastern Christians labored, he entertained the bold, and in all appearance impracticable, project of leading into Asia, from the farthest extremities of the West, armies sufficient to subdue those potent and warlike nations which now held the holy city in subjection. He proposed his views to Martin II, who filled the papal chair, and who, though sensible of the advantages which the head of the Christian religion must reap from a religious war, and though he esteemed the blind zeal of Peter a proper means for effecting the purpose, resolved not to interpose his authority till he saw a greater probability of success. He summoned a council at Placentia, which consisted of 4,000 ecclesiastics and 30,000 seculars, and which was so numerous that no hall could contain the multitude, and it was necessary to hold the assembly in a plain. The harangues of the Pope and of Peter himself, representing the dismal situation of their brethren in the East, and the indignity suffered by the Christian name in allowing the holy city to remain in the hands of infidels, here found the minds of men so well prepared that the whole multitude suddenly and violently declared for the war, and solemnly devoted themselves to perform this service, so meritorious, as they believed it, to God and religion. But though Italy seemed thus to have zealously embraced the enterprise, Martin knew that, in order to ensure success, it was necessary to enlist the greater and more warlike nations in the same engagement. and having previously exhorted Peter to visit the chief cities and sovereigns of Christendom, he summoned another council at Clermont in Auvergne. The fame of this great and pious design now being universally diffused, procured the attendance of the greatest prelates, nobles, and princes. And when the Pope and the hermit renewed their pathetic exhortations, the whole assembly, as if impelled by an immediate inspiration, not moved by their preceding impressions, exclaimed with one voice, "It is the will of God! It is the will of God!" Words deemed so memorable and so much the result of a divine influence that they were employed as the signal of rendezvous and battle in all the future exploits of those adventurers. Men of all ranks flew to arms with the utmost ardor, and an exterior symbol too, a circumstance of chief moment, was here chosen by the devoted combatants. The sign of the cross, which had been hitherto so much revered among Christians, and which, the more it was an object of reproach among the pagan world, was the more passionately cherished by them, became the badge of the Union, and was affixed to their right shoulder by all who enlisted themselves in this sacred warfare. Europe was at this time sunk into profound ignorance and superstition. The ecclesiastics had acquired the greatest ascendant over the human mind. The people, who, being little restrained by honor and less by law, abandoned themselves to the worst crimes and disorders, knew of no other expiation than the observances imposed on them by their spiritual pastors, and it was easy to represent the holy war as an equivalent for all penances, and an atonement for every violation of justice and humanity. But amidst the abject superstition which now prevailed, the military spirit also had universally diffused itself, and though not supported by art or discipline, was become the general passion of the nations governed by the feudal law. All the great lords possessed the right of peace and war. They were engaged in perpetual hostilities with each other. The open country was become a scene of outrage and disorder. The cities, still mean and poor, were neither guarded by walls nor protected by privileges, and were exposed to every insult. Individuals were obliged to depend for safety on their own force or their private alliances, and valor was the only excellence which was held in esteem or gave one man the preeminence above another. When all the particular superstitions, therefore, were here united in one great object, the ardor for military enterprises took the same direction, and Europe, impelled by its two ruling passions, was loosened, as it were, from its foundations, and seemed to precipitate itself in one united body upon the east. End of section 29. Recording by Roeg. Section 30 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roeg 11. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 30. Chapter 5, Part 2. All orders of men, deeming the Crusades the only road to heaven, enlisted themselves under these sacred banners and were impatient to open the way with their sword to the holy city. Nobles, artisans, peasants, even priests enrolled their names, and to decline this meritorious service was branded with the reproach of impiety or perhaps was esteemed still more disgraceful, of cowardice and pusillanimity. Or perhaps what was esteemed still more disgraceful, of cowardice and pusillanimity. The infirm and aged contributed to the expedition by presents and money, and many of them, not satisfied with the merit of this atonement, attended it in person and were determined, if possible, to breathe their last in sight of that city where their Savior had died for them. Women themselves, concealing their sex under the disguise of armor, attended the camp, and commonly forgot still more the duty of their sex by prostituting themselves without reserve to the army. The greatest criminals were forward in a service which they regarded as a propitiation for all crimes, and the most enormous disorders were, during the course of those expeditions, committed by men inured to wickedness, encouraged by example, and impelled by necessity. The multitude of adventurers soon became so great that their more sagacious leaders, Hugh, Count of Vermandois, brother of the French king, Raymond, Count of Toulouse, Godfrey of Bouillon, Prince of Brabant, and Stephen, Count of Blois, became apprehensive lest the greatness itself of the armament should disappoint its purpose, and they permitted an undisciplined multitude, computed at 300,000 men, to go before them, under the command of Peter the Hermit and Walter the Moneyless. These men took the road towards Constantinople, though Hungary and Bulgaria, and that trusting haven by supernatural assistance would supply all their necessities, they made no provision of sustenance on their march. They soon found themselves obliged to obtain by plunder what they had vainly expected from miracles, and the enraged inhabitants of the countries through which they passed, gathering together in arms, attacked the disorderly multitude and put them to slaughter without resistance. The more disciplined armies followed after, and passing the straits at Constantinople, they were mustered in the plains of Asia, and amounted in the whole number to 700,000 combatants. Amidst this universal frenzy, which spread itself by contagion throughout Europe, especially in France and Germany, men were not entirely forgetful of their present interests, and both those who went on this expedition and those who stayed behind entertained schemes of gratifying by its means their avarice or their ambition. The nobles who enlisted themselves were moved, from the romantic spirit of the age, to hope for opulent establishments in the East, the chief seat of arts and commerce during those ages, and in pursuit of these chimerical projects they sold at the lowest price their ancient castles and inheritances, which had now lost all value in their eyes. The greater princes who remained at home, besides establishing peace in their dominions by giving occupation abroad to the inquietude and martial disposition of their subjects, took the opportunity of annexing to their crown many considerable fiefs, either by purchase or by the extinction of heirs. The Pope frequently turned the zeal of the Crusaders from the infidels against his own enemies, whom he represented as equally criminal with the enemies of Christ. The convents and other religious societies bought the possessions of the adventurers, and as the contributions of the faithful were commonly entrusted to their management, they often diverted to this purpose what was intended to be employed against the infidels. But no one was a more immediate gainer by this epidemic fury than the King of England, who kept aloof from all connections with those fanatical and romantic warriors. Robert, Duke of Normandy, impelled by the bravery and mistaken generosity of his spirit, had early enlisted himself in the crusade, But being always unprovided with money, he found that it would be impracticable for him to appear in a manner suitable to his rank and station at the head of his numerous vassals and subjects, who, transported with the general rage, were determined to follow him into Asia. He resolved, therefore, to mortgage, or rather sell, his dominions, which he had not talents to govern, and he offered them to his brother William for the very unequal sum of 10,000 marks. The bargain was soon concluded. The king raised the money by violent extortions on his subjects of all ranks, even on the convents, who were obliged to melt their plate in order to furnish the quota demanded of them. He was put in possession of Normandy and Maine, and Robert, providing himself with a magnificent train, set out for the Holy Land, in pursuit of glory and in full confidence of securing his eternal salvation. The smallness of this sum, with the difficulties which William found in raising it, suffices alone to refute the account which is heedlessly adopted by historians of the enormous revenue of the conqueror. Is it credible that Robert would consign to the rapacious hands of his brother such considerable dominions for a sum which, according to that account, made not a week's income of his father's English revenue alone? Or that the King of England could not on demand, without oppressing his subjects, have been able to pay him the money? The conqueror, it is agreed, was frugal as well as rapacious, yet his treasure at his death exceeded not 60,000 pounds, which hardly amounted to his income for 2 months. Another certain refutation of that exaggerated account. The fury of the Crusades during this age less infected England than the neighboring kingdoms, probably because the Norman conquerors, finding their settlement in that kingdom still somewhat precarious, durst not abandon their homes in quest of distant adventures. The selfish, interested spirit also of the king, which kept him from kindling in the general flame, checked his progress among his subjects, and as he is accused of open profaneness and was endued with a sharp wit, it is likely that he made the romantic chivalry of the Crusades the object of his perpetual raillery. As an instance of his religion, we are told that he once accepted of 60 marks from a Jew, whose son had been converted to Christianity, and who engaged him by that present to assist him in bringing back the youth to Judaism. William employed both menaces and persuasion for that purpose, but finding the convert obstinate in his new faith, he sent for the father and told him that as he had not succeeded, it was not just that he should keep the present, but as he had done his utmost, it was but equitable that he should be paid for his pains, and he would therefore retain only 30 marks of the money. At another time, it is said, he sent for some learned Christian theologians and some rabbis, and bade them fairly dispute the question of their religion in his presence. He was perfectly indifferent between them, had his ears open to reason and conviction, and would embrace that doctrine which, upon comparison, should be found supported by the most solid arguments. If this story be true, it is probable that he meant only to amuse himself by turning both into ridicule. But we must be cautious of admitting everything related by the monkish historians to the disadvantage of this prince. He had the misfortune to be engaged in quarrels with the ecclesiastics, particularly with Anselm, commonly called Saint Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, and it is no wonder his memory should be blackened by the historians of that order. After the death of Lanfranc, the king for several years retained in his own hands the revenues of Canterbury, as he did those of many other vacant bishoprics. But falling into dangerous sickness, he was seized with remorse, and the clergy represented to him that he was in danger of eternal perdition, if, before his death, he did not make atonement for those multiple impieties and sacrileges of which he had been guilty. He resolved, therefore, to supply instantly the vacancy of Canterbury, and for that purpose he sent for Anselm, a Piedmontese by birth, abbot of B in Normandy, who was much celebrated for his learning and piety. The abbot earnestly refused the dignity, fell on his knees, wept, and entreated the king to change his purpose. And when he found the prince obstinate in forcing the pastoral staff upon him, he kept his fist so fast clenched that it required the utmost violence of the bystanders to open it, and force him to receive that ensign of spiritual dignity. William soon after recovered, and, his passions regaining their wonted vigor, he returned to his former violence and rapine. He detained in prison several persons whom he had ordered to be freed during the time of his penitence. He still preyed upon the ecclesiastical benefices. The sale of the spiritual dignities continued as open as ever, and he kept possession of a considerable part of the revenues belonging to the see of Canterbury. But he found in Anselm that preserving opposition which he had reason to expect from the ostentatious humility which that prelate had displayed in refusing his promotion. The opposition made by Anselm was the more dangerous on account of the character of piety which he soon acquired in England by his great zeal against all abuses, particularly those in dress and ornament. There was a mode which, in that age, prevailed throughout Europe, both among men and women, to give an enormous length to their shoes, to draw the toe to a sharp point, and to affix to it the figure of a bird's bill, or some such ornament, which was turned upwards, and which was often sustained by gold or silver chains tied to the knee. The ecclesiastics took exception to this ornament, which they said was an attempt to belie the Scripture, where it is affirmed that no man can add a cubit to his stature. And they declaimed against it with great vehemence, nay, assembled some synods which absolutely condemned it. But such are the strange contradictions in human nature. Though the clergy at that time could overturn thrones and had authority sufficient to send above 1 million of men on their errand to the deserts of Asia, they could never prevail against these long pointed shoes. On the contrary, that caprice, contrary to all other modes, maintained its ground during several centuries, and if the clergy had not at last desisted from their persecution of it, it might still have been the prevailing fashion in Europe. But Anselm was more fortunate in decrying the particular mode which was the object of his aversion, and which probably had not taken such fast hold of the affections of the people. He preached zealously against the long hair and curled locks, which were then fashionable among the courtiers. He refused the ashes on Ash Wednesday to those who were so accoutred, and his authority and eloquence had such influence that the young men universally abandoned that ornament and appeared in the cropped hair which was recommended to them by the sermons of the primate. The noted historian of Anselm, who was also his companion and secretary, celebrates highly this effort of his zeal and piety. When William's profaneness, therefore, returned to him with his health, he was soon engaged in controversies with this austere prelate. There was at that time a schism in the church between Urban and Clement, who both pretended to the papacy, and Anselm, who, as the abbot of B, had already acknowledged the former, was determined, without the king's consent, to introduce his authority into England. William, who, imitating his father's example, had prohibited his subjects from recognizing any pope whom he had not previously received, was enraged at this attempt and summoned a synod at Buckingham with an intention of deposing Anselm. But the prelate's suffragans declared that, without the papal authority, they knew of no expedient for inflicting that punishment on their primate. The king was at last engaged by other motives to give the preference to Urban's title. Anselm received the pall of that pontiff, and matters seemed to be accommodated between the king and the primate, when the quarrel broke out afresh from a new cause. William had undertaken an expedition against Wales, and required the archbishop to furnish his quota of soldiers for that service. But Anselm, who regarded the demand as an oppression on the church, and yet durst not refuse compliance, sent them so miserably accoutred that the king was extremely displeased, and threatened him with a prosecution. Anselm, on the other hand, demanded positively that all the revenues of his see should be restored to him, appealed to Bourne against the king's injustice, and affairs came to such extremities that the primate, finding it dangerous to remain in the kingdom, desired and obtained the king's permission to retire beyond the sea. All his temporalities were seized, but he was received with great respect by Urban, who considered him as a martyr in the cause of religion, and even menaced the king, on account of his proceedings against the primate and the church, with the sentence of excommunication. Anselm assisted at the Council of Bari, where, besides fixing the controversy between the Greek and Latin churches concerning the procession of the Holy Ghost, the right of election to church preferments was declared to belong to the clergy alone, and spiritual censures were denounced against all ecclesiastics who did homage to laymen for their sees or benefices, and against all laymen who exacted it. The right of homage by feudal customs was that the vassal should throw himself on his knees, should put his joined hands between those of his superior, and should in that posture swear fealty to him. But the council declared it execrable that pure hands, which could create God and could offer him up as a sacrifice for the salvation of mankind, should be put, after this humiliating manner, between profane hands, which, besides being inured to rapine and bloodshed, were employed day and night in impure purposes and obscene contacts. Such were the reasonings prevalent in that age, reasonings which, though they cannot be passed over in silence, without omitting the most curious and perhaps not the least instructive part of history, can scarcely be delivered with the requisite decency and gravity. The cession of Normandy and Maine by Duke Robert increased the king's territories, but brought him no great increase of power, because of the unsettled state of those countries, the mutinous disposition of the barons, and the vicinity of the French king, who supported them all in their insurrections. Even Helie, lord of La Flèche, a small town in Anjou, was able to give him inquietude, and this great monarch was obliged to make several expeditions abroad, without being able to prevail over so petty a baron who had acquired the confidence and affections of the inhabitants of Maine. He was, however, so fortunate as at last to take him prisoner in a rencounter, but having released him, at the intercession of the French king and the Count of Anjou, he found the province of Maine still exposed to his intrigues and incursions. Helie, being introduced by the citizens into the town of Mans, besieged the garrison in the citadel. William, who was hunting in the New Forest, when he received intelligence of this hostile attempt, was so provoked that he immediately turned his horse and galloped to the seashore at Dartmouth, declaring that he would not stop a moment till he had taken vengeance for the offense. He found the weather so cloudy and tempestuous that the mariners thought it dangerous to put out to sea, but the king hurried on board and ordered them to set sail instantly, telling them that they never yet heard of a king that was drowned. By this vigor and celerity he delivered the citadel of Mans from its present danger, and pursuing Helie into his own territories, he laid siege to Majol, a small castle in those parts. but a wound which he received before this place obliged him to raise the siege, and he returned to England. The weakness of the great monarchs during this age in their military expeditions against their nearest neighbors appears the more surprising when we consider the prodigious numbers which even petty princes, seconding the enthusiastic rage of the people, were able to assemble, and to conduct in dangerous enterprises to the remote provinces of Asia. William, Earl of Poitiers and Duke of Guienne, inflamed with the glory and not discouraged by the misfortunes which had attended the former adventurers of the Crusades, had put himself at the head of an immense multitude, computed by some historians to amount to 60,000 horse and a much greater number of foot, and he purposed to lead them into the Holy Land against the infidels. He wanted money to forward the preparations requisite for this expedition, and he offered to mortgage all his dominions to William, without entertaining any scruple on account of that rapacious and iniquitous hand to which he resolved to consign them. The king accepted the offer, and had prepared a fleet and an army in order to escort the money and take possession of the rich provinces of Guienne and Poitou, when an accident put an end to his life and to all his ambitious projects. He was engaged in hunting, the sole amusement, and indeed the chief occupation of princes in those rude times, when society was little cultivated and the arts afforded few objects worthy of attention. Walter Tyrrell, a French gentleman, remarkable for his address in archery, attended him in this recreation, of which the New Forest was the scene, and as William had dismounted after a chase, Tyrrell, impatient to show his dexterity, let fly an arrow at a stag which suddenly started before him. The arrow, glancing from a tree, struck the king in the breast and instantly slew him. While Tyrrell, without informing anyone of the accident, put spurs to his horse, hastened to the seashore, embarked for France, and joined the crusade in an expedition to Jerusalem, a penance which he imposed on himself for this involuntary crime. The body of William was found in the forest by the country people, and was buried without any pomp or ceremony at Winchester. His courtiers were negligent in performing the last duties to a master who was so little beloved, and everyone was too much occupied in the interesting object of fixing his successor to attend the funeral of a dead sovereign. The memory of this monarch is transmitted to us with little advantage by the churchmen whom he had offended, and though we may suspect in general that their account of his vices is somewhat exaggerated, his conduct affords little reason for contradicting the character which they have assigned him, or for attributing to him any very estimable qualities. He seems to have been a violent and tyrannical prince, a perfidious, encroaching, and dangerous neighbor, an unkind and ungenerous relation. He was equally prodigal and rapacious in the management of his treasury, and if he possessed abilities, he lay so much under the government of impetuous passions that he made little use of them in his administration, and he indulged without reserve that domineering policy which suited his temper, and which, if supported, as it was in him, with courage and vigor, proves often more successful in disorderly times than the deepest foresight and most refined artifice. The monuments which remain of this prince in England are the Tower, Westminster Hall, and London Bridge, which he built. The most laudable foreign enterprise which he undertook was the sending of Edgar Atheling, 3 years before his death, into Scotland with a small army to restore Prince Edgar, the true heir of that kingdom, son of Malcolm and of Margaret, sister of Edgar Atheling, and the enterprise proved successful. It was remarked in that age that Richard, an elder brother of William's, perished by an accident in the New Forest, and Richard, his nephew, natural son of Duke Robert, lost his life in the same place after the same manner, and all men upon the king's fate exclaimed that, as the conqueror had been guilty of extreme violence in expelling all the inhabitants of that large district to make room for his game, the just vengeance of heaven was signalized in the same place by the slaughter of his posterity. William was killed in the 13th year of his reign and about the 40th of his age. As he was never married, he left no legitimate issue. In the 11th year of this reign, Magnus, king of Norway, made a descent on the Isle of Anglesey, but was repulsed by Hugh, Earl of Shrewsbury. This is the last attempt made by the northern nations upon England. That restless people seem about this time to have learned the practice of tillage, which thenceforth kept them at home, and freed the other nations of Europe from the devastations spread over them by those piratical invaders. This proved one great cause of the subsequent settlement and improvement of the southern nations. End of section 30. Recording by Roeg 11.
Section 31 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 31. Chapter 6, Part 1, Henry I, 1100. After the adventurers in the Holy War were assembled on the banks of the Bosphorus, opposite to Constantinople, they proceeded on their enterprise, but immediately experienced those difficulties which their zeal had hitherto concealed from them, and for which, even if they had foreseen them, it would have been almost impossible to provide a remedy. The Greek emperor Alexamenus, who had applied to the Western Christians for succor against the Turks, entertained hopes, and those but feeble ones, of obtaining such a moderate supply as, acting under his command, might enable him to repulse the enemy. But he was extremely astonished to see his dominions overwhelmed on a sudden by such an inundation of licentious barbarians, who, though they pretended friendship, despised his subjects as unwarlike, and detested them as heretical. By all the arts of policy in which he excelled, he endeavored to divert the torrent; but while he employed professions, caresses, civilities, and seeming services toward the leaders of the crusade, he secretly regarded those imperious allies as more dangerous than the open enemies by whom his empire had been formerly invaded. Having effected that difficult point of disembarking them safely in Asia, he entered into a private correspondence with Solyman, emperor of the Turks, and practiced every insidious art which his genius, his power, or his situation enabled him to employ, for disappointing the enterprise and discouraging the Latins from making thenceforward any such prodigious migrations. His dangerous policy was seconded by the disorders inseparable from so vast a multitude, who were not united under one head, and were conducted by leaders of the most independent, intractable spirit, unacquainted with military discipline, and determined enemies to civil authority and submission. The scarcity of provisions, the excess of fatigue, the influence of unknown climates, joined to the want of concert in their operations, and to the sword of a warlike enemy, destroyed the adventurers by thousands, and would have abated the ardor of men impelled to war by less powerful motives. Their zeal, however, their bravery, and their irresistible force still carried them forward, and continually advanced them to the great end of their enterprise. After an obstinate siege, they took Nice, the seat of the Turkish Empire. They defeated Soliman in 2 great battles. They made themselves masters of Antioch, and entirely broke the force of the Turks, who had so long retained those countries in subjection. The Soldan of Egypt, whose alliance they had hitherto courted, recovered on the fall of the Turkish power his former authority in Jerusalem, and he informed them by his ambassadors that if they came disarmed to that city, they might now perform their religious vows, and that all Christian pilgrims who should thenceforth visit the Holy Sepulchre might expect the same good treatment which they had ever received from his predecessors. The offer was rejected. The Soldan was required to yield up the city to the Christians, and on refusal, the champions of the cross advanced to the siege of Jerusalem, which they regarded as the consummation of their labors. By the detachments which they had made, and the disasters which they had undergone, they were diminished to the number of 20,000 foot and 1,500 horse. But these were still formidable from their valor, their experience, and the obedience which, from past calamities, they had learned to pay to their leaders. After a siege of 5 weeks, they took Jerusalem by assault, and, impelled by a mixture of military and religious rage, they put the numerous garrison and inhabitants to the sword without distinction. Neither arms defended the valiant, nor submission the timorous. No age or sex was spared. Infants on the breast were pierced by the same blow with their mothers, who implored for mercy. Even a multitude, to the number of 10,000 persons, who had surrendered themselves prisoners and were promised quarter, were butchered in cold blood by those ferocious conquerors. The streets of Jerusalem were covered with dead bodies, and the triumphant warriors, after every enemy was subdued and slaughtered, immediately turned themselves, with the sentiments of humiliation and contrition, towards the Holy Sepulchre. They threw aside their arms still streaming with blood. They advanced with reclined bodies and naked feet and heads to that sacred monument. They sung anthems to their Savior, who had purchased their salvation by his death and agony, and their devotion enlivened by the presence of the place where he had suffered, so overcame their fury that they dissolved in tears, and bore the appearance of every soft and tender sentiment. So inconsistent is human nature with itself, and so easily does the most effeminate superstition ally both with the most heroic courage and with the fiercest barbarity. This great event happened on the 5th of July, in the last year of the 11th century. The Christian princes and nobles, after choosing Godfrey of Bouillon, king of Jerusalem, began to settle themselves in their conquests, while some of them returned to Europe, in order to enjoy at home that glory which their valor had acquired them in this popular and meritorious enterprise. Among these was Robert, Duke of Normandy, who, as he had relinquished the greatest dominions of any prince that attended the crusade, had all along distinguished himself by the most intrepid courage, as well as by that affable disposition and unbounded generosity which gain the hearts of soldiers, and qualify a prince to shine in a military life. In passing through Italy, he became acquainted with Sibylla, daughter of the Count of Conversana, a young lady of great beauty and merit, whom he espoused. Indulging himself in this new passion, as well as fond of enjoying ease and pleasure after the fatigues of so many rough campaigns, he lingered a 12th month in that delicious climate, and though his friends in the north looked every moment for his arrival, none of them knew when they could with certainty expect it. By this delay he lost the kingdom of England, which the great fame he had acquired during the Crusades, as well as his undoubted title, both by birth and by the preceding agreement with his deceased brother, would, had he been present, have infallibly secured to him. Prince Henry was hunting with Rufus in the New Forest, when intelligence of that monarch's death was brought him, and being sensible to the advantage attending the conjuncture, he hurried to Winchester, in order to secure the royal treasure, which he knew to be a necessary implement for facilitating his designs on the crown. He had scarcely reached the place when William de Bretillieu, keeper of the treasure, arrived and opposed himself to Henry's pretensions. This nobleman, who had been engaged in the same party of hunting, had no sooner heard of his master's death than he hastened to take care of his charge, and he told the prince that this treasure, as well as the crown, belonged to his elder brother, who was now his sovereign, and that he himself, for his part, was determined, in spite of all other pretensions, to maintain his allegiance to him. But Henry, drawing his sword, threatened him with instant death if he dared to disobey him, and as others of the late king's retinue, who came every moment to Winchester, joined the prince's party, Bretillieu was obliged to withdraw his opposition, and to acquiesce in this violence. Henry, without losing a moment, hastened with the money to London, and having assembled some noblemen and prelates, whom his address or abilities or presence gained to his side, he was suddenly elected, or rather saluted, king, and immediately proceeded to the exercise of royal authority. In less than 3 days after his brother's death, the ceremony of his coronation was performed by Maurice, Bishop of London, who was persuaded to officiate on that occasion, and thus, by his courage and celerity, he intruded himself into the vacant throne. No one had sufficient spirit or sense of duty to appear in defence of the absent prince. All men were seduced or intimidated. Present possession supplied the apparent defects in Henry's title, which was indeed founded on a plain usurpation, and the barons, as well as the people, acquiesced in a claim, which, though it could neither be justified nor comprehended, could now, they found, be opposed through the perils alone of civil war and rebellion. But as Henry foresaw that a crown usurped against all rules of justice would sit unsteady on his head, he resolved, by fair professions at least, to gain the affections of all his subjects. Besides taking the usual coronation oath to maintain the laws and execute justice, he passed a charter, which was calculated to remedy many of the grievous oppressions which had been complained of during the reigns of his father and brother. He there promised that at the death of any bishop or abbot, he never would seize the revenues of the see or abbey during the vacancy, but would leave the whole to be reaped by the successor, and that he would never let to form any ecclesiastical benefice, nor dispose of it for money. After this concession to the church, whose favor was of so great importance, he proceeded to enumerate the civil grievances which he proposed to redress. He promised that, upon the death of any earl, baron, or military tenant, his heir should be admitted to the possession of his estate on paying a just and lawful relief, without being exposed to such violent exactions as had been usual during the late reigns. He remitted the wardship of minors, and allowed guardians to be appointed, who should be answerable for the trust. He promised not to dispose of any heiress in marriage, but by the advice of all the barons, and if any baron intended to give his daughter, sister, or niece, or kinswoman, in marriage, it should only be necessary for him to consult the king, who promised to take no money for his consent, nor ever to refuse permission unless the person to whom it was proposed to marry her should happen to be his enemy. He granted his barons and military tenants the power of bequeathing by will their money or personal estates, and if they neglected to make a will, he promised that the heirs should succeed to them. He renounced the right of imposing moneyage, and of levying taxes at pleasure on the farms which the barons retained in their own hands. He made some general professions of moderating fines. He offered a pardon for all offences, and he remitted all debts due to the crown. He required that the vassals of the barons should enjoy the same privileges which he granted to his own barons, and he promised a general confirmation and observance of the laws of King Edward. This is the substance of the chief articles contained in that famous charter. To give greater authenticity to these concessions, Henry lodged a copy of his charter in some abbey of each county, as if desirous that they should be exposed to the view of all his subjects, and remain a perpetual rule for the limitation and direction of his government. Yet it is certain that, after the present purpose was served, he never once thought during his reign of observing one single article of it, and the whole fell so much into neglect and oblivion that in the following century, when the barons who had heard an obscure tradition of it desired to make it the model of the great charter which they exacted from King John, they could with difficulty find a copy of it in the kingdom. But as to the grievance here meant to be redressed, they were still continued in their full extent, and the royal authority, in all whose particulars lay under no manner of restriction, reliefs of heirs, so capital an article, were never effectually fixed till the time of the Magna Carta; and it is evident that the general promise here given, of accepting a just and lawful relief, ought to have been reduced to more precision in order to give security to the subject. The oppression of wardship in marriage was perpetuated even till the reign of Charles II, and it appears from Glanville, the famous justiciary of Henry II, that in his time, where any man died intestate, an accident which must have been very frequent when the art of writing was so little known, the king or the lord of the fief pretended to seize all the movables, and to exclude every heir, even the children of the deceased, a sure mark of a tyrannical and arbitrary government. The Normans, indeed, who domineered in England, were, during this age, so licentious a people that they may be pronounced incapable of any true or regular liberty, which requires such improvement in knowledge and morals as can only be the result of reflection and experience, and must grow to perfection during several ages of settled and established government. A people so insensible to the right of their sovereign as to disjoint without necessity the hereditary succession, and permit a younger brother to intrude himself into the place of the elder, whom they esteemed, and who was guilty of no crime but being absent, could not expect that. What is called a relief in the conqueror's laws, preserved by Ingulf, seems to have been the Heriot, since reliefs, as well as the other burdens of the feudal law, were unknown in the age of the Confessor, whose laws these originally were. This practice was contrary to the laws of King Edward, ratified by the Conqueror, as we learn from Ingulf, page 91. But laws had at that time very little influence. Power and violence governed everything. Prince would pay any greater regard to their privileges, or allow his engagements to fetter his power, and debar him from any considerable interest or convenience. They had indeed arms in their lands, which prevented the establishment of a total despotism, and left their posterity sufficient power, whenever they should attain a sufficient degree of reason, to assume true liberty. But their turbulent disposition frequently prompted them to make such use of their arms, that they were more fitted to obstruct the execution of justice than to stop the career of violence and oppression. The prince, finding that greater opposition was often made to him when he enforced the laws than when he violated them, was apt to render his own will and pleasure the sole rule of government, and on every emergency to consider more the power of the persons whom he might offend than the rights of those whom he might injure. The very form of this charter of Henry proves that the Norman barons, for they, rather than the people of England, are chiefly concerned in it, were totally ignorant of the nature of limited monarchy, and were ill qualified to conduct, in conjunction with their sovereign, the machine of government. It is an act of his sole power, is the result of his free grace, contains some articles which bind others as well as himself, and is therefore unfit to be the deed of any one who possesses not the whole legislative power, and who may not at pleasure revoke all his concessions. Henry, further to increase his popularity, degraded and committed to prison Ralph Flambard, Bishop of Durham, who had been the chief instrument of oppression under his brother. But this act was followed by another, which was a direct violation of his own charter, and was a bad prognostic of his sincere intentions to observe it. He kept the see of Durham vacant for 5 years, and during that time retained possession of all its revenues. Sensible of the great authority which Anselm had acquired by his character of piety, and by the persecutions which he had undergone from William, he sent repeated messages to him at Lyons, where he resided, and invited him to return and take possession of his dignities. On the arrival of the prelate, he proposed to him the renewal of that homage which he had done his brother, and which had never been refused by any English bishop. But Anselm had acquired other sentiments by his journey to Rome, and gave the king an absolute refusal. He objected the decrees of the Council of Bari, at which he himself had assisted; and he declared, that, so far as from doing homage to his spiritual dignity, he would not so much as communicate with any ecclesiastic who paid that submission, or who accepted of investitures from laymen. Henry, who expected in his present delicate situation to reap great advantages from the authority and popularity of Anselm, durst not insist on his demand. He only desired that the courtesy might be suspended, and that messengers might be sent to Rome, in order to accommodate matters with the pope, and obtain his confirmation of the laws and customs of England. There immediately occurred an important affair, in which the king was obliged to have recourse to the authority of Anselm. Matilda, daughter of Malcolm III., king of Scotland, and niece to Edgar Atheling, had, on her father's death, and the subsequent revolutions in the Scottish government, been brought to England and educated under her aunt Christina, in the nunnery of Rumsey. This Princess Henry proposed to marry; and as she had worn the veil, though never taken the vows, doubt might arise concerning the lawfulness of the act, and it behooved him to be very careful not to shock in any particular the religious prejudices of his subjects. The affair was examined by Anselm in a council of the prelates and nobles, which was summoned at Lambeth. Matilda there proved that she had put on the veil, not with a view of entering into a religious life, but merely in consequence of a custom familiar to the English ladies, who protected their chastity from the brutal violence of the Normans by taking shelter under that habit, which, amidst the horrible licentiousness of the times, was yet generally revered. The council, sensible that even a princess had otherwise no security for her honor, admitted this reason as valid. They pronounced that Matilda was still free to marry, and her espousals with Henry were celebrated by Anselm with great pomp and solemnity. No act of the king's reign rendered him equally popular with his English subjects, and tended more to establish him on the throne. Though Matilda, during the life of her uncle and brothers, was not heir to the Saxon line, she was become very dear to the English on account of her connections with it; and that people, who, before the conquest, had fallen into a kind of indifference towards their ancient royal family, had felt so severely the tyranny of the Normans, that they reflected with extreme regret on their former liberty, and hoped for a more equal and mild administration, when the blood of their native princes should be mingled with that of their new sovereigns. But the policy and prudence of Henry, which, if time had been allowed for these virtues to produce their full effect, would have secured him possession of the crown, ran great hazard of being frustrated by the sudden appearance of Robert, who returned to Normandy about a month after the death of his brother William. He took possession without opposition of that duchy, and immediately made preparations for recovering England, of which, during his absence, he had, by Henry's intrigues, been so unjustly defrauded. The great fame in which he had acquired in the East forwarded his pretensions; and the Norman barons, sensible of the consequences, expressed the same discontent at the separation of the duchy and kingdom, which had appeared on the accession of William. Robert de Belesme, Earl of Shrewsbury and Arundel, William de Warrenne, Earl of Surrey, Arnulf de Montgomery, Walter Giffard, Robert de Pontefract, Robert de Mallet, Yvaud de Desmesnil, and many others of the principal nobility, invited Robert to make an attempt upon England, and promised on his landing to join him in all their forces. Even the seamen were affected with the general popularity of his name, and they carried over to him the greater part of a fleet which had been equipped to oppose his passage. Henry, in this extremity, began to be apprehensive for his life, as well as for his crown, and had recourse to the superstition of the people in order to oppose their sentiment of justice. He paid diligent court to Anselm, whose sanctity and wisdom he pretended to revere. He consulted him in all difficult emergencies, seemed to be governed by him in every measure, promised a strict regard to ecclesiastical privileges, professed a great attachment to Rome, and a resolution of persevering in an implicit obedience to the decrees of council and to the will of the sovereign pontiff. By these caresses and declarations he entirely gained the confidence of the primate, whose influence over the people and authority with the barons were of the utmost service to him in his present situation. Anselm scrupled not to assure the nobles of the king's sincerity in those professions which he made of avoiding the tyrannical and oppressive government of his father and brother. He even rode through the ranks of the army, recommended to the soldiers and defense of their prince, represented the duty of keeping their oaths of allegiance, and prognosticated to them the greatest happiness from the government of so wise and just a sovereign. By this expedient, joined to the influence of the earls of Warwick and Melent, of Roger Bigod, Richard de Redvers, and Robert Fitzhamon, powerful barons, who still adhered to the present government, the army was retained in the king's interest, and marched with seeming union and firmness to oppose Robert, who had landed with his forces at Portsmouth. End of section 31. Recording by Tony Richardson. Section 32 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 32. Chapter 6, Part 2. The two armies lay in sight of each other for some days without coming to action, and both princes, being apprehensive of the event, which would probably be decisive, hearkened the more willingly to the counsels of Anselm and the other great men, who mediated an accommodation between them. After employing some negotiation, it was agreed that Robert should resign his pretensions to England and receive in lieu of them an annual pension of 3,000 marks, that if either of the princes died without issue, the other should succeed his dominions, that the adherents of each should be pardoned, and restored to all their possessions either in Normandy or England, and that neither Robert nor Henry should thenceforth encourage, receive, or protect the enemies of the other. This treaty, though calculated so much for Henry's advantage, he was the first to violate. He restored indeed the estates of all Robert's adherents, but was secretly determined that noblemen so powerful and so ill affected, who had both inclination and ability to disturb his government, should not long remain unmolested in their present opulence and grandeur. He began with the Earl of Shrewsbury, who was watched for some time by spies, and then indicted on a charge consisting of 45 articles. This turbulent nobleman, knowing his own guilt, as well as the prejudices of his judges and the power of his prosecutor, had recourse to Ames for defence. But being soon suppressed by the activity and address of Henry, he was banished the kingdom, and his great estate was confiscated. His ruin involved that of his two brothers, Arnulf de Montgomery and Roger, Earl of Lancaster. Soon after followed the prosecution and condemnation of Robert de Pontefract and Robert de Malay, who had distinguished themselves among Robert's adherents. William de Warrenne was the next victim. Even William, Earl of Cornwall, son of the Earl of Mortaigne, the king's uncle, having given matters of suspicion against him, lost all the vast acquisitions of his family in England. Though the usual violence and tyranny of the Norman barons afforded a plausible pretence for those prosecutions, and it is probable that none of the sentences pronounced against these noblemen was wholly iniquitous, men easily saw or conjectured that the chief part of their guilt was not the injustice or illegality of their conduct. Robert, enraged at the fate of his friends, imprudently ventured to come into England, and he remonstrated with his brother in severe terms against this breach of treaty, but met with so bad a reception that he began to apprehend danger to his own liberty, and was glad to purchase an escape by resigning his pension. The indiscretion of Robert soon exposed him to more fatal injuries. This prince, whose slavery and candor procured for him respect while at a distance, had no sooner attained the possession of power and enjoyment of peace, than all the vigor of his mind relaxed, and he fell into contempt among those who approached his person, or were subjected to his authority. Alternately abandoned to dissolute pleasures and to womanish superstition, he was so remiss, both in the care of his treasure and the exercise of his government, that his servants pillaged his money with impunity, stole from him his very clothes, and proceeded thence to practice every species of extortion on his defenceless subjects. The barons, whom a severe administration alone could have restrained, gave way to their unbounded rapine upon their vassals, and inveterate animosities against each other; and all Normandy, during the reign of this benign prince, was become a scene of violence and depredation. The Normans at last, observing the regular government which Henry, notwithstanding his usurped title, had been able to establish in England, applied to him, that he might use his authority for the oppression of these disorders, and they thereby afforded him a pretence for interposing in the affairs of Normandy. Instead of employing his mediation to render his brother's government respectable, or to redress the grievances of the Normans, he was only attentive to support his own partisans, and to increase their number by every art of bribery, intrigue, and insinuation. Having found, in a recent visit which he made to that duchy, that the nobility were more disposed to pay submission to him than to their legal sovereign, he collected, by arbitrary extortions on England, a great army and treasure, and returned next year to Normandy, in a situation to obtain, either by violence or corruption, the dominion of that province. He took Bayeux by storm after an obstinate siege. He made himself master of Caen by the voluntary submission of the inhabitants. But being repulsed at Felicity, and obliged by the winter season to raise the siege, he returned to England, after giving assurances to his adherents that he would persevere in supporting and protecting them. Next year he opened the campaign with the siege of Tinchebray, and it became evident from his preparations and progress that he intended to usurp the entire possession of Normandy. Robert was at last roused from his lethargy, and being supported by the Earl of Mortaigne and Robert de Belesme, the king's inveterate enemies, he raised a considerable army and approached his brother's camp, with a view of finishing in one decisive battle the quarrel between them. He was now entered on that scene of action in which he alone was qualified to excel, and he so animated his troops by his example that they threw the English into disorder, and had nearly obtained the victory, when the flight of the Belesme spread a panic among the Normans, and occasioned their total defeat. Henry, besides doing great execution on the enemy, made near 10,000 prisoners, among whom was Duke Robert himself, and all the most considerable barons who adhered to his interests. This victory was followed by the final reduction of Normandy. Rouen immediately submitted to the conqueror. Felicity, after some negotiation, opened its gates, and by this acquisition, besides rendering himself master of an important fortress, he got into his hands Prince William, the only son of Robert. He assembled the states of Normandy, and having received the homage of all the vassals of the duchy, having settled the government, revoked his brother's donations, and dismantled the castles lately built, he returned into England and carried along with him the duke as prisoner. That unfortunate prince was detained in custody during the remainder of his life, which was no less than 28 years, and he died in the castle of Cardiff in Glamorganshire, happy if, without losing his liberty, he could have relinquished that power which he was not qualified either to hold or to exercise. Prince William was committed to the care of Halle de Saint-Seine, who had married Robert's natural daughter, and who, being a man of probity and honor, beyond what was usual in those ages, executed the trust with great affection and fidelity. Edgar Atheling, who had followed Robert in the expedition to Jerusalem, and who had lived with him ever since in Normandy, was another illustrious prisoner taken in the battle of Tinchebray. Henry gave him his liberty, and settled a small pension on him, with which he retired, and he lived to a good old age in England, totally neglected and forgotten. This prince was distinguished by personal bravery, but nothing can be a stronger proof of his mean talents in every other respect than that, notwithstanding he possessed the affections of the English, and enjoyed the only legal title to the throne, he was allowed, during the reigns of so many violent and jealous usurpers, to live unmolested and to go to his grave in peace. A little after Henry had completed the conquest of Normandy and settled the government of that province, he finished a controversy which had been long depending between him and the Pope, with regard to the investitures in ecclesiastical benefices. And though he was here obliged to relinquish some of the ancient rights of the crown, he extricated himself from the difficulty on easier terms than most princes, who in that age were so unhappy as to be engaged in disputes with the apostolic see. The king's situation in the beginning of his reign obliged him to pay great court to Anselm. The advantages which he had reaped from the zealous friendship of that prelate had made him sensible how prone the minds of his people were to superstition, and what an ascendant the ecclesiastics had been able to assume over them. He had seen, on the occasion of his brother Rufus, that though the rights of primogeniture were then violated, and the inclinations of almost all the barons thwarted, yet the authority of Lanfranc, the primate, had prevailed over all other considerations. His own case, which was still more unfavorable, afforded an instance in which the clergy had more evidently shown their influence and authority. These recent examples, while they made him cautious not to offend that powerful body, convinced him at the same time that it was extremely his interest to retain the former prerogative of the crown in filling offices of such vast importance, and to check the ecclesiastics in that independence to which they visibly aspired. The choice which his brother, in a fit of penitence, had made of Anselm was so far unfortunate to the king's pretensions, that this prelate was celebrated for his piety and zeal, and austerity of manners, and though his monkish devotion and narrow principles prognosticated no great knowledge of the word or depth of policy, he was, on that very account, a more dangerous instrument in the hands of politicians, and retained a greater ascendant over the bigoted populace. The prudence and temper of the king appear in nothing more conspicuous than in the management of this delicate affair, where he was always sensible that it had become necessary for him to risk his whole crown in order to preserve the most valuable jewel of it. Anselm had no sooner returned from banishment than his refusal to do homage to the king raised the dispute, which Henry evaded at that critical juncture by promising to send a messenger in order to compound the matter with Pascal II, and then filled the papal throne. The messenger, as was probably foreseen, returned with an absolute refusal to the king's demands, and that fortified by many reasons which were well qualified to operate on the understandings of men in those ages. Pascal quoted the Scriptures to prove that Christ was the door, and he thence inferred that all ecclesiastics must enter into the church through Christ alone, not through the civil magistrate or any profane layman. I quote, "It's monstrous," added the pontiff, "that a son should pretend to beget his father, or a man to create his God. Priests are called gods in Scripture, as being the vicars of God, and you will, by your abominable pretensions to grant them their investiture, assume the right of creating them." End quote. But how convincing soever these arguments, they could not persuade Henry to resign so important a prerogative; and perhaps, as he was possessed of great reflection and learning, he thought that the absurdity of a man's creating his God, even allowing priests to be gods, was not urged with the best grace by the Roman pontiff. But as he desired still to avoid, at least to delay, the coming to any dangerous extremity with the church, he persuaded Anselm that he should be able, by further negotiation, to attain some composition with Pascal, and for that purpose he dispatched 3 bishops to Rome, while Anselm sent 2 messengers of his own, to be more fully assured of the pope's intentions. Pascal wrote back letters equally positive and arrogant, both to the king and primate, urging to the former that, by assuming the right of investiture, he committed a kind of spiritual adultery with the church, who was the spouse of Christ, and who must not admit of such a commerce with any other person; and insisting on the latter, that the pretension of kings to confer benefices was the source of all simony, a topic which had but too much foundation in those ages. Henry had now no other expedient than to suppress the letter addressed to himself, and to persuade the three bishops to prevaricate, and assert, upon their episcopal faith, that Pascal had assured them in private of his good intentions towards Henry, and of his resolution not to resent any future exertion of his prerogative in granting investitures, though he himself scrupled to give this assurance under his hand, lest other princes should copy the example, and assume a like privilege. Anselm's two messengers were monks, affirmed to him that it was impossible this story could have any foundation, but their word was not deemed equal to that of three bishops; and the king, as if he had finally gained his cause, proceeded to fill the sees of Hereford and Salisbury, and to invest the new bishops in the usual manner. But Anselm, who, as he had good reason, gave no credit as to the asseveration of the king's messengers, refused not only to consecrate them, but even to communicate with them; and the bishops themselves, finding how odious they were become, returned to Henry the ensigns of their dignity. The quarrel every day increased between the king and the primate. The former, notwithstanding the prudence and moderation of his temper, threw out menaces against such as should pretend to oppose him in exerting the ancient prerogatives of his crown; and Anselm, sensible to his own dangerous situation, desired leave to make a journey to Rome, in order to lay the case before the sovereign pontiff. Henry, well pleased to rid himself without violence of so inflexible an antagonist, readily granted him permission. The prelate was attended to the shore by infinite multitudes, not only of monks and clergymen, but people of all ranks, who scrupled not in this manner to declare for their primate against their sovereign, and who regarded his departure as the final abolition of religion and true piety in the kingdom. The king, however, seized all the revenues of his see, and sent William de Walras to negotiate with Pascal, and to find some means of accommodation in this delicate affair. The English minister told Pascal that his master would rather lose his crown than part of the right of granting investitures, and I quote, "And I," replied Pascal, "would rather lose my head than allow him to retain it." End quote. Henry secretly prohibited Anselm from returning, unless he resolved to conform himself to the laws and usages of the kingdom; and the primate took up his residence at Lyons, in expectation that the king would at last be obliged to yield the point which was the present object of controversy between them. Soon after, he was permitted to return to his monastery at Bec, in Normandy; and Henry, besides restoring to him the revenues of his see, treated him with the greatest respect, and held several conferences with him in order to soften his opposition and bend him to submission. The people of England, who thought all differences now accommodated, were inclined to blame their primate for absenting himself so long from his charge; and he daily received letters from his partisans representing the necessity of his speedy return. The total extinction, they told him, of religion and Christianity was likely to ensue from the want of his fatherly care. The most shocking customs prevail in England, and the dread of his severity being now removed, sodomy and the practice of wearing long hair gained ground among all ranks of men, and those enormities openly appear everywhere, without sense of shame or fear of punishment. The policy of the court of Rome has commonly been much admired, and men, judging by success, have bestowed the highest eulogies on that prudence by which a power, from such slender beginnings, could advance without force of arms to establish the universal and almost absolute monarchy in Europe. But the wisdom of so long a succession of men who filled the papal throne, and who were of such different ages, tempers, and interests, is not intelligible, and could never have place in nature. The instrument, indeed, with which they wrought, the ignorance and the superstition of the people, is so gross an engine, of such universal prevalence, and so little liable to accident or disorder, that it may be successful even in the most unskilful hands, and scarce any indiscretion can frustrate its operations. While the court of Rome was most openly abandoned to the most flagrant disorders, even while it was torn with schisms and factions, the power of the church daily made a sensible progress in Europe, and the temerity of Gregory and caution of Pascal were equally fortunate in promoting it. The clergy, feeling the necessity which they lay under of being protected against the violence of princes, or rigor of the laws, were well pleased to adhere to a foreign head, who, being removed from the fear of the civil authority, could freely employ the power of the whole church in defending her ancient or usurped properties and privileges when invaded in any particular country. The monks, desirous of an independence on their dioceses, professed a still more devoted attachment to the triple crown, and the stupid people possessed no science or reason which they could oppose to the most exorbitant pretensions. Nonsense passed for demonstration. The most criminal means were sanctified by the piety of the end. Treaties were not supposed to be binding where the interests of God were concerned. The ancient laws and customs of states had no authority against the divine right. Impudent forgeries were received as authentic monuments of antiquity, and the champions of Holy Church, if successful, were celebrated as heroes, if unfortunate, were worshipped as martyrs, and all events thus turned out equally to the advantage of clerical usurpations. Pascal himself, the reigning pope, was, in the course of this very controversy concerning investitures, involved in circumstances, and necessitated to follow a conduct which would have drawn disgrace and ruin on any temporal prince that had been so unfortunate as to fail into a like situation. His person was seized by the Emperor Henry V, and he was obliged, by a formal treaty, to resign to that monarch the right of granting investitures, for which they had so long contended. In order to add greater solemnity to this agreement, the emperor and pope communicated together on the same host, one half of which was given to the prince, the other taken by the pontiff. The most tremendous imprecations were publicly denounced on either of them who should violate the treaty. Yet no sooner did Pascal recover his liberty than he revoked all his concessions, and pronounced the sentence of excommunication against the emperor, who in the end was obliged to submit to the terms required of him, and to yield up all his pretensions, which he never could resume. The King of England had very nearly fallen into the same dangerous situation. Pascal had already excommunicated the Earl of Malent, and the other ministers of Henry who were instrumental in supporting his pretensions. He daily menaced the king himself with a like sentence, and he suspended the blow only to give him leisure to prevent it by a timely submission. The malcontents waited impatiently for the opportunity of disturbing his government by conspiracies and insurrections. The king's best friends were anxious at the prospect of an incident which would set their religious and civil duties at variance, and the Countess of Blois, his sister, a princess of piety, who had great influence over him, was affrighted with the danger of her brother's eternal damnation. Henry, on the other hand, seemed determined to run all hazards rather than resign a prerogative of such importance, which had been enjoyed by all his predecessors, and it seemed probable from his great prudence and abilities that he might be able to sustain his rights and finally prevail in the contest. While Pascal and Henry thus stood mutually in awe of each other, it was the more easy to bring about an accommodation between them, and to find a medium in which they might agree. Before bishops took possession of their dignities, they had formerly been accustomed to pass through two ceremonies. They received from the hands of the sovereign a ring and crozier as symbols of their office, and this was called their investiture. They also made those submissions to the prince, which were required of vassals by the rights of the feudal law, and which received the name of homage. And as the king might refuse both to grant the investiture and to receive the homage, though the chapter had, by some canons of the Middle Age, been endowed with the right of election, the sovereign had in reality the sole power of appointing prelates. Urban II had equally deprived laymen of the rights of granting investiture and of receiving homage. The emperors never were able, by all their wars and negotiations, to make any distinctions be admitted between them. The interposition of profane laymen in any particular was still represented as impious and abominable, and the church openly aspired to a total independence on the state. But Henry had put England as well as Normandy in such a situation as gave greater weight to his negotiations, and Pascal was for the present satisfied with his resigning the right of granting investitures, by which the spiritual dignity was supposed to be conferred, and he allowed the bishops to do homage for their temporal properties and privileges. The pontiff was well pleased to have made this acquisition, which, he hoped, would in time involve the whole, and the king, anxious to procure an escape from a very dangerous situation, was content to retain some, though a more precarious authority, in the election of prelates. End of section 32. Recording by Tony Richardson. Section 33 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Richardson. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 33. Chapter 6, Part 3. After the principal controversy was accommodated, it was not difficult to adjust the other differences. If the Pope allowed Anselm to communicate with the prelates who had already received investitures from the crown, and he already required of them some submissions for their past conduct, he also granted Anselm a plenary power of remedying every other disorder, which, he said, might arise from the barbarousness of the country. Such was the idea which the popes then entertained of the English, and nothing can be a stronger proof of the miserable ignorance in which that people were then plunged, than that a man who sat on the papal throne, and who subsisted by absurdities and nonsense, should think himself entitled to treat them as barbarians. During the course of these controversies, a synod was held at Westminster, where the king, intent only on the main dispute, allowed some canons of less importance to be enacted, which tended to promote the usurpations of the clergy. The celibacy of priests was enjoined, a point which it was still found very difficult to carry into execution, and even laymen were not allowed to marry within the seventh degree of affinity. By this contrivance, the pope augmented the profits which he reaped from granting dispensations, and likewise those from divorces. For as the art of writing was then rare, and parish registers were not regularly kept, it was not easy to ascertain the degrees of affinity even among people of rank, and any man who had money sufficient to pay for it might obtain a divorce on pretense that his wife was more nearly related to him than was permitted by the canons. This synod also passed a vote prohibiting the laity from wearing long hair. The aversion of the clergy to this mode was not confined to England. When the king went to Normandy before he had conquered that province, the Bishop of Sees, in a formal harangue, earnestly exhorted him to redress the manifold disorders under which the government labored, and to oblige the people to poll their hair in a decent form. Henry, though he would not resign his prerogatives to the church, willingly parted with his hair. He cut it in the form which they required of him, and obliged all the courtiers to imitate his example. The acquisition of Normandy was a great point of Henry's ambition, being the ancient patrimony of his family, and the only territory which, while in his possession, gave him any weight or consideration on the continent. But the injustice of his usurpation was the source of great inquietude, involving him in frequent wars, and obliged him to impose on his English subjects those many heavy and arbitrary taxes, of which all the historians of that age unanimously complain. His nephew William was but 6 years of age when he committed him to the care of Hélie de Saint-Saëns, and it is probable that his reason for entrusting that important charge to a man of so unblemished a character was to prevent all malignant suspicions in case any accident should befall the life of the young prince. He soon repented of his choice, but when he desired to recover possessions from William's person, Hélie withdrew his pupil, and carried him to the court of Fulk, Count of Anjou, who gave him protection. In proportion as the prince grew up to man's estate, he discovered virtues becoming his birth, and wandering through different courts of Europe, he excited the friendly compassion of many princes, and raised the general indignation against his uncle, who had so unjustly bereaved him of his inheritance. Louis the Gros, son of Philip, was at this time king of France, a brave and generous prince, who, having been obliged, during the lifetime of his father, to fly into England, in order to escape the persecutions of his stepmother Gertrude, had been protected by Henry, and had thence conceived a personal friendship for him. But these ties were soon dissolved after the accession of Louis, who found his interest to be, in so many particulars, opposite to those of the English monarch, and who became sensible of the danger attending the annexation of Normandy to England. He joined, therefore, the courts of Anjou and Flanders in giving disquiet to Henry's government, and this monarch, in order to defend his foreign dominions, found himself obliged to go over to Normandy, where he resided 2 years. The war which ensued among the princes was attended with no memorable event, and produced only slight skirmishes on the frontiers, agreeably to the weak condition of the sovereigns in that age, whenever their subjects were not roused by some great and urgent occasion. Henry, by contracting his eldest son William to the daughter of Fulk, detached that prince from the allegiance, and obliged the others to come to an accommodation with him. This peace was not of long duration. His nephew William retired to the court of Baldwin, Earl of Flanders, who espoused his cause; and the King of France having soon after, for some reasons, joined the party, a new war was kindled in Normandy, which produced no event more memorable than had attended the former. At last the death of Baldwin, who was slain in an action near Eu, gave some respite to Henry, and engaged him to carry on war with more advantage against his enemies. Lewis, finding himself unable to wrest Normandy from the king by force of arms, had recourse to the dangerous expedient of applying to the spiritual power, and of affording the ecclesiastics a pretense to interpose in the temporal concerns of princes. He carried young William to a general council, which was assembled at Rheims by Pope Calixtus II, presented the Norman prince to them, complained of the manifest usurpation and injustice of Henry, craved the assistance of the church for reinstating the true heir in his dominions, and represented the enormity of detaining in captivity so brave a prince as Robert, one of the most eminent champions of the cross, and who, by that very quality, was placed under the immediate protection of the Holy See. Henry knew how to defend the rights of his crown with vigor, and yet with dexterity. He had sent over the English bishops to this synod, but at the same time had warned them that, if any further claims were started by the pope or the ecclesiastics, he was determined to adhere to the laws and customs of England and maintain the prerogatives transmitted to him by his predecessors. "Go," he said to them, "salute the pope in my name, hear his apostolical precepts, but take care to bring none of his new inventions into my kingdom." Finding, however, that it would be easier for him to elude than oppose the efforts of Calixtus, he gave his ambassadors orders to gain the pope and his favorites by liberal presents and promises. The complaints of the Norman prince were thenceforth heard with great coldness by the council, and Calixtus confessed, after a conference which he had the same summer with Henry, and when that prince probably renewed his presence, that of all men whom he had ever yet been acquainted with, he was, beyond comparison, the most eloquent and persuasive. The warlike measures of Lewis proved as ineffectual as his intrigues. He had laid a scheme for surprising Noyon, but Henry, having received intelligence of the design, marched to the relief of the place, and suddenly attacked the French at Brianville as they were advancing towards it. A sharp conflict ensued, where Prince William behaved with great bravery, and the king himself was in the most imminent danger. He was wounded in the head by Crispin, a gallant Norman officer, who had followed the fortunes of William, but, being rather animated than terrified by the blow, he immediately beat his antagonist to the ground, and so encouraged his troops by the example, that they put the French to total rout, and had very nearly taken their king prisoner. The dignity of the persons engaged in this skirmish rendered it the most memorable action of the war, for in other respects it was not of great importance. There were 900 horsemen who fought on both sides, yet were there only 2 persons slain. The rest were defended by that heavy armor worn by the cavalry in those times. An accommodation soon after ensued between the kings of France and England, and the interests of young William were entirely neglected in it. But this public prosperity of Henry was much overbalanced by a domestic calamity which befell him. His only son, William, had now reached his 18th year, and the king, from the facility with which he himself had usurped the crown, dreading that a like revolution might subvert his family, had taken care to have him recognized successor by the states of the kingdom, and had carried him over to Normandy, that he might receive the homage of the barons of that duchy. The king, on his return, set sail from Barfleur, and was soon carried by a fair wind out of sight of land. The prince was detained by some accident, and his sailors, as well as their captain, Thomas Fitzstephen, having spent the interval in drinking, were so flustered that, being in a hurry to follow the king, they heedlessly carried the ship on a rock, where she immediately floundered. William was put into the long boat, and had got clear of the ship, when, hearing the cries of his natural sister, the Countess of Perche, he ordered the seamen to row back in hopes of saving her. But the numbers who then crowded in soon sunk the boat, and the prince with all his retinue perished. Above 140 young noblemen of the principal families of England and Normandy were lost on this occasion. A butcher of Rouen was the only person on board who escaped. He clung to the mast, and was taken up next morning by fishermen. Fitzstephen also took hold of the mast, but being informed by the butcher that Prince William had perished, he said that he would not survive the disaster, and he threw himself headlong into the sea. Henry entertained hopes for 3 days that his son had put into some distant port of England. But when certain intelligence of the calamity was brought him, he fainted away, and it was remarked that he never after was seen to smile, nor ever recovered his wonted cheerfulness. The death of William may be regarded in one respect as a misfortune to the English, because it was the immediate source of those civil wars which, after the demise of the king, caused such confusion in the kingdom. But it is remarkable that the young prince had entertained a violent aversion to the natives, and had been heard to threaten that when he should be king he would make them draw the plough, and would turn them into beasts of burden. These prepossessions he inherited from his father, who, though he was wont, when it might serve his purpose, to value himself on his birth as a native of England, showed, in the course of his government, an extreme prejudice against that people. All hopes of preferment to ecclesiastical as well as civil dignities were denied them during this whole reign, and any foreigner, however ignorant or worthless, was sure to have the preference in every competition. As the English had given no disturbance to the government during the course of 50 years, this inveterate antipathy in a prince of so much temper as well as penetration forms a presumption that the English of that age were still a rude and barbarous people even compared to the Normans, and impresses us with no very favorable idea of the Anglo-Saxon manners. Prince William left no children, and the king had not now any legitimate issue, except one daughter, Matilda, who in 1110 he had betrothed, though only 8 years old, to the Emperor Henry V, and whom he had then sent over to be educated in Germany. But as her absence from the kingdom, and her marriage into a foreign family, might endanger the succession, Henry, who was now a widower, was induced to marry in hopes of having male heirs, and he made his address to Adelius, daughter of Godfrey, Duke of Louvain, and niece of Pope Calixtus, a young princess of an amiable person. But Adelius brought him no children, and the prince who was most likely to dispute the succession, and even the immediate possession of the crown, recovered hopes of subverting his rival, who had successively seized all his patrimonial dominions. William, the son of Duke Robert, was still protected in the French court, and as Henry's connections with the court of Anjou were broken off by the death of his son, Fulk joined the party of the unfortunate prince, gave him his daughter in marriage, and aided him in raising disturbances in Normandy. But Henry found the means of drawing off the court of Anjou by forming anew with him a nearer connection than the former, and one more material to the interests of that court's family. The emperor, his son-in-law, dying without issue, he bestowed his daughter on Geoffrey, the eldest son of Fulk, and endeavored to ensure her succession by having her recognized heir to all his dominions, and obliging the barons both of Normandy and England to swear fealty to her. He hoped that the choice of this husband would be more agreeable to all his subjects than that of the emperor, as securing them from the danger of falling under the dominion of a great distant potentate, who might bring them into subjection and reduce their country to the rank of a province. But the barons were displeased that a step so material to national interests had been taken without consulting them, and Henry had too sensibly experienced the turbulence of their disposition not to dread the effects of their resentment. It seemed probable that his nephew's party might gain force from the increase of the malcontents. An accession of power, which that prince acquired a little after, tended to render his pretensions still more dangerous. Charles, Earl of Flanders, being assassinated during the celebration of divine service, King Louis immediately put the young prince in possession of that country, to which he had pretensions in the right of his grandmother Matilda, wife to the conqueror. But William survived a very little time this piece of good fortune, which seemed to open the way to still further prosperity. He was killed in a skirmish with the Landgrave of Alsace, his competitor for Flanders, and his death put an end for the present to the jealousy and inquietude of Henry. The chief merit of this monarch's government consists in the profound tranquillity which he established and maintained throughout all his dominions during the greater part of his reign. The mutinous barons were retained in subjection, and his neighbors, in every attempt which they made upon him, found him so well prepared that they were discouraged from continuing or renewing their enterprises. In order to repress the incursions of the Welsh, he brought over some Flemings in the year 1111, and settled them in Pembrokeshire, where they had long maintained a different language and customs and manners from their neighbors. Though his government seems to have been arbitrary in England, it was judicious and prudent, and was as little oppressive as the necessity of his affairs would permit. He wanted not attention to the redress of grievances, and historians mention in particular the levying of purveyance, which he endeavored to moderate with restraint. The tenants in the king's domain lands were at that time obliged to supply gratis the court with provisions, and to furnish carriages on the same hard terms. When the king made a progress, as he did frequently, into any of the counties, these exactions were so grievous, and levied in so licentious a manner, that the farmers, when they heard of the approach of the court, often deserted their houses as if an enemy had invaded the country, and sheltered their persons and families in the woods from the insults of the king's retinue. Henry prohibited those enormities, and punished the persons guilty of them by cutting off their hands, legs, or other members. But the prerogative was perpetual. The remedy applied by Henry was temporary, and the violence itself of this remedy, so far from giving security to the people, was only a proof of the ferocity of the government, and threatened a quick return of like abuses. One great and difficult object of the king's prudence was the guarding against the encroachments of the court of Rome, and protecting the liberties of the Church of England. The Pope, in the year 1101, had sent Guy, Archbishop of VIII, as legate to Britain, and though he was the first that for many years had appeared there in that character, and his commission gave general surprise, the king, who was then in the commencement of his reign, and was involved in many difficulties, was obliged to submit to this encroachment on his authority. But in the year 1116, Anselm, abbot of St. Sabas, who was coming over with a like legantine commission, was prohibited from entering the kingdom, and Pope Calixtus, who in his turn was then laboring under many difficulties by reason of the pretensions of Gregory and Antipope, was obliged to promise that he never would for the future, except when solicited by the king himself, send any legate into England. Notwithstanding this engagement, the Pope, as soon as he had suppressed his antagonist, granted the Cardinal de Crema a legantine commission over that kingdom; and the king, who, by reason of his nephew's intrigues and invasions, found himself at that time in a dangerous situation, was obliged to submit to the exercise of this commission. A synod was called by the legate at London, where, among other canons, a vote passed enacting severe penalties on the marriages of the clergy. The cardinal, in a public harangue, declared it to be an unpardonable enormity, that a priest should dare to consecrate and touch the body of Christ immediately after he had risen from the side of a strumpet, for that was the decent appellation which he gave to the wives of the clergy. But it happened that the very next night the officers of justice, breaking into a disorderly house, found the cardinal in bed with a courtesan, an incident which threw such ridicule upon him that he immediately stole out of the kingdom. The synod broke up, and the canons against the marriage of clergymen were worse executed than ever. It is remarkable that this last writer, who was a clergyman as well as the others, makes an apology for using such freedom with the fathers of the church, but says that the fact was notorious and ought not to be concealed. Henry, in order to prevent this alternative revolution of concessions and encroachments, sent William, the Archbishop of Canterbury, to remonstrate with the court of Rome against those abuses, and to assist the liberties of the English Church. It was a usual maxim with every pope, when he found that he could not prevail in any pretension, to grant princes or states a power which they had always exercised, to resume at a proper juncture the claim which seemed to be resigned, and to pretend that the civil magistrate had possessed the authority only from a special indulgence of the Roman pontiff. After this manner, the Pope, finding that the French nation would not admit his claim of granting investitures, had passed a bull giving the king that authority, and he now practised a like invention to elude the complaints of the King of England. He made the Archbishop of Canterbury his legate, renewed his commission from time to time, and still pretended that the rights which that prelate had ever exercised as metropolitan were entirely derived from the indulgence of the Apostolic See. The English princes, and Henry in particular, who were glad to avoid any immediate contest of so dangerous a nature, commonly acquiesced by their silence in these pretensions of the court of Rome. As everything in England remained in tranquillity, Henry took the opportunity of paying a visit to Normandy, to which he was invited, as well as his affection for that country as by his tenderness for his daughter the Empress Matilda, who was always his favorite. Some time after, that princess was delivered of a son, who received the name of Henry, and the king, further to ensure her succession, made all the nobility of England and Normandy renew the oath of fealty which they had already sworn to her. The joy of this event, and the satisfaction which he reaped from his daughter's company, who bore successively 2 other sons, made his residence in Normandy very agreeable to him, and he seemed determined to pass the remainder of his days in that country. With an excursion of the Welsh obliged him to think of returning to England. He was preparing for the journey, but was seized with a sudden illness at St. Denis le Format, from eating too plentifully of lampreys, a food which always agreed better with his palate than with his constitution. He died in the 67th year of his age, and the 35th year of his reign, leaving by will his daughter Matilda heir of all his dominions, without making any mention of her husband Geoffrey, who had given him several causes of displeasure. This prince was one of the most accomplished that has filled the English throne, and possessed all the great qualities both of body and mind, natural and acquired, which could fit him for the high station to which he attained. His person was manly, in countenance engaging, his eyes clear, serene, and penetrating. The affability of his address encouraged those who might be overawed by the sense of his dignity or of his wisdom; and though he often indulged his facetious humor, he knew how to temper it with discretion, and ever kept at a distance from all indecent familiarities with his courtiers. His superior eloquence and judgment would have given him an ascendant, even had he been born in a private station, and his personal bravery would have procured him respect, though it had been less supported by art and policy. By his great progress in literature, he acquired the name of Beauclerk, or the scholar, but his application to those sedentary pursuits abated nothing of the activity and vigilance of his government. And though the learning of that age was better fitted to corrupt than improve the understanding, his natural good sense preserved itself untainted both from the pedantry and superstition which were then so prevalent among men of letters. His temper was susceptible to the sentiments as well of friendship as of resentment, and his ambition, though high, might be deemed moderate and reasonable, had not his conduct towards his brother and nephew showed that he was too much disposed to sacrifice to it all the maxims of justice and equity. But the total incapacity of Robert for government afforded his younger brother a reason or pretense for seizing the sceptre both of England and Normandy. And when violence and usurpation are once begun, necessity obliges a prince to continue in the same criminal course, and engages him in measures which his better judgment and sounder principles would otherwise have induced him to reject with warmth and indignation. King Henry was much addicted to women, and historians mention no less than 7 illegitimate sons and 6 daughters born to him. Hunting was also one of his favorite amusements, and he exercised great rigor against those who encroached on the royal forests, which were augmented during his reign, though their number and extent were already too great. To kill a stag was as criminal as to murder a man. He made all the dogs be mutilated which were kept on the borders of his forests, and he sometimes deprived his subjects of the liberty of hunting on their own lands, or even cutting their own woods. In other respects he executed justice, and that with rigor, the best maxim which a prince in that age could follow. Stealing was first made a capital in this reign. False coining, which was then a very common crime, and by which the money had been extremely debased, was severely punished by Henry. Near 50 criminals of this kind were at one time hanged or mutilated, and though these punishments seem to have been exercised in a manner somewhat arbitrary, they were grateful to the people, the more attentive to present advantages than jealous of general laws. There is a code which passes under the name of Henry I, but the best antiquaries have agreed to think it spurious. It is, however, a very ancient compilation, and may be useful to instruct us in the manners and customs of the times. We learn from it, and a great distinction was then made between the English and Normans, much to the advantage of the latter. The deadly feuds of the liberty of private revenge, which had been avowed by the Saxon laws, were still continued, and were not yet wholly legal. Among the laws granted to the king's accession, it is remarkable that the reunion of the civil and ecclesiastical courts, as in the Saxon times, was enacted. By this law, like the articles of his charter, remained without effect, probably from the opposition of Archbishop Anselm. Henry, on his accession, granted a charter to London, which seems to have been the first step towards rendering that city a corporation. By this charter, the city was empowered to keep the farm of Middlesex at £300 a year, to elect its own sheriff and justiciary, and to bowl pleas of the crown; and it was exempted from scot, danegelt, trials by combat, and lodging the king's retinue. These, with a confirmation of the privileges of their court of hustings, wardmotes, and common halls, and their liberty of hunting in Middlesex and Surrey, are the chief articles of this charter. It is said that this prince, from indulgence of his tenants, changed the rents of his domains, which were formerly paid in kind, into money, which was more easily remitted to the exchequer. But the great scarcity of corn would render that commutation difficult to be executed, while at the same time provisions could not be sent to a distant quarter of the kingdom. This affords a probable reason why the ancient kings of England so frequently changed their place of abode. They carried their court from one place to another, that they might consume upon the spot the revenue of their several domains. End of section 33. Recording by Tony Richardson.
Section 34 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 34, Chapter 7, Part 1. Stephen. Contemporary monarchs. Emperor of Germany, Lothar II, 1138. Conrad III, 1152. Frederick I. King of Scotland, David I, 1143. Malcolm IV, Lucius II, 1145. King of France, Louis VI, 1137. Louis VII. King of Spain, Alphonse VIII. Popes, Innocent II, 1142. Celestin II, 1144. Eugenius III, 1153. Anastasius IV. In the progress and settlement of the feudal law, the male succession to fiefs had taken place some time before the female was admitted, and estates, being considered as military benefices, not as property, were transmitted to such only as could serve in the armies, and perform in person the conditions upon which they were originally granted. But when the continuance of rights during some generations in the same family had in a great measure obliterated the primitive idea, the females were gradually admitted to the possession of feudal property, and the same revolution of principles which procured them the inheritance of private estates naturally introduced their succession to government and authority. The failure, therefore, of male heirs to the kingdom of England and the duchy of Normandy seemed to leave the succession open without a rival to the Empress Matilda, and as Henry had made all his vassals in both states swear fealty to her, he presumed that they would not easily be induced to depart at once from her hereditary right and from their own reiterated oaths and engagements. But the irregular manner in which he himself had acquired the crown might have instructed him that neither his Norman or English subjects were as yet capable of adhering to a strict rule of government; and as every precedent of this kind seems to give authority to new usurpations, he had reason to dread, even from his own family, some invasion of his daughter's title, which he had taken such pains to establish. Adela, daughter of William the Conqueror, had been married to Stephen, Count of Blois, and had brought him several sons, among whom Stephen and Henry, the two youngest, had been invited over to England by the late king, and had received great honors, riches, and preferment from the zealous friendship which that prince bore to every one that had been so fortunate as to acquire his favor and good opinion. Henry, who had betaken himself to the ecclesiastical profession, was created abbot of Glastonbury and bishop of Winchester, and though these dignities were considerable, Stephen had, from his uncle's liberality, attained establishments still more solid and durable. The king had married him to Matilda, who was daughter and heir of Eustace, Count of Bologna, and who brought him, besides that feudal sovereignty in France, an immense property in England, which, in the distribution of lands, had been conferred by the Conqueror on the family of Bologna. Stephen also by this marriage acquired a new connection with the royal family of England, as Mary, his wife's mother, was sister to David, the reigning king of Scotland, and to Matilda, the first wife of Henry, and mother of the empress. The king, still imagining that he strengthened the interests of his family by the aggrandizement of Stephen, took pleasure in enriching him by the grant of new possessions, and he conferred on him the great estate forfeited by Robert Mallet in England, and that forfeited by the Earl of Mortain in Normandy. Stephen, in return, professed great attachment to his uncle, and appeared so zealous for the succession of Matilda, that when the barons swore fealty to that princess, he contended with Robert, Earl of Gloucester, the king's natural son, who should first be admitted to give her this testimony of devoted zeal and fidelity. Meanwhile, he continued to cultivate, by every art of popularity, the friendship of the English nation, and many virtues with which he seemed to be endowed favored the success of his intentions. By his bravery, activity, and vigor, he acquired the esteem of the barons. By his generosity, and by an affable and familiar address, unusual in that age among men of his high quality, he obtained the affections of the people, particularly the Londoners. And though he dared not to take any steps towards his further grandeur, lest he should expose himself to the jealousy of so penetrating a prince as Henry, he still hoped, by accumulating riches and power, and by acquiring popularity, he might in time be able to open his way to the throne. No sooner had Henry breathed his last than Stephen, insensible to all the ties of gratitude and fidelity, and blind to danger, gave full reins to his criminal ambition, and trusted that, even without any previous intrigue, the celerity of his enterprise and the boldness of his attempt might overcome the weak attachment which the English and Normans in that age bore to the laws and to the rights of their sovereign. He hastened over to England, and though the citizens of Dover and those of Canterbury, apprised of his purpose, shut their gates against him, he stopped not till he arrived at London, where some of the lower rank, instigated by his emissaries, as well as moved by his general popularity, immediately saluted him king. His next point was to acquire the goodwill of the clergy, and by performing the ceremony of his coronation to put himself in possession of the throne, from which he was confident it would not be easy afterwards to expel him. His brother, the Bishop of Winchester, was useful to him in these capital articles, having gained Roger, Bishop of Salisbury, who, though he owned a great fortune and advancement to the favor of the late king, preserved no sense of gratitude to that prince's family. He applied, in conjunction with that prelate, to William, Archbishop of Canterbury, and required him, in virtue of his office, to give the royal unction to Stephen. The primate, who, as all the others, had sworn fealty to Matilda, refused to perform this ceremony, but his opposition was overcome by an expedient equally dishonorable with the other steps by which this revolution was effected. Hugh Bigod, steward of the household, made oath before the primate that the late king, on his deathbed, had shown a dissatisfaction with his daughter Matilda, and had expressed his intention of leaving the Count of Boulogne heir to all his dominions. William, either believing or feigning to believe Bigod's testimony, anointed Stephen and put the crown upon his head, and from this religious ceremony that prince, without any shadow either of hereditary title or consent of the nobility or people, was allowed to proceed to the exercise of sovereign authority. Very few barons attended his coronation, but none opposed his usurpation, however unjust or flagrant. The sentiment of religion, which, if corrupted into superstition, has often little efficacy in fortifying the duties of civil society, was not affected by the multiplied oaths taken in favor of Matilda, and only rendered the people obedient to a prince who was countenanced by the clergy, and who had received from the primate the right of royal unction and consecration. Stephen, that he might further secure his tottering throne, passed a charter in which he made liberal promises to all orders of men, to the clergy that he would speedily fill all vacant benefices, and would never levy the rents of any of them during the vacancy, to the nobility that he would reduce the royal forests to their ancient boundaries, and correct all encroachments, and to the people that he would remit the tax of Danegelt, and restore the laws of King Edward. The late king had a great treasure at Winchester, amounting to 100,000 pounds, and Stephen, by seizing this money, immediately turned against Henry's family the precaution which that prince had employed for their grandeur and security, an event which naturally attends the policy of amassing treasures. By means of this money, the usurper ensured the compliance, though not the attachment, of the principal clergy and nobility. But not trusting to this frail security, he invited over from the continent, particularly from Brittany and Flanders, great numbers of those bravos or disorderly soldiers, with whom every country in Europe, by reason of the general ill police and turbulent government, extremely abounded. These mercenary troops guarded his throne by the terrors of the sword, and Stephen, that he might also overawe all malcontents by new and additional terrors of religion, procured a bull from Rome, which ratified his title, and which the Pope, seeing this prince in possession of the throne, and pleased with an appeal to his authority in secular controversies, very readily granted him. Matilda and her husband Geoffrey were as unfortunate in Normandy as they had been in England. The Norman nobility, moved by an hereditary animosity against the Angevins, first applied to Theobald, Count of Blois, Stephen's elder brother, for protection and assistance, but hearing afterwards that Stephen had got possession of the English crown, and having many of them the same reasons as formerly for desiring a continuance of their union with that kingdom, they transferred their allegiance to Stephen and put him in possession of their government. Louis the Younger, the reigning king of France, accepted the homage of Eustace, Stephen's eldest son, for the duchy, and the more to corroborate his connections with that family, he betrothed his sister Constantia to the young prince. The Count of Blois assigned all his pretensions and received in lieu of them an annual pension of 2,000 marks, and Geoffrey himself was obliged to conclude a truce of 2 years with Stephen, on condition of the king's paying him during that time a pension of 5,000. Stephen, who had taken a journey to Normandy, finished all these transactions in person, and soon after returned to England. Robert, Earl of Gloucester, natural son of the late king, was a man of honor and abilities, and as he was much attached to the interests of his sister Matilda, and zealous for the lineal succession, it was chiefly from his intrigues and resistance that the king had reason to dread a new revolution of government. This nobleman, who was in Normandy when he received intelligence of Stephen's accession, found himself much embarrassed concerning the measures which he should pursue in that difficult emergency. To swear allegiance to the usurper appeared to him dishonorable, and a breach of his oath to Matilda. To refuse giving this pledge of his fidelity was to banish himself from England, and be totally incapacitated from serving the royal family or contributing to their restoration. He offered Stephen to do him homage and to take the oath of fealty, but with an express condition that the king should maintain all his stipulations and should never invade any of Robert's rights or dignities. And Stephen, though sensible that this reserve, so unusual in itself and so unbefitting the duty of a subject, was meant only to afford Robert a pretense for a revolt on the first favorable opportunity, was obliged by the numerous friends and retainers of that nobleman to receive him on those terms. The clergy, who could scarcely at this time be deemed subjects to the crown, imitated that dangerous example. They annexed to their oaths of allegiance this condition, that they were only bound so long as the king defended the ecclesiastical liberties and supported the discipline of the church. The barons, in return for their submission, exacted terms still more destructive of public peace as well as the royal authority. Many of them required the right of fortifying their castles and of putting themselves in a posture of defense, and the king found himself totally unable to refuse his consent to this exorbitant demand. All England was immediately filled with those fortresses, which the noblemen garrisoned either with their vassals or with licentious soldiers who flocked to them from all quarters. Unbounded rapine was exercised upon the people for the maintenance of these troops, and private animosities, which had with dignity been restrained by law, now breaking out without control, rendered England a scene of uninterrupted violence and devastation. Wars between the nobles were carried on with the utmost fury in every quarter. The barons even assumed the right of coining money and of exercising without appeal every act of jurisdiction. And the inferior gentry, as well as the people, finding no defense from the laws during this total dissolution of sovereign authority, were obliged for their immediate safety to pay court to some neighboring chieftain, and to purchase his protection, both by submitting to his exactions and by assisting him in his rapine upon others. The erection of one castle proved the immediate cause of building many others, and even those who obtained not the king's permission thought that they were entitled, by the great principle of self-preservation, to put themselves on an equal footing with their neighbors, who commonly were also their enemies and rivals. The aristocratical power which is usually so oppressive in feudal governments, had now risen to its utmost height during the reign of a prince who, though endowed with vigor and abilities, had usurped the throne without the pretense of a title, who was necessitated to tolerate in others the same violence to which he himself had been holden for his sovereignty. But Stephen was not of a disposition to submit long to these usurpations, without making some effort for the recovery of royal authority. Finding that the legal prerogatives of the crown were resisted and abridged, he was also tempted to make his power the sole measure of his conduct, and to violate all those concessions which he himself had made on his accession, as well as the ancient privileges of his subjects. The mercenary soldiers who chiefly supported his authority, having exhausted the royal treasure, subsisted by depredations, and every place was filled with the best grounded complaints against the government. The Earl of Gloucester, having now settled with his friends the plan of an insurrection, retired beyond sea, sent the king a defiance, solemnly renounced his allegiance, and upbraided him with the breach of those conditions which had been annexed to the oath of fealty sworn by that nobleman. David, King of Scotland, appeared at the head of an army in defence of his niece's title, and penetrating into Yorkshire, committed the most barbarous devastations on that country. The fury of his massacres and ravages enraged the northern nobility, who might otherwise have been inclined to join him, and William, Earl of Albemarle, Robert de Ferris, William Piercy, Robert de Bruce, Roger Mowbray, Hubert Lacy, Walter L'Espée, powerful barons in those parts, assembled an army, with which they encamped at North Allerton, and waited the arrival of the enemy. A great battle was here fought, called the Battle of the Standard, from a high crucifix erected by the English on a wagon, and carried along with the army as a military ensign. The King of Scots was defeated, and he himself, as well as his son Henry, narrowly escaped falling into the hands of the English. This success overawed the malcontents in England, and might have given some stability to Stephen's throne, had he not been so elated with prosperity as to engage in a controversy with the clergy, who were at that time an overmatch for any monarch. Though the great power of the church, in ancient times, weakened the authority of the crown and interrupted the course of the laws, it may be doubted whether, in ages of violence and outrage, it was not rather advantageous that some limits were set to the power of the sword, both in the hands of the prince and nobles, and that men were taught to pay regard to some principles and privileges. The chief misfortune was that the prelates, on some occasions, acted entirely as barons, employed military power against their sovereign or their neighbors, and thereby often increased those disorders which it was their duty to repress. The Bishop of Salisbury, in imitation of the nobility, had built 2 strong castles, one at Sherborne, another at Devizes, and had laid the foundation of a third at Malmesbury. His nephew Alexander, Bishop of Lincoln, had erected a fortress at Newark, and Stephen, who was now sensible from experience to the mischiefs attending these multiplied citadels, resolved to begin with destroying those of the clergy, who by their function seemed less entitled than the barons to such military securities. Making pretense of a fray, which had arisen in court between the retinue of the Bishop of Salisbury and that of the Earl of Brittany, he seized both that prelate and the Bishop of Lincoln, threw them into prison, and obliged them by menaces to deliver up those places of strength which they had lately erected. Henry, Bishop of Winchester, the king's brother, being armed with a legantine commission, now conceived himself to be an ecclesiastical sovereign no less powerful than the civil, and forgetting the ties of blood which connected him to the king, he resolved to vindicate the clerical privileges which, he pretended, were here openly violated. He assembled a synod at Westminster, and there complained of the impiety of Stephen's measures, who had employed violence against the dignitaries of the church, and had not awaited the sentence of a spiritual court, by which alone, he affirmed, they could lawfully be tried and condemned, if their conduct had anywise merited censure or punishment. The synod ventured to send a summons to the king, charging him to appear before them and to justify his measures. And Stephen, instead of resenting this indignity, sent Aubry de Vere to plead his cause before that assembly. De Vere accused the two prelates of treason and sedition, but the synod refused to try the cause or examine their conduct till those castles of which they had been dispossessed were previously restored to them. The Bishop of Salisbury declared that he would appeal to the Pope, and had not Stephen and his partisans employed menaces and even shown a disposition of executing violence by the hands of the soldiery, affairs had instantly come to extremity between the crown and the mitre. End of section 34. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington.
Section 35 of Volume 1A of History of England, from the invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by stmacduff. History of England, from the invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume. Volume 1A, Section 35. Chapter 7, Part 2. While this quarrel, joined to so many other grievances, increased the discontents among the people, the Empress, invited by the opportunity and secretly encouraged by the legate himself, landed in England, with Robert, Earl of Gloucester, and a retinue of 140 knights. She fixed her residence at Arundel Castle, whose gates were opened to her by Adelaide, the Queen Dowager, now married to William de Albini, Earl of Sussex, and she excited by messengers her partisans to take arms in every country of England. Adelaide, who had expected that her daughter-in-law would have invaded her kingdom with a much greater force, became apprehensive of danger, and Matilda, to ease her of her fears, removed first to Bristol, which belonged to her brother Robert, thence to Gloucester, where she remained under the protection of Milo, a gallant nobleman in those parts, who had embraced her cause. Soon after, Geoffrey Talbot, William Mohun, Ralph Lovell, William Fitzjohn, William Fitzalan, Paganel, and many other barons declared for her, and her party, which was generally favoured in the kingdom, seemed every day to gain ground upon that of her antagonist. Were we to relate all the military events transmitted to us by contemporary and authentic historians, it would be easy to swell our accounts of this reign into a large volume. But those incidents, so little memorable in themselves, and so confused both in time and place, could afford neither instruction nor entertainment to the reader. It suffices to say that the war was spread into every quarter, and that those turbulent barons who had already shaken off in great measure the restraint of government, having now obtained the pretense of a public cause, carried on their devastations with redoubled fury, exercised implacable vengeance on each other, and set no bounds to their oppressions over the people. The castles of the nobility were become receptacles of licensed robbers, who, sallying forth day and night, committed spoil on the open country, on the villages, and even on the cities, put the captives to torture in order to make them reveal their treasures, sold their persons to slavery, and set fire to their houses after they had pillaged them of everything valuable. The fierceness of their disposition, leading them to commit wanton destruction, frustrated their rapacity of its purpose, and the property and persons even of the ecclesiastics, generally so much revered, were at last from necessity exposed to the same outrage which had laid waste the rest of the kingdom. The land was left untilled, the instruments of husbandry were destroyed or abandoned, and a grievous famine, the natural result of those disorders, affected equally both parties, and reduced the spoilers as well as the defenceless people to the most extreme want and indigence. After several fruitless negotiations and treaties of peace, which never interrupted these destructive hostilities, there happened at last an event which seemed to promise some end of the public calamities. Ralph, Earl of Chester, and his half-brother, William de Rumara, partisans of Matilda, had surprised the castle of Lincoln, but the citizens, who were better affected to Stephen, having invited him to their aid, that prince had laid close siege to the castle, in hopes of soon rendering himself master of the place, either by assault or by famine. The Earl of Gloucester hastened with an army to the relief of his friends, and Stephen, informed of his approach, took the field with a resolution of giving him battle. After a violent shock, the two wings of the royalists were put to flight, and Stephen himself, surrounded by the enemy, was at last, after exerting great efforts of valour, borne down by numbers and taken prisoner. He was conducted to Gloucester, and though at first treated with humanity, was soon after, on some suspicion, thrown into prison and loaded with irons. Stephen's party was entirely broken by the captivity of their leader, and the barons came in daily from all quarters and did homage to Matilda. The princess, however, amidst all her prosperity, knew that she was not secure of success unless she could gain the confidence of the clergy. And as the conduct of the legate had been of late very ambiguous, and showed his intentions to have rather aimed at humbling his brother than totally ruining him, she employed every endeavour to fix him in her interests. She held a conference with him in an open plain near Winchester, where she promised upon oath that if he would acknowledge her for sovereign, would recognize her title as the sole descendant of the late king, and would again submit to the allegiance which he, as well as the rest of the kingdom, had sworn to her, he should in return be entire master of the administration, and in particular should, at his pleasure, dispose of all vacant bishoprics and abbeys. Earl Robert, her brother, Brian Fitzcount, Milo of Gloucester, and other great men became guarantees for her observing these engagements, and the prelate was at last induced to promise her allegiance, but that still burdened with the express condition that she should on her part fulfil her promises. He then conducted her to Winchester, led her in procession to the cathedral, and with great solemnity, in the presence of many bishops and abbots, denounced curses against all those who cursed her, poured out blessings on those who blessed her, granted absolution to such as were obedient to her, and excommunicated such as were rebellious. Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, soon after came also to court, and swore allegiance to the empress. Matilda, that she might further ensure the attachment of the clergy, was willing to receive the crown from their hands, and instead of assembling the states of the kingdom, the measure which the constitution, had it been either fixed or regarded, seemed necessarily to require, she was content that the legate should summon an ecclesiastical synod, and that her title to the throne should there be acknowledged. The legate, addressing himself to the assembly, told them that in the absence of the empress, Stephen, his brother, had been permitted to reign, and previously to his ascending the throne had seduced them by many fair promises of honouring and exalting the church, of maintaining the laws, of reforming all abuses, that it grieved him to observe how much that prince had in every particular been wanting to his engagements. Public peace was interrupted, crimes were daily committed with impunity, bishops were thrown into prison and forced to surrender their possessions, abbeys were put to sale, churches were pillaged, and the most enormous disorders prevailed in the administration. That he himself, in order to procure a redress of these grievances, had formerly summoned the king before a council of bishops, but instead of inducing him to amend his conduct, had rather offended him by that expedient, that how much soever misguided, that prince was still his brother, and the object of his affections. But his interests, however, must be regarded as subordinate to those of their heavenly Father, who had now rejected him, and thrown him into the hands of his enemies. That it principally belonged to the clergy to elect and ordain kings. He had summoned them together for that purpose, and having invoked the divine assistance, he now pronounced Matilda the only descendant of Henry, their late sovereign, Queen of England. The whole assembly, by their acclamations or silence, gave, or seemed to give, their assent to this declaration. The only laymen summoned to this council, which decided the fate of the crown, were the Londoners, and even these were required not to give their opinion, but to submit to the decrees of the synod. The deputies of London, however, were not so passive. They insisted that their king should be delivered from prison, but were told by the legate that it became not the Londoners, who were regarded as noblemen in England, to take part with those barons who had basely forsaken their lord in battle, and who had treated Holy Church with contumely. It is with reason that the citizens of London assumed so much authority, if it be true, what is related by Fitzstephen, a contemporary author, that the city should at this time bring into the field no less than 80,000 combatants. This author, a judicious man, was present, and says that he was very attentive to what passed. This speech, therefore, may be regarded as entirely genuine. Were this account to be depended on, London must at that time have contained near 400,000 inhabitants, which is above double the number it contained at the death of Queen Elizabeth. But these loose calculations, or rather guesses, deserve very little credit. Peter of Blois, a contemporary writer and a man of sense, says that there were then only 40,000 inhabitants in London, which is much more likely. What Fitzstephen says of the prodigious riches, splendor, and commerce of London proves only the great poverty of the other towns of the kingdoms, and indeed of all the northern parts of Europe. London, notwithstanding its great power and its attachments to Stephen, was at length obliged to submit to Matilda, and her authority, by the prudent conduct of Earl Robert, seemed to be established over the whole kingdom. But affairs remained not long in this situation. The princess, besides the disadvantages of her sex, which weakened her influence over a turbulent and martial people, was of a passionate, imperious spirit, and knew not how to temper with affability the harshness of a refusal. Stephen's queen, seconded by many of the nobility, petitioned for the liberty of her husband, and offered that on this occasion he should renounce the crown and retire into a convent. The legate desired that Prince Eustace, his nephew, might inherit Boulogne and the other patrimonial estates of his father. The Londoners applied for the establishment of King Edward's laws, instead of those of King Henry, which, they said, were grievous and oppressive. All these petitions were rejected in the most haughty and peremptory manner. The legate, who had probably never been sincere in his compliance with Matilda's government, availed himself of the ill humour excited by this imperious conduct, and secretly instigated the Londoners to a revolt. A conspiracy was entered into to seize the person of the empress, and she saved herself from the danger by a precipitate retreat. She fled to Oxford. Soon after, she went to Winchester, whither the legate, desirous to save appearances, and watching the opportunity to ruin her cause, had retired. But having assembled all his retainers, he openly joined his force to that of the Londoners, and to Stephen's mercenary troops, who had not yet evacuated the kingdom, and he besieged Matilda in Winchester. The princess, being hard pressed by famine, made her escape, but in the flight, Earl Robert, her brother, fell into the hands of the enemy. This nobleman, though a subject, was as much the life and soul of his own party as Stephen was of the other, and the empress, sensible of his merit and importance, consented to exchange the prisoners on equal terms. The civil war was again kindled with greater fury than ever. Earl Robert, finding the successes on both sides nearly balanced, went over to Normandy, which, during Stephen's captivity, had submitted to the Earl of Anjou, and he persuaded Geoffrey to allow his eldest son, Henry, a young prince of great hopes, to take a journey into England and appear at the head of his partisans. This expedient, however, produced nothing decisive. Stephen took Oxford after a long siege. He was defeated by Earl Robert at Wilton, and the empress, though of a masculine spirit, yet being harassed with a variety of good and bad fortune, and alarmed with the continual dangers to her person and family, at last retired into Normandy, whither she had sent her son some time before. The death of her brother, which happened nearly about the same time, would have proved fatal to her interests, had not some incidents occurred which checked the course of Stephen's prosperity. This prince, finding that the castles built by the noblemen of his own party encouraged the spirit of independence, and were less dangerous than those which remained in the hands of the enemy, endeavoured to extort from them a surrender of those fortresses, and he alienated the affections of many of them by this equitable demand. The artillery also of the church, which his brother had brought over to his side, had, after some interval, joined the other party. Eugenius III. had mounted the papal throne. The Bishop of Winchester was deprived of the legatine commission, which was conferred on Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, the enemy and rival of the former legate. That pontiff, also, having summoned a general council at Rheims, in Champagne, instead of allowing the Church of England, as had been usual, to elect its own deputies, nominated 5 English bishops to represent that church, and required their attendance in the council. Stephen, who, notwithstanding his present difficulties, was jealous of the rights of his crown, refused them permission to attend, and the Pope, sensible of his advantage in contending with the prince who reigned by a disputed title, took revenge by laying all Stephen's party under an interdict. The discontents of the royalists at being thrown into this situation were augmented by a comparison with Matilda's party, who enjoyed all the benefits of the sacred ordinances, and Stephen was at last obliged, by making proper submissions to the see of Rome, to remove the reproach from his party. The weakness of both sides, rather than any decrease of mutual animosity, having produced a tacit cessation of arms in England, many of the nobility, Roger de Mowbray, William de Warenne, and others, finding no opportunity to exert their military ardor at home, enlisted themselves in a new crusade, which, with surprising success after former disappointments and misfortunes, was now preached by St. Bernard. But an event soon after happened which threatened a revival of hostilities in England. Prince Henry, who had reached his 16th year, was desirous of receiving the honour of knighthood, a ceremony which every gentleman in that age passed through before he was admitted to the use of arms, and which was even deemed requisite for the greatest princes. He intended to receive his admission from his great uncle David, King of Scotland, and for that purpose he passed through England with a great retinue, and was attended by the most considerable of his partisans. He remained some time with the King of Scotland, made incursions into England, and by his dexterity and vigour in all manly exercises, by his valour in war, and his prudent conduct in every occurrence, he roused the hopes of his party, and gave symptoms of those great qualities which he afterwards displayed when he mounted the throne of England. Soon after his return to Normandy, he was, by Matilda's consent, invested in that duchy, and upon the death of his father, Geoffrey, which happened in the subsequent year, he took possession both of Anjou and Maine, and concluded a marriage which brought him a great accession of power, and rendered him extremely formidable to his rival. Eleanor, the daughter and heir of William, Duke of Guienne, and Earl of Poitou, had been married 16 years to Louis VII., King of France, and had attended him in a crusade which that monarch had conducted against the infidels. But having there lost the affections of her husband, and even fallen under some suspicion of gallantry with a handsome Saracen, Louis, more delicate than politic, procured a divorce from her, and restored her those rich provinces which, by her marriage, she had annexed to the crown of France. Young Henry, neither discouraged by the inequality of years, nor by the reports of Eleanor's gallantries, made successful courtship to that princess, and espousing her 6 weeks after her divorce, got possession of all her dominions as her dowry. The lustre which he received from this acquisition, and the prospect of his rising fortune, had such an elect in England, that when Stephen, desirous to ensure the crown to his son Eustace, required the Archbishop of Canterbury to anoint that prince as his successor, the primate refused compliance, and made his escape beyond sea to avoid the violence and resentment of Stephen. Henry, informed of these dispositions in the people, made an invasion on England, having gained some advantage over Stephen at Malmesbury, and having taken that place, he proceeded thence to throw succours into Wallingford, which the king had advanced with a superior army to besiege. A decisive action was every day expected, when the great men of both sides, terrified at the prospect of further bloodshed and confusion, interposed with their good offices, and set on foot a negotiation between the rival princes. The death of Eustace during the course of the treaty facilitated its conclusion. An accommodation was settled by which it was agreed that Stephen should possess the crown during his lifetime, that justice should be administered in his name, even in the provinces which had submitted to Henry, and that this latter prince should, on Stephen's demise, succeed to the kingdom, and William, Stephen's son, to Boulogne and his patrimonial estate. After all the barons had sworn to the observance of this treaty, and done homage to Henry as to the heir of the crown, that prince evacuated the kingdom, and the death of Stephen, which happened next year, after a short illness, prevented all those quarrels and jealousies which were likely to have ensued in so delicate a situation. England suffered great miseries during the reign of this prince, but his personal character, allowing for the temerity and injustice of his usurpation, appears not liable to any great exception, and he seems to have been well qualified, had he succeeded by a just title, to have promoted the happiness and prosperity of his subjects. He was possessed of industry, activity, and courage to a great degree, though not endowed with a sound judgment. He was not deficient in abilities. He had the talent of gaining men's affections, and notwithstanding his precarious situation, he never indulged himself in the exercise of any cruelty or revenge. His advancement to the throne procured him neither tranquillity nor happiness, and though the situation of England prevented the neighbouring states from taking any durable advantage of her confusions, her intestine disorders were to the last degree ruinous and destructive. The court of Rome was also permitted during those civil wars to make further advances in her usurpations, and appeals to the Pope, which had always been strictly prohibited by the English laws, became now common in every ecclesiastical controversy. End of section 35. Recording by stmacduff. Section 36 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by stmacduff. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 36. Chapter 8, Part 1. Henry II. The extensive confederacies by which the European potentates are now at once united and set in opposition to each other, and which, though they are apt to diffuse the least spark of dissension throughout the whole, are at least attended with this advantage, that they prevent any violent revolutions or conquests in particular states, were totally unknown in ancient ages. And the theory of foreign politics in each kingdom formed a speculation much less complicated and involved than at present. Commerce had not yet bound together the most distant nations in so close a chain. Wars, finished in one campaign and often in one battle, were little affected by the movements of remote states. The imperfect communication among the kingdoms, and their ignorance of each other's situation, made it impracticable for a great number of them to combine in one object or effort. And above all, the turbulent spirit and independent situation of the barons or great vassals in each state gave so much occupation to the sovereign that he was obliged to confine his attention chiefly to his own state and his own system of government, and was more indifferent about what passed among his neighbors. Religion alone, not politics, carried abroad the views of princes, while it either fixed their thoughts on the Holy Land, whose conquest and defense was deemed a point of common honor and interest, or engaged them in intrigues which the Roman pontiff, to whom they had yielded the direction of ecclesiastical affairs, and who was every day assuming more authority than they were willing to allow him. Before the conquest of England by the Duke of Normandy, this island was as much separated from the rest of the world in politics as in situation, and except from the inroads of the Danish pirates, the English, happily confined at home, had neither enemies nor allies on the continent. The foreign dominions of William connected them with the king and great vassals of France, and while the opposite pretensions of the Pope and Emperor in Italy produced a continual intercourse between Germany and that country, the two great monarchs of France and England formed, in another part of Europe, a separate system, and carried on their wars and negotiations without meeting either with opposition or support from the others. On the decline of the Carlovingian race, the nobles in every province of France, taking advantage of the weakness of the sovereign, and obliged to provide each for his own defence against the ravages of the Norman freebooters, had assumed both in civil and military affairs an authority almost independent, and had reduced within very narrow limits the prerogatives of their princes. The accession of Hugh Capet, by annexing a great fief to the crown, had brought some addition to the royal dignity, but this fief, though considerable for a subject, appeared a narrow basis of power for a prince who was placed at the head of so great a community. The royal domain consisted only of Paris, Orleans, Étampes, Compiègne, and a few places scattered over the northern provinces. In the rest of the kingdom, the prince's authority was rather nominal than real. The vassals were accustomed, nay entitled, to make war, without his permission, on each other. They were even entitled, if they conceived themselves injured, to turn their arms against their sovereign. They exercised all civil jurisdiction without appeal over their tenants and inferior vassals. Their common jealousy of the crown easily united them against any attempt on their exorbitant privileges, and as some of them had attained the power and authority of great princes, even the smallest baron was sure of immediate and effectual protection. Besides 6 ecclesiastical peerages, which, with the other immunities of the church, cramped extremely the general execution of justice, there were 6 lay peerages, Burgundy, Normandy, Guienne, Flanders, Toulouse, and Champagne, which formed very extensive and puissant sovereignties. And though the combination of all those princes and barons could on urgent occasions muster a mighty power, Yet was it very difficult to set that great machine in movement. It was almost impossible to preserve harmony in its parts. A sense of common interest alone could, for a time, unite them under their sovereign against a common enemy. But if the king attempted to turn the force of the community against any mutinous vassal, the same sense of common interest made the others oppose themselves to the success of his pretensions. Louis the Gros, the last sovereign, marched at one time to his frontiers against the Germans at the head of an army of 200,000 men. But a petty lord of Corbeil, a puisset of Soucy, was able at another period to set that prince at defiance and to maintain open war against him. The authority of the English monarch was much more extensive within his kingdom, and the disproportion much greater between him and the most powerful of his vassals. His domain and revenue were large compared to the greatness of his state. He was accustomed to levy arbitrary exactions on his subjects. His courts of judicature extended their jurisdiction into every part of the kingdom. He could crush by his power, or by a judicial sentence, well or ill-founded, any obnoxious baron. And though the feudal institutions which prevailed in his kingdom had the same tendency as in other states to exalt the aristocracy and depress the monarchy, it required in England, according to its present constitution, a great combination of the vassals to oppose their sovereign lord, and there had not hitherto arisen any baron so powerful as of himself to levy war against the prince, and to afford protection to the inferior barons. While such were the different situations of France and England, and the latter enjoyed so many advantages above the former, the accession of Henry II., a prince of great abilities, possessed of so many rich provinces on the continent, might appear an event dangerous, if not fatal, to the French monarchy, and sufficient to break entirely the balance between the states. He was master in the right of his father, of Anjou and Touraine; in that of his mother, of Normandy and Maine; in that of his wife, of Guienne, Poitou, Saintonge, Auvergne, Périgord, Angoumois, the Limousin. He soon after annexed Brittany to his other states, and was already possessed of the superiority over that province, which, on the first cession of Normandy to Rollo the Dane, had been granted by Charles the Simple in vassalage to that formidable ravager. These provinces composed above a third of the whole French monarchy, and were very much superior in extent and opulence to those territories which were subjected to the immediate jurisdiction and government of the king. The vassal was here more powerful than his liege lord. The situation which had enabled Hugh Capet to depose the Carlovingian princes seemed to be renewed, and that with much greater advantages on the side of the vassal. And when England was added to so many provinces, the French king had reason to apprehend from this conjuncture some great disaster to himself and to his family. But in reality it was this circumstance which appeared so formidable that saved the Capetian race, and by its consequences exalted them to that pitch of grandeur which they at present enjoy. The limited authority of the prince and the feudal constitutions prevented the king of England from employing with advantage the force of so many states which were subjected to his government, and these different members, disjoined in situation and disagreeing in laws, language, and manners, were never thoroughly cemented into one monarchy. He soon became, both from his distant place of residence and from the incompatibility of interests, a kind of foreigner to his French dominions, and his subjects on the continent considered their allegiance as more naturally due to their superior lord, who lived in their neighbourhood, and who was acknowledged to be the supreme head of their nation. He was always at hand to invade them. Their immediate lord was often at too great a distance to protect them, and any disorder in any part of his dispersed dominions gave advantages against him. The other powerful vassals of the French crown were rather pleased to see the expulsion of the English, and were not affected with that jealousy which would have arisen from the oppression of a co-vassal who was of the same rank with themselves. By this means the King of France found it more easy to conquer those numerous provinces from England than to subdue a Duke of Normandy or Guienne, a Count of Anjou, Maine, or Poitou. After reducing such extensive territories, which immediately incorporated with the body of the monarchy, he found greater facility in uniting to the crown the other great fiefs which still remained separate and independent. But as these important consequences could not be foreseen by human wisdom, the King of France remarked with terror the rising grandeur of the House of Anjou or Plantagenet, and in order to retard its progress, he had ever maintained a strict union with Stephen, and had endeavoured to support the tottering fortunes of that bold usurper. But after this prince's death, it was too late to think of opposing the succession of Henry, or preventing the performance of those stipulations which, with the unanimous consent of the nation, he had made with his predecessor. The English, harassed with civil wars and disgusted with the bloodshed and depredations which, during the course of so many years, had attended them, were little disposed to violate their oaths by excluding the lawful heir from the succession of their monarchy. Many of the most considerable fortresses were in the hands of his partisans. The whole nation had had occasion to see the noble qualities with which he was endowed, and to compare them with the mean talents of William, the son of Stephen. And as they were acquainted with his great power, and were rather pleased to see the accession of so many foreign dominions to the crown of England, they never entertained the least thoughts of resisting him. Henry himself, sensible of the advantages attending his present situation, was in no hurry to arrive in England, and being engaged in the siege of a castle on the frontiers of Normandy, when he received intelligence of Stephen's death, he made it a point of honour not to depart from his enterprise till he had brought it to an issue. He then set out on his journey, and was received in England with the acclamations of all orders of men, who swore with pleasure the oath of fealty and allegiance to him. The first act of Henry's government corresponded to the high idea entertained of his abilities, and prognosticated the re-establishment of justice and tranquillity of which the kingdom had so long been bereaved. He immediately dismissed all those mercenary soldiers who had committed great disorders in the nation, and sent them abroad, together with William of Ypres, their leader, the friend and confidant of Stephen. He revoked all the grants made by his predecessor, even those which necessity had extorted from the Empress Matilda, and that princess, who had resigned her rights in the favour of Henry, made no opposition to a measure so necessary for supporting the dignity of the crown. He repaired the coin, which had been extremely debased during the reign of his predecessor, and he took proper measures against the return of a like abuse. He was rigorous in the execution of justice, and in the suppression of robbery and violence, and that he might restore authority to the laws, he caused all the new erected castles to be demolished, which had proved so many sanctuaries to freebooters and rebels. The Earl of Albemarle, Hugh Mortimer, and Roger, the son of Milo of Gloucester, were inclined to make some resistance to this salutary measure, but the approach of the king with his forces soon obliged them to submit. Everything being restored to full tranquillity in England, Henry went abroad in order to oppose the attempts of his brother Geoffrey, who during his absence had made an incursion into Anjou and Maine, had advanced some pretensions to those provinces, and had got possession of a considerable part of them. On the king's appearance, the people returned to their allegiance, and Geoffrey, resigning his claim for an annual pension of £1,000, departed and took possession of the county of Nantes, which the inhabitants, who had expelled Count Iloil, their prince, had put into his hands. Henry returned to England the following year. The incursions of the Welsh then provoked him to make an invasion upon them, where the natural fastness of the country occasioned him great difficulties, and even brought him into danger. His vanguard, being engaged in a narrow pass, was put to rout. Henry de Essex, the hereditary standard-bearer, seized with a panic, threw down the standard, took to flight, and exclaimed that the king was slain. And had not the prince immediately appeared in person and led on his troops with great gallantry, the consequences might have proved fatal to the whole army. For his misbehaviour, Essex was afterwards accused of felony by Robert de Montfort, was vanquished in single combat, his estate was confiscated, and he himself was thrust into a convent. The submissions of the Welsh procured them an accommodation with England. The material disposition of the princes in that age engaged them to head their own armies in every enterprise, even the most frivolous, and their feeble authority made it commonly impracticable for them to delegate, on occasion, the command to their generals. Geoffrey, the king's brother, died soon after he had acquired possession of Nantes. Though he had no other title to that country than the voluntary submission or election of the inhabitants 2 years before, Henry laid claim to the territory as devolved to him by hereditary right, and he went over to support his pretensions by force of arms. Conan, Duke or Earl of Brittany, for these titles are given indifferently by historians to those princes, pretended that Nantes had been lately separated by rebellion from his principality, to which of right it belonged, and immediately on Geoffrey's death he took possession of the disputed territory. Lest Louis, the French king, should interpose in the controversy, Henry paid him a visit, and so allured him by caresses and civilities that an alliance was contracted between them, and they agreed that young Henry, heir to the English monarchy, should be affianced to Margaret of France, though the former was only 5 years of age. The latter was still in her cradle. Henry, now secure of meeting with no interruption on this side, advanced with his army into Brittany, and Conan, in despair of being able to make resistance, delivered up the county of Nantes to him. The able conduct of the king procured him further and more important advantages from this incident. Conan, harassed with the turbulent disposition of his subjects, was desirous of procuring to himself the support of so great a monarch, and he betrothed his daughter and only child, yet an infant, to Geoffrey, the king's third son, who was of the same tender years. The Duke of Brittany died about 7 years after, and Henry, being main lord and also natural guardian to his son and daughter-in-law, put himself in possession of that principality, and annexed it for the present to his other great dominions. The king had a prospect of making still further acquisitions, and the activity of his temper suffered no opportunity of that kind to escape him. Philippa, Duchess of Guienne, mother of Queen Eleanor, was the only issue of William IV., Count of Toulouse, and would have inherited his dominions, had not that prince, desirous of preserving the succession in the male line, conveyed the principality to his brother Raymond de Saint-Gilles, by a contract of sale which was in that age regarded as fictitious and illusory. By this means the title to the county of Toulouse came to be disputed between the male and female heirs, and the one or the other, as opportunities favoured them, had gained possession. Raymond, grandson of Raymond de Saint-Gilles, was the reigning sovereign, and on Henry's reviving his wife's claim, this prince had recourse for protection to the King of France, who was so much concerned in policy to prevent the further aggrandizement of the English monarch. Louis himself, when married to Eleanor, had asserted the justice of her claim, and had demanded possession of Toulouse. But his sentiments changing with his interest, he now determined to defend by his power and authority the title of Raymond. Henry found that it would be requisite to support his pretensions against potent antagonists, and that nothing but a formidable army could maintain a claim which he had in vain asserted by arguments and manifestos. An army composed of feudal vassals was commonly very intractable and undisciplined, both because of the independent spirit of the persons who served in it, and because the commands were not given either by the choice of the sovereign or from the military capacity and experience of the officers. Each baron conducted his own vassals. His rank was greater or less proportioned to the extent of his property. Even the supreme command under the prince was often attached to birth. And as the military vassals were obliged to serve only 40 days at their own charge, though if the expedition were distant they were put to great expense, the prince reaped little benefit from their attendance. Henry, sensible of these inconveniences, levied upon his vassals in Normandy and other provinces, which were remote from Toulouse, a sum of money in lieu of their service, and this commutation, by reason of the great distance, was still more advantageous to his English vassals. He imposed, therefore, a scutage of 180,000 pounds on the knights' fees, a commutation to which, though it was unusual, and the first perhaps to be met with in history, the military tenants willingly submitted, and with his money he levied an army which was more under his command, and whose service was more durable and constant. Assisted by Berengar, Count of Barcelona, and Trincaval, Count of Nimes, whom he had gained to his party, he invaded the county of Toulouse, and after taking Verdun, Castelnau, and other places, he besieged the capital of the province, and was likely to prevail in the enterprise, when Louis, advancing before the arrival of his main body, threw himself into the place with a small reinforcement. Henry was urged by some of his ministers to prosecute the siege, to take Louis prisoner, and to impose his own terms in the pacification. But he either thought it so much his interest to maintain the feudal principles by which his foreign dominions were secured, or bore so much respect to his superior lord, that he declared he would not attack a place defended by him in person, and he immediately raised the siege. He marched into Normandy to protect that province against an incursion which the Count of Dreux, instigated by King Louis his brother, had made upon it. War was now openly carried on between the two monarchs, but produced no memorable event. It soon ended in a cessation of arms, and that followed by a peace which was not, however, attended with any confidence or good correspondence between those rival princes. The fortress of Gisors being part of the dowry stipulated to Margaret of France, had been consigned by agreement to the Knights Templars, on condition that it should be delivered into Henry's hands after the celebration of the nuptials. The king, that he might have a pretence for immediately demanding the place, ordered the marriage to be solemnized between the prince and princess, though both infants, and he engaged the Grand Master of the Templars by large presents, as was generally suspected, to put him in possession of Gisors. Louis, resenting this fraudulent conduct, banished the Templars, and would have made war upon the King of England had it not been for the mediation and authority of Pope Alexander III, who had been chased from Rome by the anti-pope Victor IV, and resided at that time in France. Since the first publication of this history, Lord Lyttelton has published a copy of the treaty between Henry and Louis, by which it appears, if there was no secret article, that Henry was not guilty of any fraud in this transaction. Observe that the two kings had, the year before, met the Pope at the castle of Torcy on the Loire, and they gave him such marks of respect that both dismounted to receive him, and holding each of them one of the reins of his bridle, walked on foot by his side, and conducted him in that submissive manner into the castle. A spectacle, cries Baronius in an ecstasy, to God, angels, and men, and such as had never before been exhibited to the world. Henry, soon after he had accommodated his differences with Louis by the Pope's mediation, returned to England, where he commenced an enterprise which, though required by sound policy, and even conducted in the main with prudence, bred him great disquietude, involved him in danger, and was not concluded without some loss and dishonour. The usurpations of the clergy, which had at first been gradual, were now become so rapid, and had mounted to such a height, that the contest between the Regale and the Pontificale was really arrived at a crisis in England, and it became necessary to determine whether the king or the priests, particularly the Archbishop of Canterbury, should be sovereign of the kingdom. The aspiring spirit of Henry, which gave inquietude to all his neighbours, was not likely long to pay a tame submission to the encroachment of his subjects, and as nothing opens the eyes of men so readily as their interest, he was in no danger of falling in this respect into that abject superstition which retained his people in subjection. From the commencement of his reign, in the government of his foreign dominions as well as of England, he had shown a fixed purpose to repress clerical usurpations, and to maintain those prerogatives which had been transmitted to him by his predecessors. During the schism of the papacy between Alexander and Victor, he had determined for some time to remain neuter, and when informed that the Archbishop of Rouen and the Bishop of Mans had, from their own authority, acknowledged Alexander as legitimate pope, he was so enraged that, though he spared the archbishop on account of his great age, he immediately issued orders for overthrowing the houses of the Bishop of Mans and Archdeacon of Rouen. And it was not till he had deliberately examined the matter, by those views which usually enter into the council of princes, that he allowed the pontiff to exercise authority over any of his dominions. End of section 36. Recorded by stmacduff. Section 37 of Volume 1A of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by stmacduff. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1A, Section 37. Chapter 8, Part 2. In England, with the mild character and advanced years of Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, together with his merits in refusing to put the crown on the head of Eustace, son of Stephen, prevented Henry, during the lifetime of that primate, from taking any measures against the multiplied encroachments of the clergy. But after his death the king resolved to exert himself with more activity, and that he might be secure against any opposition, he advanced to that dignity Becket, his chancellor, on whose compliance he thought he could entirely depend. Thomas à Becket, the first man of English descent who, since the Norman conquest, had, during the course of a whole century, risen to any considerable station, was born of reputable parents in the city of London, and being endowed both with industry and capacity, he early insinuated himself into the favour of Archbishop Theobald, and obtained from that prelate some preferments and offices. By their means he was enabled to travel for improvement to Italy, where he studied the civil and canon laws at Bologna, and on his return he appeared to have made such proficiency in knowledge that he was promoted by his patron to the Archdeanery of Canterbury, an office of considerable trust and profit. He was afterwards employed with success by Theobald in transacting business at Rome, and on Henry's accession he was recommended to that monarch as worthy of further preferment. Henry, who knew that Becket had been instrumental in supporting that resolution of the archbishop, which had tended so much to facilitate his own advancement to the throne, was already prepossessed in his favour, and finding on further acquaintance that his spirit and abilities entitled him to any trust, he soon promoted him to the dignity of chancellor, one of the first civil offices in the kingdom. The chancellor in that age, besides the custody of the Great Seal, had possession of all vacant prelacies and abbeys. He was the guardian of all such minors and pupils as were the king's tenants. All baronies which escheated to the crown were under his administration. He was entitled to a place in council, even though he were not particularly summoned, and as he exercised also the office of Secretary of State, and it belonged to him to countersign all commissions, writs, and letters patent, he was a kind of prime minister, and was concerned in the dispatch of every business of importance. Besides exercising this high office, Becket, by the favour of the king or archbishop, was made provost of Beverley, dean of Hastings, and constable of the Tower. He was put in possession of the honours of Eye and Berkham, large baronies that had escheated to the crown, and to complete his grandeur he was entrusted with the education of Prince Henry, the king's eldest son, and heir of the monarchy. The pomp of his retinue, the sumptuousness of his furniture, the luxury of his table, the munificence of his presence, corresponded to these great preferments, or rather exceeded anything that England had ever before seen in any subject. His historian and secretary, Fitzsimmons, mentions, among other particulars, that his apartments were every day in winter covered with clean straw or hay, and in summer with green rushes or boughs, lest the gentlemen who paid court to him, and who could not, by reason of their great number, find a place at table, should soil their fine clothes by sitting on a dirty floor. A great number of knights were retained in his service. The greatest barons were proud of being received at his table. His house was a place of education for the sons of the chief nobility, and the king himself frequently vouchsafed to partake of his entertainments. As his way of life was splendid and opulent, his amusements and occupations were gay, and partook of the cavalier spirit, which, as he had only taken deacon's orders, he did not think unbefitting his character. He employed himself at leisure hours in hunting, hawking, gaming, and horsemanship. He exposed his person in several military actions. He carried over as his own charge 700 knights to attend the king in his wars at Toulouse. In the subsequent wars on the frontiers of Normandy, he maintained during 40 days 1,200 knights and 4,000 of their train, and in an embassy to France, with which he was entrusted, he astonished that court by the numbers and magnificence of his retinue. John Baldwin held the manor of Ottersby and Aylesbury of the king in Succage by the service of finding litter for the king's bed, in summer grass or herbs and 2 grey geese, and in winter straw and 3 eels thrice in the year, if the king should come thrice in the year to Aylesbury. Henry, besides committing all his more important business to Becket's management, honoured him with his friendship and intimacy, and whenever he was disposed to relax himself by sports of any kind, he admitted his chancellor to the party. An instance of their familiarity is mentioned by Fitzsimmons, which, as it shows the manners of the age, it may not be improper to relate. One day, as the king and the chancellor were riding together in the streets of London, they observed a beggar who was shivering with cold. "Would it not be very praiseworthy," said the king, "to give that poor man a warm coat in this severe season?" "It would surely," replied the chancellor, "and you do well, sir, in thinking of such good actions." "Then he shall have one presently," cried the king, and seizing the skirt of the chancellor's coat, which was scarlet and lined with ermine, began to pull it violently. The chancellor defended himself for some time, and they had both of them like to have tumbled off their horses in the street, when Becket, after a vehement struggle, let go his coat, which the king bestowed on the beggar, who, being ignorant of the quality of the persons, was not a little surprised at the present. Becket, who by his complaisance and good humour had rendered himself agreeable, and by his industry and abilities useful to his master, appeared to him the fittest person for supplying the vacancy made by the death of Theobald. As he was well acquainted with the king's intentions of retrenching, or rather confining within the ancient bounds, all ecclesiastical privileges, and always showed a ready disposition to comply with them, Henry, who had never expected any resistance from that quarter, immediately issued orders for electing him Archbishop of Canterbury. But this resolution, which was taken contrary to the opinion of Matilda and many of the ministers, drew after it very unhappy consequences, and never prince of so great a penetration appeared in the issue to have so little understood the genius and character of his minister. No sooner was Becket installed in this high dignity, which rendered him for life the second person in the kingdom, with some pretensions of aspiring to be the first, than he totally altered his demeanour and conduct, and endeavoured to acquire the character of sanctity, of which his former busy and ostentatious course of life might, in the eyes of the people, have naturally bereaved him. Without consulting the king, he immediately returned into his hands the commission of chancellor, pretending that he must thenceforth detach himself from secular affairs, and be solely employed in the exercise of his spiritual function, but in reality that he might break off all connections with Henry, and apprise him that Becket, as primate of England, was now become entirely a new personage. He maintained in his retinue and attendants alone his ancient pomp and lustre, which was useful to strike the vulgar. In his own person he affected the greatest austerity and most rigid mortification, which he was sensible would have an equal or greater tendency to the same end. He wore sackcloth neath his skin, which, by his affected care to conceal it, was necessarily the more remarked by all the world. He changed it so seldom that it was filled with dirt and vermin. His usual diet was bread, his drink water, which he even rendered further unpalatable by the mixture of unsavoury herbs. He tore his back with the frequent discipline which he inflicted on it. He daily on his knees washed, in imitation of Christ, the feet of 13 beggars, whom he afterwards dismissed with presents. He gained the affections of the monks by his frequent charities to the convents and hospitals. Every one who made profession of sanctity was admitted to his conversation, and returned full of panegyrics on the humility as well as on the piety and mortification of the holy primate. He seemed to be perpetually employed in reciting prayers and pious lectures, or in perusing religious discourses. His aspect wore the appearance of seriousness and mental recollection and secret devotion, and all men of penetration plainly saw that he was meditating some great design, and that the ambition and ostentation of his character had turned itself toward a new and more dangerous object. Becket waited not till Henry should commence those projects against the ecclesiastical power, which he knew had been formed by the prince. He was himself the aggressor, and endeavoured to overawe the king by the intrepidity and boldness of his enterprises. He summoned the Earl of Clare to surrender the barony of Tunbridge, which ever since the conquest had remained in the family of that nobleman, but which, as it had formerly belonged to the see of Canterbury, Becket pretended his predecessors were prohibited by the canons to alienate. The Earl of Clare, besides the lustre which he derived from the greatness of his own birth and the extent of his possessions, was allied to all the principal families in the kingdom. His sister, who was a celebrated beauty, had further extended his credit among the nobility, and was even supposed to have gained the king's affections, and Becket could not better discover than by attacking so powerful an interest his resolution of maintaining with vigour the rights, real or pretended, of his see. William de Eynsford, a military tenant of the crown, was patron of a living which belonged to a manor that held of the Archbishop of Canterbury. But Becket, without regard to William's right, presented, on a new and illegal pretext, one Lawrence to that living, who was violently expelled by Eynsford. The primate, making himself, as was usual in spiritual courts, both judge and party, issued in a summary manner the sentence of excommunication against Eynsford, who complained to the king that he, who held in capite of the crown, should, contrary to the practice established by the conqueror and maintained ever since by his successors, be subjected to that terrible sentence without the previous consent of the sovereign. Henry, who had now broken off all personal intercourse with Becket, sent him by a messenger his orders to absolve Eynsford, but received for answer that it belonged not for the king to inform him whom he should absolve and whom excommunicate. And it was not till after many remonstrances and menaces that Becket, though with the worst grace imaginable, was reduced to comply with the royal mandate. Henry, though he found himself thus grievously mistaken in the character of the person whom he had promoted to the primacy, determined not to desist from his former intention of retrenching clerical usurpations. He was entirely master of his extensive dominions. The prudence and vigor of his administration, attended with perpetual success, had raised his character above that of any of his predecessors. The papacy seemed to be weakened by a schism which divided all Europe, and he rightly judged that if the present favourable opportunity were neglected, the crown must, from the prevalent superstition of the people, be in danger of falling into entire subordination under the mitre. The union of the civil and ecclesiastical power serves extremely, in every civilized government, to the maintenance of peace and order, and prevents those mutual encroachments which, as there can be no ultimate judge between them, are often attended with the most dangerous consequences. Whether the supreme magistrate who unites these powers receives the appellation of prince or prelate is not material. The superior weight which temporal interests commonly bear in the apprehension of men above spiritual renders the civil part of his character most prevalent, and in time prevents those gross impostures and bigoted persecutions which, in all false religions, are the chief foundation of clerical authority. But during the progress of ecclesiastical usurpations, the state, by the resistance of the civil magistrate, is naturally thrown into convulsions, and it behooves the prince, both for his own interest and for that of the public, to provide in time sufficient barriers against so dangerous and insidious a rival. This precaution had hitherto been much neglected in England, as well as in other Catholic countries, and affairs at last seemed to have come to a dangerous crisis. A sovereign of the greatest abilities was now on the throne. A prelate of the most inflexible and intrepid character was possessed of the primacy. The contending powers appeared to be armed with their full force, and it was natural to expect some extraordinary event to result from their conflict. Among their other inventions to obtain money, the clergy had inculcated the necessity of penance as an atonement for sin, and having again introduced the practice of paying them large sums as a commutation, or species of atonement for the remission of those penances, the sins of the people by these means had become a revenue to the priests, and the king computed that by this invention alone they levied more money upon his subjects than flowed by all the funds and taxes into the royal exchequer. That he might ease the people of so heavy and arbitrary an imposition, Henry required that a civil officer of his appointment should be present in all ecclesiastical courts, and should, for the future, give his consent to every composition which was made with sinners for their spiritual offences. The ecclesiastics in that age had renounced all immediate subordination to the magistrate. They openly pretended to an exemptior in criminal accusations from a trial before courts of justice, and were gradually introducing a like exemption in civil causes. Spiritual penalties alone could be inflicted on their offences, and as the clergy had extremely multiplied in England, and many of them were consequently of very low characters, crimes of the deepest dye, murders, robberies, adulteries, rapes, were daily committed with impunity by the ecclesiastics. It had been found, for instance, on inquiry, that no less than 100 murders had, since the king's accession, been perpetrated by men of that profession, who had never been called to account for these offences, and holy orders were become a full protection for all enormities. A clerk in Worcestershire, having debauched a gentleman's daughter, had, at this time, proceeded to murder the father, and the general indignation against this crime moved the king to attempt the remedy of an abuse which was become so palpable, and to require that the clerk should be delivered up, and receive condign punishment from the magistrate. Becket insisted on the privileges of the church, confined the criminal in the bishop's prison, lest he should be seized by the king's officers, maintained that no greater punishment could be inflicted on him than degradation, and when the king demanded that immediately after he was degraded he should be tried for the civil power, the primate asserted that it was iniquitous to try a man twice upon the same accusation, and for the same offence. Henry, laying hold of so plausible a pretence, resolved to push the clergy with regard to all their privileges, which they had raised to an enormous height, and to determine at once those controversies which daily multiplied between the civil and the ecclesiastical jurisdictions. He summoned an assembly of all the prelates in England, and he put them to this concise and decisive question, whether or not they were willing to submit to the ancient laws and customs of the kingdom. The bishops unanimously replied that they were willing, saving their own order, a device by which they thought to elude the present urgency of the king's demand, yet reserve to themselves on a favourable opportunity the power of resuming all their pretensions. The king was sensible of this artifice, and was provoked to the highest indignation. He left the assembly with visible marks of his displeasure. He required the primate instantly to surrender the honours and castles of Eye and Berkham. The bishops were terrified, and expected still further effects of his resentment. Becket alone was inflexible, and nothing but the interposition of the Pope's legate and almoner, Philip, who dreaded a breach with so powerful a prince at so unreasonable a juncture, could have prevailed on him to retract the saving clause, and give a general and absolute promise of observing the ancient customs. But Henry was not content with the declaration in these general terms. He resolved, ere it was too late, to define expressly those customs with which he required compliance, and to put a stop to clerical usurpations before they were fully consolidated and could plead antiquity, as they already did as sacred authority, in their favour. The claims of the Church were open and visible. After a gradual and insensible progress during many centuries, the mask had at last been taken off, and several ecclesiastical councils, by their canons, which were pretended to be irrevocable and infallible, had positively defined those privileges and immunities which gave such general offence, and appeared so dangerous to the civil magistrate. Henry therefore deemed it necessary to define with the same precision the limits of the civil power, to oppose his legate customs to their defined ordinances, to determine the exact boundaries of the rival jurisdictions, and for this purpose he summoned a general council of the nobility and prelates at Clarendon, to whom he submitted this great and important question. The barons were all gained to the king's party, either by the reasons which he urged, or by his superior authority. The bishops were overawed by the general combination against them, and the following laws, commonly called the Constitutions of Clarendon, were voted without opposition by this assembly. It was enacted that all suits concerning the advowson and presentation of churches should be determined in the civil courts; that the churches belonging to the king's fee should not be granted in perpetuity without his consent; that clerks accused of any crime should be tried in the civil courts; that no person, particularly no clergyman of any rank, should depart the kingdom without the king's license; that excommunicated persons should not be bound to give security for continuing in their present place of abode; that laics should not be accused in spiritual courts, except by legal and reputable promoters and witnesses; that no chief tenant of the crown should be excommunicated, nor his lands be put under an interdict, except with the king's consent; that all appeals in spiritual causes should be carried from the archdeacon to the bishop, from the bishop to the primate, from him to the king, and should be carried no farther without the king's consent; that if any lawsuit arose between a layman and a clergyman concerning a tenant, and it be disputed whether the land be a lay or an ecclesiastical fee, it should first be determined by the verdict of 12 lawful men to what class it belonged, and if it be found to be a lay fee, the cause should finally be determined in the civil courts; that no inhabitant in demesne should be excommunicated for non-appearance in a spiritual court, till the chief officers of the place where he resides be consulted, that he may compel him by the civil authority to give satisfaction to the church; that the archbishops, bishops, and other spiritual dignities should be regarded as barons of the realm, should possess the privileges and be subject to the burdens belonging to that rank, and should be bound to attend the king in his great councils, and assist at all trials, till the sentence either of death or loss of members be given against the criminal; that the revenue of vacant sees should belong to the king; the chapter, or such of them as he pleases to summon, should sit in the king's chapel till they made the new election with his consent; and that the bishop-elect should do homage to the crown; that if any baron or tenant in capite should refuse to submit to these spiritual courts, The king should employ his authority in obliging him to make such submissions. If any of them throw off his allegiance to the king, the prelates should assist the king with their censures in reducing him. That goods forfeited to the king should not be protected in churches or churchyards. That the clergy should no longer pretend to the right of enforcing payment of debts contracted by oath or promise, but should leave these lawsuits equally with others to the determination of the civil courts. And that the son of villeins should not be ordained clerks without the consent of their lord. End of Section 37. Recording by S.T. MacDuff.